Whatever, we just started. PKA episode 257. You guys missed one of the best pre-shows ever.
This episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by our friends at Casper. Yes, Casper.com, where you can get amazing, comfortable mattresses shipped straight to your door for far less than the average mattress price. And they're not our only sponsor tonight, because this episode is also being brought to you by MeUndies.com, who are changing up the underwear game like no one else. I'm wearing some MeUndies right now, actually. So you'll hear more about both of those guys later in the show. And there's links down in the description, but...
You know how when...
We got our guest Tucker here tonight.
Oh,
what?
I was quick MeUndies word. You know how women... I saw this thing, like my wife will be like, my underwear matches, which is code for, like, look, if we have sex and her underwear matches, I'm foolish to think it was my idea, right? Like, it was the thing. The underwear matching is now my equivalent of, it's MeUndies day, baby. I've got 2 pair, and if I'm rocking the MeUndies, that means I want some.
Oh, you're talking about your underwear matching hers. I thought you were talking about
not matching hers.
Up to you
if hers,
underwear matching.
If the bra and underwear matches, maybe this is just a married person thing.
It's a married person thing.
Oh yeah. If that package is matching and she's then yeah, sex wasn't your idea. You're durable if you think it was. And if I'm wearing undies then or MeUndies, then that's my way.
That's your sign.
It's a clue.
What other clues do you get? By the way, our guest is Jericho tonight. Tucker's back on. Always love having him. Thanks for coming aboard.
Does a great
job.
job.
But I want to focus on Woody while we're on this. What signs? Nonverbal. What cues? What physical? Wardrobe, diet, all that stuff.
This is so
I know you don't eat
horrible.
onions. I know you don't eat onions.
Like when you eat the steak, you know it.
I literally will send her a text that says, "You down?" ? That's my big move.
You send your wife a text when you're both at home, and you.
Yeah, I mean, I bet I could find some in the history here.
Next to him.
It's a big house, Sometimes she'll have service and he won't in the same house.
My way to do it is I text her, "I hid Fallout 4. You know how to get it back."
I saw on online some Twitter post or Instagram post or something, and the girlfriend had broke the guy's Fallout 4 disc because he wasn't spending enough time with her. And I'm thinking, like, I'd break up with my girlfriend if she broke my fucking Fallout 4 disc. Just on principle. Like not that it's $60 or whatever, but no, that's unacceptable.
The whole destroy my property if you don't appreciate what I'm doing at the time being. It's a profound level of disrespect.
I'm level 37, motherfucker. I got over 50 hours in this shit at this point.
Painkiller Already pro tip. If you're dating someone batshit insane, digital download.
That's what I was going to say. Like, bitch doesn't know I downloaded that.
then she puts a 38 in my Xbox or something. Like,
could backfire.
Have you ever tried to destroy an Xbox? A bullet might not even do it. If you shoot the drive or whatever. I've tried to take a pickaxe to it. That thing...
Kyle has shot it before.
Kyle made a video about it. Yeah, it was called
I made a video of
Xbox Destruction, maybe?
Yeah, Ultimate Xbox.
You use like an R700 or something like that?
I shot it with a bunch of stuff, I think. And
I
then
can tell you, he shot it with a pistol, and then he shot it akimbo with 2 pistols, and then he shot it with a shotgun, and then he blew it up. And the idea was to set it on fire. But after he blew it up, it was literally gone. Like all he could find. I don't know if he identified it, but it was a heat sink. All he found was a heat sink.
What it was.
And at the very end of the video, there's like post credits or something. There's some, I guess, gas on a heat sink. So there's a little flaming heat sink, and he's like, and it was.
Anyway,
I know the video.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, so I have destroyed a few Xboxes because they used to always 360s, the early ones. I went through like a dozen of them, literally. Like I got so used to shipping it back.
That's a lot.
It just wasn't a big deal. Not a dozen. All right, 7. It was like literally 7 or 8. Yeah, like
it's
a
still
bunch.
Too many.
I was always shipping them back and forth. I got used to it, so I finally just bought a second Xbox. But I'd still be sending them. There'd always be one away because at first it seemed like the whole process took like 2 weeks to send yours off and get a new one back. And then I think they just started when they received your broken one, I think they would just send you a fresh one, a refurbished one.
Yeah, they do.
I've heard of that problem, of course, everyone has, but I never had it.
So lucky.
I literally bought one Xbox.
You had the Elite, that's why.
I did. It was a couple versions deeper, and it wasn't the release day or anything. It was Xbox was 2 years old or something when I got it.
I bought mine Halo 2 was still out. Halo 3 hadn't came out, so it was maybe 6 weeks before Halo 3 came out. That's when I bought it.
I left mine on 24 hours a day. I just always ran it. I kept it in this tight little compartment. Like, it was always pretty much superheated in there. Like, I did everything you're not supposed to do, and it still works.
Fun. I still have the first edition Xbox, like the not Elite, the regular first one, and it red ringed once on me, and I spent about 3 minutes on the internet, and some dude on the forum was like, "Wrap it in towels and turn it on."
The towels,
and I was like, "All right," and so I did that, and it has not broken in, I guess, 7 years now since one towel wrapping attempt.
Didn't that just like resolder one of the cables that got loose or something?
I think so. It didn't seem like an educated thing. Going back, I shouldn't have done it, but it worked.
I think it was heating it up so much that parts were expanding and making a connection that had been broken or something like that. But yeah, the towel trick worked. It was shocking.
I wonder if it was just an inconsistent problem and the towels were really the solution or not.
It was a very consistent. When it happened, it's game over, bro.
Because I've seen red rings, and I think we had another Xbox that broke. But what broke about it was the CD stopped coming in and out. Mm-hmm. So that was the issue.
And it uses there's the 3 red rings that indicate that was the code for the common issue we were talking about. But there were multiple codes.
The eject thing. Most of the time now when I use it, I have to get a plier or a bobby pin and kind of assist it on its way out. But it's been alive for long enough. I think it deserves a place in the home.
Yeah, I agree.
It's been throw it out.
It's like a 3-legged dog. Like, he's got character. Keep that.
Exactly. So I just one of those.
Since our last podcast, Paris was attacked.
Yes.
Nice
segue. Let's go right. It
Jesus
was real
Christ,
upbeat,
I was not ready for that.
And like very sentimental.
Hey guys, guess what?
And now, terror.
My intention was to lead with it, and I don't know, we were just flowing. But, dude, so Paris was attacked. I watched it live with Kyle and Chiz. Apparently, my feelings on it are very politically incorrect.
I'd like to hear them.
And they said I should not say this out loud, but I will anyway. At the time, I was saying, I guess, let me preface it with this. My response to terror attacks in general is you will not terrorize me, right? This is, I am stubbornly resistant to that. And at the time, we thought the death toll was 40. It turned out, I think 129 is a current number.
Yeah, 129 killed, 350 wounded, I think.
You thought it was 40.
At the time, the press was saying it was 40. We were all watching live. Now, you guys thought it was over 1,000 or something. The numbers were not rolling in.
Yeah, I'll get Chiz if I have to. It's just not quite happening.
Oh, we can do that, because I'm right.
You're wrong.
I'm right. And then...
You were wrong then, you're wrong now.
So, but the official death count was 4. Oh, and then, it was possible to, add numbers together or something.
That wasn't... That's because... All right, so the cafe death toll was 40. They had drugged those bodies out and counted them. But there was still the situation of all the people that were inside the concert hall, and we knew that dozens had already been killed. We didn't know what the final number was going to be, so it was easy to be like, this is going to be 100 people minimum. At that point.
I hear you, and it turns out you were right. So maybe I'm off target on this, but at the time, I thought the death count was around 40, and my reaction to it was kind of like, you know what? I hate to say no big deal. That's not phrasing it right. But it's sort of a defiant, let's put this in perspective. I don't... the point of terror is to strike terror. That's the deal, right? Terrorism is a tactic. And that tactic is, attacking innocent civilians at places they don't expect to be shot at and such. And the goal, among other things, is to make you scared to do that thing, right? You shoot 6 guys in a mall. Now everyone's scared to go to the mall. And they react to it in a really dramatic way.
That's really easy to say though if you're near Raleigh, when when Boko Haram kills 90 people in a small West African village. I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so terrorized, because that's so fucking far away. It's that doesn't impact me. If I found out that 80 people or 40 people were bombed in downtown St. Louis, I'd be like, well, fuck. This is a lot closer to home. They're a short drive from here. So if this happened in Raleigh, I think you might be at least a little terrorized. To be fair,
and it wasn't about being terrorized for me. I was just feeling I was almost crying on the way home just because Geraldo Rivera's daughter was at that stadium, and at first the information that he had, all the information he had was that there had been a bombing at the stadium where his daughter was, and he couldn't reach her, and he starts crying on the air there, just sobbing how he thought and I was just feeling awful. And then they start on the way they were talking about how they were, the people were tweeting or Facebooking, then they were saying, "Please rush in. They're executing us one by one." And they were talking about the guys were using pump shotguns to herd the crowd back into the building so they couldn't escape. So I was just feeling horrible for them.
Yeah. Pro tip: if you're ever anywhere near a terrorist thing, you can call your parents and tweet out, "Hey, everybody, I'm fine." Be nice.
There wasn't any signal because of there's a terror attack. So they either turn off the
okay, amateur tip then, not pro tip. But it would be nice if you could pop on social media and stuff and say that. Was it? So for me, like I guess I was kind of in that call downplaying the attack because that's how I want to react to it. I want to be like, hey man, I get it. It's 40 people and that's tragic, and the people that know them are going to be profoundly impacted until forever. But from my standpoint, I swear. So the odds of being hit in a terrorist attack are smaller than the odds of being struck by lightning, right? That's true in America anyway. I don't fear terrorism as much as I fear the legislative consequences of terrorism. I am more concerned about what our politicians will do in response to this. People that want cameras on every street corner and, people who want to fucking monitor my bathroom, those people are going to be heard now. That to me is a bigger concern than a Raleigh strike.
They're not mutually exclusive though, like because so like your first point that you said about like, yeah, there's some stuff going on all over the place, and like, yeah, like to put it in perspective, that was a large terrorist attack, but if you're talking about like globally, you're right, like there's a bombing in Nigeria and a bombing in, Syria, like these things happen to the same scale, if not larger, everywhere else.
Well, they took that Russian airliner down just the week prior with
and that's 282 people. So, like, it happens elsewhere, but because it is in a nation that not only has such strong cultural and historical ties with us, but also a nation that's like, you're supposed to feel super safe in one of these top-tier Western countries, that you think that that's not the way that things are going to go down. So, like, yeah, I wasn't exactly thinking, shit, I'm in LA, I'm going to be a target now, but that didn't mean that I couldn't, I was pretty devastated by it, to be honest. Like, I love my favorite city I've ever been to, just so gorgeous. So it was just really shitty. But like I said, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, because now I see all the people, like the debates the day after they brought up, like, more tighter security and less encryption and all this stuff, and you're just like, fuck.
They coordinated that attack with non-encrypted SMS, by the way. Just so any politician who says, "Oh, we need to get rid of this whole encryption thing. It's holding us up from getting terrorists," like this, don't let them use this Paris thing as any kind of an example for that.
So they organized it with just regular text messages?
Texting, yeah.
Yep. There's a rumor about PS4 too. I don't know if it's true or not. Never followed through with that, but that they had also communicated via PS4. So,
with those shitty mics.
Right?
Right? I mean,
you really need to step up your game.
Yeah.
Exactly. At least Skype, guys. Come on.
Skype's owned by Big Brother. PS4, Sony, no Big Brother there.
Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, my reaction to it was kind of downplaying it, in large part because I don't want it to be a big deal, And when it turned out to be 100, I've heard 129 and 131. I think 129 is the right number today. I haven't seen any. So there were like 300 injuries and 129 deaths, and I haven't seen anyone shift from the injury to the death column, which is nice.
Yeah.
But anyway, 129 people died, and I was like, all right, that's bigger than 40. It's a pretty significant attack. I mean, in Russia, when they took over that school, there were, I think, 1,100 deaths. Like, so.
What? No, they took 1,100 hostages and like 300 died. Those are rough numbers.
Let me check that. You're probably right.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think that it's just, I mean, as bad as it sounds, I am absolutely with you on a smaller scale, where it's like if there's a school shooting, I think it was in Oregon and like 3 people died, but it was right after, insert other school shooting. And it was just like, this really sucks, but it also is not that surprising anymore. I mean, I think that since to this scale, there's not been something for like 90 years or something like that in Paris. Yeah,
With that
since
qualifier,
World War
yeah.
Yeah, so
Because the
like,
Norway thing was 70 people, and I consider that in the same stratosphere.
yeah, it's also like how connected it was, because you were right. There were people who were in the hall and they were Facebooking and tweeting about it, or like people would come back like verified on Reddit as being there. It would like post their story of like, and it's like a big block of just like miserable, and you can really sympathize with them because you're like, this is like modern day. It's not like you're not disconnected anymore. It's like you're along for the ride. It's ugh.
I didn't see the post themselves, so this is like I heard from people I know and people on the internet, but I'm told there were people using social media to beg the police to come into the music hall.
Yeah.
Like they're on Facebook. Yeah, get in here.
Yeah.
And
Are you mad that the police didn't check their Facebook status? and
They
rush in?
didn't
Is
even
that
like
it?
it.
So what my frustration was, so it turned out that 2 people in the stadium got 89 kills. And I felt like the police response was really, really slow. Kyle didn't. Kyle said, no, look, you got to take your time. You got to go, you can't just rush in there. There'll be big trouble. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight anyway, 2 people, 89 kills is terrible. Like that is, by comparison, in the U.S. in Columbine, there were 2 shooters. And I was reading about this recently. Within like 2 minutes, somebody called 911, 2 minutes of the first shot, 911. And then within 3 minutes, the first policeman was engaged in shooting back at those guys. So 5 minutes from the first shot to the start of the firefight was 5 minutes from the first bullet to the return fire. In Paris, it seemed like 2 hours or something crazy like that. And they got 89 kills because whatever security forces were there and 89 kills, a lot of it was via shotgun, right? Like,
And they like summarily executed them, right? Like that's what I saw. Is like it wasn't. I'm sure the beginning of it was like just spraying it down the whole.
Did you see the picture?
Area? But they like I saw the picture. But apparently like towards the end they were just executing people one by one, right? Like just walking up, shoot one person.
I heard the report that they were,
Seems like that would
shooting,
take a
reloading,
while.
shooting, reloading, like reloaded 3 times or something like that. Just
if it's a shotgun, 89, like
It wasn't.
AK.
It was automatic.
it was a shotgun.
Yeah, it was AK.
It was a
both.
pump
It was AK.
shotgun.
oh,
I mean,
They had both.
the police they have like the riot shield, and you can see all the AK shield. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think
what I'm
it's
told
also different. Go for it.
is in the. Shucks, I'm so adamant about this, and I'm not 100% sure, but I thought in the music hall, I don't know what to call it itself,
It's the
one
battle.
guy had an AK and one guy had a shotgun.
112 gauge rounds would be unwieldy to even carry.
That'd be like a
it's
whole
a box like
backpack.
this.
You're right. That's a strong point. Yeah, that would be a backpack.
They also had grenades, too.
Did they use grenades? I didn't even know that.
I think they use grenades at the sports stadium.
I heard suicide bombs.
Those were
with the-
suicide bombers.
It's tough to get all the facts straight.
Either way, I think that.
Well, the
I
way they
think-
got discovered is because the security guard saw that the guy's got a fucking suicide bomb. Was like, you can't enter.
They're
How do
not
you say that in
mutually
French?
exclusive, though.
N'entrez pas.
Wow,
do
did
you mean?
you know French? Nice.
I'm pretty. I used to be fluent.
We.
Yeah, me.
Hoi, hoi, hoi. So,
What do you mean they're not mutually exclusive?
I mean, it's because you have a suicide vest doesn't mean that you couldn't have thrown grenades.
Well, there was
No,
only
you're
3
right.
explosions.
Yeah.
Did anyone get into the sports
They were
stadium? I
only
didn't
two
think so.
killed, right?
Yeah, you
No,
know,
I
after
think
the-
that
that's a case
Casual.
of security success. The guy
Yeah.
spotted it. They detonated themselves without getting many
They killed
other
him.
people. I think
it was just the one guy. They caught him. And I
That
would
would have
imagine
potentially been more devastating than anything to get into
Oh,
a
absolutely.
huge soccer stadium like
the
that.
trampling.
nationally televised.
Yeah, the trampling
The
would have
president
killed
was
more
there.
people than the bomb. Yeah.
the president of France was in the stadium, so I'm sure security outside was pretty beefed up. You would imagine.
Yeah.
But so that security guy did fantastic. The guys at the cafe where they were like, the restaurant thing, I don't know. I mean, that one's on video of the police. Like they shot back. The police ran away. Someone in my family universe who has military experience felt like that was a really incorrect response, but they came back a few seconds later. I don't really know what
The ones that ran, I was reading that the ones that ran did not have guns, and the one guy that stayed was the guy who had a gun. But I thought all French policemen had carried weapons, but
No, because
No.
they specified armed policemen like several times. They're like waiting on response of armed policemen. I'm like, you wouldn't make that generalization, or you wouldn't make that
there'd
statement.
be some guy in the parking lot that could at least wing one of those guys, you know?
Yeah, I give the guys a lot of leeway if they came to a gunfight with billy clubs. Like it's a tough one.
Do you
But-
know how long the time period was actually between when they were? Because I'm like picturing them like the one-by-one execution I heard. Like I'm picturing them taking their time doing it. I'm sure they were kind of hurrying to kill as many as possible. But like, how long did it take the police to respond for real?
It was
I don't know.
it was
It's like
a,
2
it was a
hours,
good hour
right?
and a half. But I heard
That's unacceptable.
Well, you say that, but there's also like when they were doing the live coverage, I guess it was Sky News had some pundits, like military, pundits come on. At least I think it was Sky, and they were talking about how in this situation it's hard to know what to do, because if you rush in, you could cause them to they have all these people in a confined space. They could do the entry level spray and pray again. You could lose 45 people. But if they're just holding them hostage and you don't know if they're actually being killed one by one, or if they're actually being used as leverage, you could potentially save all
Yeah.
those
The thing
lives.
is,
But
I
if
knew.
this was like a bank robbery, I think that would be the right approach, because they're trying to get something and then get out of
Right.
there. These people aren't trying to gain anything from their killing. Like they're like, what was their threat? They're like, oh, if we run in too quick, maybe they'll send a message to somebody else via iChat, and then they'll blow up a cafe 3 miles from here. It's like, no, if they have the capacity to do that, they're going to do it anyway. Nothing's going to stop them. They're trying to make this as
They,
I think it was Kyle, Chip, Jackie, and I on a Skype call, all just sort of watching it unfold, and
I just caught that.
so sorry about that. It's bad taste to make jokes right now, but
No, as long as you're making fun of Chiz, no one will mind.
okay, yeah, that's true. Right, raise my I'll be elevated. So anyway, Jackie and I were like, dude, it's time to go in. It's time to go in. And Kyle was like, no, you need a plan, you need a strategy, etc. I had the benefit of hindsight. I still think I'm right. There were 2 people in there shooting people. Just to kill 89 people, I feel like takes some time. The reloading is a pain in the
I
ass.
just don't think we know the facts. Like I don't know much about how what the terror response plan is for that sort of thing, or what the chain of command for the local police, the state French police, the whatever, like the multiple police forces that are involved in the different units of those. But I imagine someone went over radio and said, pull back to 100 meters until A squad gets there. And A squad got there and had to make a determination of what's going on, like how many
This is
entrances
serious
are there, how many
fuck up. Like,
exits.
regardless of what the chain of command is or what somebody said, going by the results, a lot
We
of
need to
people
send Biggs
died.
and Murtaugh in there. That's what
I'm
you're
sitting
saying.
here in Raleigh, getting feedback from Twitter and whatever. I know they're killing motherfuckers a lot. I know there's gunshots going on in there. These people 100 yards outside the building either let it happen or were less informed than me, and that's horseshit. It's
think
not okay. 89 people died in there. 2 people killed 89.
I think it's really, really hard to answer this in hindsight, because I'd be down with the idea to go and just bust in and just see what you can do. But then again, you don't know how that would have turned out either. If they did have grenades, which I'm pretty sure they did, how bad, there's no way to gauge. I don't think there's a way to say definitively that the method they took, where they supposedly scouted out, did recon, understood where everything was, and then took out these 2 dudes with minimal casualties during that actual. I'm not saying minimal casualties overall. I meant during the actual taking of the theater. I don't think there were any casualties.
Look, it's a tough situation, right? There could be a scenario where things go even worse. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, 89 people died. One of them died by police. That is a terrorist. One of the terrorists died by police gunshot. The other one got his suicide vest to work. That.
Did he kill anyone with the vest, or was that just a last-ditch attempt to take somebody with him? Or
That was I want to be a martyr.
And then I saw today.
my guess would be that people stayed away from him.
Well, they got all 8 of them in the end, right? Because they had the thing that happened the day before yesterday or whatever with the female who blew herself up and the dog that got shot and all that stuff. I guess that was the ringleader. I think they found plans inside their apartment of for another attack on a location that I didn't recognize.
Apparently, he was the ringleader of a couple of things. Like, I can't name them all, but there were like 6 of the last 8 things or something he had planned. So this guy was pretty effective. But yeah, I want to restate my position one last time. 2 guys killed 89, and they let it go for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and it feels indefensible to me. Like, next time they've got to go in there and work that quicker. And they're out there listening to the gunshots, and everyone on Facebook knows. They're saying, fucking help me right now. They're killing us. They're killing the hostages. Everyone in the world knew, and they still were coordinating their action plan. You have a job that requires you to be brave every once in a blue moon. Do it.
So they kept how many people hostage total from the beginning in there? Like
92.
92.
Oh, there's no way to know, really,
Yeah.
is there? Because the band's on stage, and then I saw a video from someone's filming the band doing their thing, and then all of a sudden you hear automatic gunfire. You hear the AKs going off, and then the video cuts off. So it seems like they just started spraying the crowd.
I mean, like, from the point of when the police are outside, the situation has been contained to a certain number of people with the 2 terrorists. Do we know what, like, the starting number of people was? Like, if out of 100, so out of 300, like, a third of them died. Almost.
Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure I
Ballpark.
saw 300.
I heard it was more like 500 or so that were
I
in
had
there.
4 in my
I
head.
can,
Yes,
I can
we're
believe
going-
that.
yeah.
So
That's still
I
a
mean,
bad ratio.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's definitely bad.
Like, and they probably only stopped killing when they ran out of ammunition, right? Or did they?
They killed them all. They killed all the people that they had. They tried to contain as many as they could, and I think some got out. That's the way it seems. So they contained a number of them inside the stadium, and then continued to or auditorium, whatever it is.
I hate to call anything a bright side, but around the time Paris was attacked, Russia, I guess it was rumored, or everyone suspected ISIS and terrorist attack, but they confirmed. That's what I'm looking for. They confirmed that plane that went down. And how many people died on that? Was it 220, 229?
280?
280?
Over 200, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so between 200 and 300 people died on that Russian plane, and it's been confirmed that it's ISIS. Like ISIS took credit.
Did you see the bomb?
The soda can?
Yeah, that was cool.
I didn't see it.
It was a soda.
Yeah, so they got a soda can full of high explosives, plus a detonator, plus what appeared to be the initiator, which you'd send the signal to the detonator
That's
with.
it?
That's how they snuck it on. Yeah, well, I mean, 12 ounces of high explosive. And next to the plane fuselage at altitude, you decompressurize the cabin, then it breaks up in the air.
So the Russians are very upset with ISIS. And I
Especially
saw...
Putin.
You know that advice mallard?
Dude, that quote was so high.
Yeah.
He didn't really say that.
He didn't
Aw.
say that. No,
Don't ruin
I
the
thought it
propaganda,
too.
Kyle.
Yeah.
I'll ruin it.
I was ready for my...
You're
air
familiar
whistle.
with the advice mallard meme. There's also a bad advice mallard meme. And it's like, hey, ISIS, go fuck with the Russians, especially now in winter while they're weak.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah,
God.
wouldn't that be so interesting and quite the twist if the next like little bit of peace was brought over just fucking up ISIS though, instead of like the World War III that everybody was like, fuck, it's gonna happen. Like that's what ended up happening instead, and everybody's like, well, thank you, ISIS. Then Bush takes credit for like
Suddenly
making
we're
world
all
peace happen.
same team, and Bush
Yeah.
Bush initiating the rise of ISIS is really the start of world peace.
He might get back
Damn
into
it,
power. He'd
dude.
be Chancellor Bush.
I'd
There's a
vote for
movie
him.
here. There's a movie.
You probably would.
He foresaw the great time. I saw that China was saying that they're going to
Fool me
get in
once.
on. I guess ICE executed a Chinese national. They got one, and that's enough for the Chinese. They said they vowed some
Dude, this is
reaction.
Let
Let's
someone
just whip
else
our
pay
cocks
for
out.
it. I feel like America should be like, all right, Russia's pissed, France is pissed, China's pissed. Let's save our money. Let someone else drop the bombs. France is bombing the heck out of people. And
Are
what
they?
I'm-
I didn't think so.
yeah.
I think they dropped 20 of them.
They had dropped 20 bombs, but
Like,
I mean that
the next-
that isn't out of the ordinary. They've been bombing for some time. That's why the terrorist attack happened.
What I read, and what the hell do I know, but this is what I was reading, was that sort of the U.S. backed off, fed France the intelligence that like all the allies had, and let them do the bombing for a while. They wanted to be the bombers, so they handled it. And that to me seems like, well, I hope that sounds great. Aren't our bombs like $100,000 a pop, or $1 million if they're smart?
More than that, yeah.
They're not all smart bombs, but maybe they are more. I don't know. How much is a JDAM?
Really expensive. I don't think the Allies are really bombing all the targets anyway. Russia had bombed, 350 targets over the last 2 days or something like that.
JDM,
I was looking at a graph that was showing where the U.S. is striking compared to where Russia's striking, and this was I think maybe some conspiratard doing it, but it was interesting enough to read, where it was oh, Russia, they're bombing ISIS a lot more because they're trying to keep Assad in power, and the U.S. is, maybe not bombing ISIS as hard because they want him to weaken Assad a bit more and
that's the case.
weaken his stance there. Is that actually the case?
Yeah, we've been taking it easy on the Allies. Aren't bombing ISIS as much as they can. You don't think we can find a fucking oil refinery or some trucks? We've let them do what they've been doing for a long time. All those atrocities and stuff. We're standing by and letting it happen. And where do you think they're selling all that oil to? They talk about the millions they're making every week. You don't think we can track where millions of barrels of oil are going and where millions of dollars are going back and forth? We can't figure out.
It seems like an easy thing to stop. Like an oil refinery
named the country by name
is
yet?
going to take tons of trucks and tons, of course, but and lots of oil tankers, right? That's how you sell and move oil. How do you slip an oil tanker under our surveillance nose?
You probably couldn't. Is this even more of a protracted proxy battle between the U.S. and Russia again, where it's Russia really wants Assad to stay in power. We really don't want him to. We want ISIS to weaken him as much as possible.
Absolutely, but it's so convoluted and complicated with the different factions that just the different factions that are native to that region. There's 3 or 4, and they each have different feelings about each other. It's like Fallout almost. It's so convoluted and complicated where everybody hates everybody.
Proxy wars.
Between the Iranians and the Saudis and the mercenaries who are over there and the U.S. backed groups and the Russian backed groups, it's a real shit show over there. But no, we have the allies, if you want to call us that, the coalition, whatever, the United States led forces have not been bombing ISIS the way they could. And I mean, oil comes from refineries. There can't be that many refineries. A refinery is a massive infrastructure kind of place. You can find it and destroy it. I don't think they have engineers and work crews rebuilding a refinery. How many refineries are there in the U.S.? Every time we have one of those big gas scares,
7.
they go, well, we only have 7 refineries in the United States, and we haven't manufactured one since 1978 or whatever.
Are there really only 7?
I know that there's 3 or 2 that service only California with the special California blend, and one of them went down, and our gas went up to $4.50 a gallon, and I was just like, why
it's
do
got
I
a
fucking
little
live
bit
here?
of granola in it.
Yeah,
Right?
lots
It's got
of kale.
some Whole
The kale
Foods in
blend.
there. The kale blend.
That kale fuel is
Gluten-free fuel.
140. There's
Well,
140.
we're a little fucking off on the
Yeah.
yeah. We're off by a
Maybe
factor of
there's-
2,000%.
In fairness to you, 3 of them are idle right now. So
All right, California.
All right. So
Maybe
6
there's
of one,
only
half
7.
dozen of another.
yeah.
In any case, I doubt they got that many, right? Like is ISIS controlling hundreds
And I
and
also
hundreds of
thought
refineries?
America was the lead refinery place, and that it's not refined when it gets here. But I'm really out of my element.
You could be right. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is if we wanted to damage ISIS, we could. The targets are there to be hit. Like if you're trying to hit people, people can be anywhere. It's hard to find people. But if you're hitting material, if you're hitting their trucks, like we saw they just have done, they bombed
all those Toyotas. Yeah.
All those Toyotas.
Zoom in
Fucking
from
Tacoma
space.
drivers.
Yeah, to my house, and get a good picture of my house from space. I can damn well find an oil refinery on Google Maps, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's not it's not even far-fetched technology. It's
And then,
shit
like I
we've
said,
had
just
for
track-
10 years.
It would take a bit of scrolling and maybe an afternoon.
But I could do that, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing is, like I said, they really shouldn't even have to destroy the refineries. They should be able to say, well, wait, why is Estonia buying all this ISIS oil? Let's do something about Estonia. I'm just using them for an example because
Right.
it's probably someone we're a lot friendlier with than Estonia. It's probably fucking Australia or
Hey,
Germany.
you 3 dozen people, quit it.
But yeah, we should find out who's buying the oil, and we should talk to them. Why are you buying this terror oil?
I feel like we know, and we're just cool
letting
with
it
it for
happen.
some reason. Yeah.
It's just a circle of
Maybe we don't want to
blind guys.
destabilize some sort of global market.
Maybe
or something.
China's buying it, and we're like, well, I don't know. I picture it you see some dude who's 5'0" and you're like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with me? Oh, it wasn't me, it was him.
Yeah.
Oh, you're cool, bro. You and I are good.
So why is gas so cheap right now?
That-
Does this have anything to do with it?
I was headed that way, kind of. is now a good time to invest in some sort of oil thing? Should you be buying Exxon or some funds?
Isn't the reason the gas is so cheap is because Saudi Arabia is undercutting everybody, so they drive everyone out of business so they can just drive up the prices again, right? I'm pretty sure they have sustainability. They can do this for a while.
They've been doing
They did
that for a
like 2
while.
months ago, didn't they?
But they like legitimately, and it also hurts ISIS because nobody will buy ISIS oil at the price because Saudi Arabia is selling it for so low. So like that's the kind of the whole circle, and then U.S. is like, yay, lower gas prices bumps the economy up in our town. So like. Pretty sure
I've heard that too, but now I'm hearing like at this rate, Saudi Arabia will be bankrupt in 5 years, that it's lower than they'd like it to be, and that it seems like it's out of control in some way. I don't know.
Everybody else is going bankrupt.
Does that mean that they literally have like a surplus running so that they can just bleed for 5 years and be fine? That's what it sounds like to me. I don't think the Russians can do that, and I think that's who they're targeting. Like they're
Russians
trying
and
to hurt
Americans.
Yeah.
The Americans apparently, God, I'm out of my depth here, but I read about this. We need oil to be around $60 a barrel because our oil is expensive to get. It comes from oil shale, which is like a rock that you can somehow get oil out of. And just digging up the shale and processing it and turning it into oil is a more expensive process than the lucky Saudi Arabians who just poke a hole in the ground and stuff starts shooting out like the Beverly Hillbillies. So they're able to drive American companies out of business because they can't make money.
And fracking as well, because the less that we need to rely on alternative fuel sources because oil is low, fracking then takes a hit and all the other like natural resources do.
A lot of the ways that Americans can get energy are expensive compared to the guys who can just poke a hole in the ground, which is a cheap way of getting energy. So, and then the Russians have a problem. Apparently, they can't even slow down their production. Like, if they turn a well off, like, their tech is not as good. So, if they turn a well off, that's just done. They have to, like, start from scratch or something. So, they just keep producing oil at a loss, and it's terrible for them. Someone else
just store it.
I'm sure that's what they're doing.
Where are they keeping it?
Yeah.
I need it for
Tucker, get on Google Maps.
I got find that oil.
But yeah, here we are in PKA trying to solve global issues. But
we're gonna get there. Let's keep this going. At the end of by the end of the show, we'll have solved some problems. So let's talk about Call of Duty instead.
Yeah.
All right. I like the energy. I felt good. All right.
I am not. I've only played zombies.
Yeah, we can talk about zombies.
I'm not performing like I'd like to be. There was a time last night, and
they have
some
a pill
of the.
for that. It's called Adderall.
That's funny.
Oh,
That's not where I thought you were going.
Yeah, no.
So I thought I was doing badly because of a knowledge thing, and that's a big part of it. If you guys have played zombies, you know, like, I could play zombies with someone who's better than me. Take it like to back when I played more often, and have a better score than them if I had the better spot, right? You know, if you're being a little bit selfish and you get kills early on and, you know, get the good weapons and you take the best train spots or kiting spots, then, you know, a bad player can outperform a good one if he has the better spot. And I didn't even have a kiting spot. If I had one at all, if you guys know the Black Ops 3 one, it's by the cars near like the movie theater.
Yeah.
Really shitty kiting spot. Like, maybe other people are better at it, but if I walk backwards and shoot zombies there, I seem to find a corner all the time, and it's just
a lot of dead ends in that area.
Tons. They're not deep dead ends, you know, but sometimes
just enough to fuck you.
Yeah, sometimes I can't get forward the 6 feet I need to get out of there, and like last night I had a problem here as it is. So when we play as a group of 4. We do all like the unlock things in the first 2 or 3 rounds. I think it was 2 last night, which is pretty early. Yep. And you know, like the power's on and Juggernaut's up and all this, you know, the fucking slugs are in place and hell is open and all that fun stuff in like 2 rounds. I didn't really realize we were playing yet. Like, you know how you don't get a good gun right away and stuff like that? I'm in round 7 with the starting pistol. Like, you know what? I'm really under-equipped here. And everyone else has lasers and stuff. So I'm playing all night long without the ability to actually kill zombies. I'm using wall guns and shit like that. And I don't know if the wall guns get more deadly when you rank up more. Can someone answer that?
You can pack-a-punch them.
But no, but just off the wall.
Off the wall, they're the same damage unless you pack a punch them.
Okay,
Yeah, so.
they're better in some ways. Like you get sights and stuff. Like you grab
Well,
a gun
that's-
off the wall, and it seems to be all camouflaged and amazing looking.
Well, he just customizes it before the game because he's unlocked, say, a red dot or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. I just didn't know if he customized it in a way that made it more deadly or if it just looks better. But
Looks better.
Maybe if it had like high, upper.
You can do
I don't know.
rapid fire. I guess that makes it deadlier, but that's like the last unlock. But nothing serious. Yeah.
nothing serious. Yeah. Well, anyway, I found myself really undergunned, and it was my fault. Like I should have recognized that. Like, oh, now it's zombies. Like it's not puzzle solving anymore. We're playing the game. Woody, you should have hit Pack-a-Punch already by now. You should have had this by now, etc. I was watching people play because I'm dead, of course. And I'm like, man, this game's so much easier when you can kill the zombies in front of you. Like, I would dodge every zombie in front of me and just shoot behind me for points. And my guns were never really lethal enough to kill things in front of me. But other guys had ray guns and such, and I was really envious. But that doesn't explain all of it. You know, like I also
I'll tell you
wasn't
what it
playing
is.
as well.
It's the movement stuff. It's the zombies are like a fluid that
You gotta be slippery.
It's a very predictable fluid, and after you play enough, you see 3 zombies running at you, and you see the opening. You're like, all right, I'm going to shift to the left, pause for half a second, back up, now sprint around to the right.
See, that's the thing. I think you're dramatically underestimating how useful it is to be able to kill zombies in front of you. Because I watched you play for hours. I watched Taylor play and I watched Chiz play. And when there were zombies in front of you, you either ray gunned them or you had a shotgun that was a 1 or 2 shot kill. Right? I had nothing like that. If there were zombies in front of me, the notion that they might die, you know, like you headed into a pack of 3 zombies or something, you need to dodge. There's no concept of shooting them in front of you. Mm-hmm. And it is a huge advantage to be able to kill the zombies in front of you. And it's my own damn fault I didn't upgrade my guns early enough and work that out.
What'd you think about the map?
The map, so here's the deal. I have a special kind of retarded for like learning my way around in real life, right? Like you could take me 10
Do you know where to
miles.
get to the grocery store right now? Like if you had to walk to it?
So the grocery store is Target, which is next to Home Depot, and that I have on lockdown.
How about the post office? You know where the post office is?
No. I've been to the
what about
post
police
office
department?
twice.
Like you had to go like
Nope, can't help you there.
Fire department?
Nope.
Closest
Hospital.
restaurant.
Do you know where to get
Nope.
to the closest hospital?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right, thank you. That demonstrates. I don't know where anything fucking is, right? There are places I've been to a couple of times, and I still need my GPS. I am just sort of a map tarded. Like, I'm not dumb in every aspect of life, but when it comes to, like, directions and stuff, I'm awful. And there are other maps. Help me out here. You know Black Ops 2, the map... it has a big guy that kind of shocks. There's a pool of water. It's frozen in there.
The one with
Sarah Michelle
Machete.
Gellar.
George Romero.
Yeah.
that guy.
George
Call of the
Romero.
Dead.
Call of the
Call
Dead.
the Dead.
Call of the Dead. Something about that was really easy for me to learn, right? Like there weren't tons of nooks and crannies. There was like the big lake area, the big tower area, that room with the water in the bottom and stuff. They were all different. This map, the design of it is such that I get real like I'm just fucking all. There are.
It's like an asterisk, basically. There's districts. There's the Footlight District, the Canal District, and
I had no idea it was like an asterisk. I should probably look online for an overhead map, and maybe
You
that
should.
would help me.
It might be the amount of stuff in that map because
Yeah.
the one that you mentioned, it's literally out. Like there's not stuff. It's just lanes, right? But this one they have like cars that it's not like as clear cut. Like there's
And
lights
it's all
and shit.
identical. It's like they have 5, models that they used in game. Like, all right, we've got bricks, we've got fucking burning barrels, and some broken wood. Everywhere. That's all we need. Buildings and buildings and buildings of bricks and wood and shit on the ground and the fucking thing you fumigate and like people. I'll be down. Where are you? Well, it's
by
dark.
the cars, and
It's-
we're all just like, "Holy shit! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hang on."
So I was talking to some Woodycraft staff, and they're like, "Oh, there's a really good spot to kite people by the boxing ring. Oh, that's Chiz's spot. Oh, well, Hell's not bad. That's Taylor's spot.
Oh, hell's bad. Come on.
Hell-
You want hell? Hell is yours from now on.
No. Hell is tough. I had Hell briefly, and I think it's even rougher if you can't kill the zombies in front of you, because there's a way to get yourself out. Like if you're coming, it's the wall run. You're doing the wall run. A zombie's coming the other way. If you can kill him in a quick thing, like with a ray gun, then you might survive that. If your guns aren't lethal, then the wall run is so
They're just
rough.
gonna knock you down.
Yeah.
The trick is to hop, because then even if you get hurt, you can still keep
You
going.
have to sprint jump off the wall while you're wall running and hope that you make it over them. We were playing last night, and I thought I was made in the shade. Like there was 3 of those big asshole tentacle monsters right behind me, and I was about to do the wall run.
They're
and I had a
chalupas.
ray gun, and so there was a guy, a zombie on the other side, who was prepping for his jump. And I'm like, not today, fucker. And I shoot him in the legs, and he falls down to a crawler. And so I'm like, all right, clearly he has no legs. And so I jump up onto the wall and start running, and he just
Paralympic style.
just like not even like a jump, just a frozen rope line, just boom, just knocks me right off and kills me. And I was so fucking pissed.
So weird things happen on the wall run, which make it bad. It's even worse if your gun's not lethal, but it's bad for everyone. I feel like you can't wall run all night without a fluke happening, and that's
You'll
why.
get better as we play more. Like I can already like Kyle's picking it up with the whole like fluid movement thing, like predicting where the zombies are coming from. Like he's running in a difficult area, and he's doing fine with it. Like he's figuring out. The zombies are easy to predict. You know, like sometimes the best thing to do if there's a big group in front of you is just to like take a step to the left and wait 2 seconds for them to fall into line, and then you do the.
The thing
sprint.
is, I absolutely know that. But try that all night, like on the train platform or something, and you'll be like, this is just a shitty spot to exist. If someone's watching this, so Kyle takes the middle, and there are a couple bridges, and that's where he kites.
I take Canal District.
Okay. Taylor takes Hell, and Chiz takes Boxing Ring. Tell me where the 4th best spot is, because I could really use that advice. I think it's Cars, but Chiz, who enjoys reviving, couldn't be any further from me. And
I think starting area might be better than Cars, because Cars is just by the burlesque place we're talking about, where all the
Starting
cars
area?
are wrecked. The starting area where like you go into the middle, like
The
where you
one where the gun bar machine is like there's like the down little water.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, like the
The
cranes.
door
in
opens to hell.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
that area might even be better than the car area, because that car area just sucks. Like they made something like that big beast that shows up, like when you get to around 30 plus, and there's like 4 of them that show up every time. They're so thick, and the lanes are so narrow, like you can't run by it. You have to run and then do a little slide and hope that it doesn't fuck you up on the.
And there's a cutoff in the middle too, but that fucks up my kite. You know, whenever I go, and there's a gun in the middle, which I kind of liked. You know, because you can just get more ammo there, but it's a wall gun, and that doesn't seem to kill anything.
See, we just needed to get you that wall gun upgraded, and then rack up the points there. And the double upgrade helps so much if you can get turned.
Another thing,
or
now that I
blast
think about
furnace.
it, I've been trying to diagnose what happened here. I think there was like 2 or 3 times where the last zombie got killed, and we didn't have that time to go like spend points. And those were the times where I felt like you had the money to get where you needed to be, but you just, you had to face another round, and you didn't make it through that round. I think that's what happened.
I think you're right. Yeah, and a lot of it's on me. I feel like I'm making excuses. I made some bad decisions. I didn't upgrade soon enough, and then I don't think I think the 4th best kite spot is actually pretty tough to exist in. And God, if your gun sucks, like it's really hard to be in round like 18 or something with a bad gun.
Yeah. I liked how after like round, I don't know, like 15 or 16, when you had already died and been consigned to your fate, you no longer were even like, all right, I need to get going, I need to get this upgraded, I need to get this perk, and then I'm gonna get back in this. It was like, all right, so who wants to be spectated? Like who am I gonna watch this perk? You'd be like, oh,
That was a little higher in the rounds. No.
Kyle, let's see what you're doing.
See,
yeah, pretty good.
In
Like,
fairness, the round numbers you mentioned, I actually got, like, I had enough points. I like buy a wall gun, get myself to like 5,000 points, and get downed. All right, so I come back with like 4. I get Jug. I got a mystery box gun. Like I got back in the game a couple of times, but it just I never seemed to have it.
yeah.
I didn't have a ray
Insta-kill
gun like
gives you
other
so
people
much
did.
confidence, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Just like, insta kill. Everybody's like, oh fuck yeah, and Woody's like, oh, I got this now. No. And then just down immediately because
I die loudly.
It's so easy to happen though, because like
He was shriek.
so
And
excited.
this is like, fuck. All right, we got Woody.
Woody had a couple vicious shrieks last night.
I'm warming up to the map, and I definitely am the new zombies in general because we played to Rise a good bit as well. I think that now that I know that when you double pack a punch a gun, it gets a special ability. That is so cool now. It really puts some more life into zombies. That and the gumballs.
Can you explain the second ability? Because I haven't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah,
So there's...
Which, as far as I can tell, it's random. So you pay 5,000 to pack a punch. You pay 2,500. You can repack a punch, but it doesn't fill up your ammo again. And so you'll get either like Dead Wire, which a random shot will electrocute you. You get the one that Kyle got, like Wonder Wall or Thunder Wall, and it'll just blow them up into the air. You'll get
a mini air cannon.
Yeah, a mini air cannon, Blast Furnace, which every so often on one that zombie will ignite, and all the other zombies behind it will explode. And then you'll get Fireworks, which is the best one, I think, or the coolest looking, where a random bullet, it'll just spawn like a 4th of July firework, and a gun is at the top of the peak of the firework, and it just mows everyone down.
I like turned.
What the fuck?
The turned one.
Turned
Yeah,
is
if you
the
have
best, in my
turned,
opinion.
and you can just shoot a zombie once, and if you don't have any other turned zombies, sometimes you can get multiple ones, but if you don't have it, you can get up to 2, I guess. If you don't have any turned zombies, that zombie you shoot will immediately say turned above it, and that zombie will start fucking up all the other zombies around it.
He's your
And it's
buddy
like,
then.
it's
And
your
he
buddy.
is a serious tag
He's an
team
insta
partner.
killer.
He's just like, wah, ka,
So
cha, just
what
in
they
all the
do-
other zombies,
all the
whacking
other
through
zombies
them.
Holy
immediately
shit.
recognize it. So all the other zombies are like, all right, this dude is a fucking narc, and he's not on our team anymore. And so they start beating on him. But meanwhile,
you.
he's looking at like a champion, just you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
He insta kills everyone. So if you're kiting and you turn a guy in a crowd, all of a sudden the guy, like someone in the middle of that crowd, because they all go for him, he'll get like 6 kills, and then he dies. And all it takes is one bullet, new turned. And
That's amazing.
And you always have, I think it's, if I understand it right, I've been spectating quite a bit. So if you always have 2 turned. So like if your turn guy dies, just very next bullet, it's not like you have to fire
It's not.
mag after mag to.
You do. It takes maybe, sometimes it takes 8-10 shots to get one.
But,
It's not instant.
Because I tell you, I spectate other people.
The other night, like Chiz had the Haymaker, that shotgun, upgraded with turned on it, and so basically, that comes with like 150 shots, like for max with the magazine. He could turn around, shoot 1 shotgun shell, and that would do enough damage to turn someone. Then he could just run around, kite, let the zombie do damage, turn around again, shoot once, another turned.
Maybe
You don't get any points for it, and you don't get any kills for it. So you kind of have to already be set in your ways before you let the zombie do everything. But it's a real handy get out of jail free card.
I liked it.
Maybe-
I had it on that
That's awesome.
upgraded light machine gun. When you upgrade the Dingo, it becomes the Dire Wolf, and that's my favorite
shit.
weapon so far. You get stamina up and sleight of hand, and it pulls up fast, and you can still move around and just everything. It's all glowing and red. I like the upgraded guns. That's my favorite part now. And
cannot-
I've got a. Go
ahead. There you go.
I was just gonna say I've got a spot on Rise. I like to get up on that catwalk, and I just hide up there, and I can last till around 20 real easy. Nobody. I can defend myself if I've got a gun up there, and I don't get enough zombies to hurt my feelings.
I remember the first night I played, Kyle is like, this is totally unfair. Because we got like all the stuff unlocked and stuff. It wasn't even that fast. It was like round 4 or something. And he's like, we were like Lewis and Clark. We were the explorers that paved all this way. Woody comes along, because I was like waiting for a headset. Like, Woody comes along, it's all paved. He just drives. First time he ever plays, everything's unlocked. I'm being the chalupa monster, whatever the hell he's called.
Chalupa.
Yeah. And
the Cholulu. It's a Cholulu.
I think you're fucking with me.
Well,
It's
it's
absolutely
the
the
third time I've
Cholula.
told. It worked the first 2 times, so you got me now. That was fun. You were like, there's 2 Cholulus down here. I'm like, I think that's a number 4. Yeah, okay.
He couldn't get it. It's like there's a Cthulhu. Would he be like, oh, there's a Cholula? That's a oh, there's a Chalupa. That's a sandwich or a taco.
What is it really
I,
called, Taylor?
The Cthulhu.
Lulu.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
That's based, like, H.P. Lovecraft, that author from like the 30s who wrote all about Cthulhu and that huge mystical world. That's what this whole zombie map is based on, which is kind of neat. My girlfriend's a huge fan of that whole, I guess, world, universe. But yeah, me, Kyle, and Melissa and Chiz have been playing a ton recently, and we're getting much better at all of it. Like Chiz,
I've been playing a shitload of video games in general. Like this last 2 weeks, I have really all right. So I got 50 hours into Fallout 4, and I must have put another 15 or 20 at least into zombies with you guys, because there's been several 5 or 6 hour nights. I'm loving Fallout 4 still. I know people. It has bugs, and you know that you drop some frames on console, and the dialogue could be better. But I just loving exploring and building and destroying.
Before it
it's
didn't
a lot of
have
fun.
dialogue, so
It had a lot of dialogue. The dialogue
spoken
was,
dialogue.
Yes.
Yep.
My mistake then. Okay, I thought.
The interface is just not as nice as it
It's
was before.
horrible.
And the options are, it's like yes,
Maybe.
probably, yeah, or
I'm a
no,
cock.
but actually it's yes. You don't have a lot of. It seemed like you used to be able to go into different directions, and then I liked that it, in Fallout New Vegas, your skills were integrated into that. And if you had 30 barter, you could get him to agree to this, or if you had 20 science or a 9 intelligence, you're able to do those certain
That's still in
dialogue
there.
options. So rarely, I think when I was doing the USS Constitution mission, there were a couple of options where it's like if your intelligence is high enough, you don't need parts, you can just kind of hotwire this thing. But that option has been so rare in the game. It's maybe happened like 2 or 3 times, and I made a 9 intelligence character hoping that was going to be a big deal. But I rarely run into like your charisma definitely plays a big part in getting stuff done. But it's not like my strength has helped me tell someone that about a fighting technique or something, or like threaten them in some way, like it should be.
I
don't know.
haven't played at all. Like I've watched Melissa play during our Let's Play. Like so I haven't even touched it, but I've watched her. And like I'm telling her what to do, trying to, because I don't know enough about fucking Fallout to know. But I get really aggravated. I don't know what our specs are in our character, but we cannot convince anyone to do shit at all. Like this is Robot was asking us if we were like the replacement supervisor for some area, and like we kept going up there, and I'm like, try and fool him, tell him that you lost your ID. And the lady's
You
like,
believe me?
lost my ID, can't find it. And the guy's like, does not compute, and then just murders you right there. And then, so after like 3 times of trying that, eventually like we had to dress up as like in a dress and a weird bowler hat and sunglasses.
charisma.
And then the guy's like, well, this person can't be lying. And then they just believed us. But I don't like that part of the game. I didn't like having to play for ever just to get that stupid robot to
You
believe
didn't
me.
have enough charisma. You didn't have enough charisma
No.
to get through the speak check.
We're all
they-
luck. We're all luck, and that mysterious stranger shows up all the time to like.
I've heard that and Idiot Savant are both really nice luck perks that I've got 1 luck. It's pretty high on everything else, but 1 luck. No, I don't get lucky with anything really. A lot of bad shit happens to me. I feel like when you're 1 luck, like it's not just that you don't get it. Like 2 luck, oh, I'm getting more positive things happening, and 3 even more positive things. I feel like at 1, it's like we're gonna shit on you for not picking this perk at all. Like you don't think you need any luck? We'll show you, because like shit'll fall on me. Like I just randomly get all kinds of issues. I run into some of the most god awful monsters. I'm playing on very hard, and it just seems like the Mirelurk King always wants to fuck me in the ass. And after I kill the Mirelurk King, there's a second Mirelurk King, and I just killed the king. How is there a second king? There's 2 kings?
His son stepped up immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what and they do that too. Like you'll kill you'll get a legendary enemy
mutate.
down to 0, and he'll be like, boom, 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 you haven't even seen my final form. And he'll get bigger, faster, stronger, like higher damage threshold and all that, and start whooping you again.
What's a death claw?
It's like it's the first monster that you run into, like the big ass fucking evolved looking ass thing.
So it's like a
Online,
dinosaur?
they act like they're the final boss. Like I feel like death claws get a
They're
lot
like
of
the
attention.
hardest in the game, yeah.
It's got like the skin of a dinosaur, but it kind of walks around like a werewolf with a tail.
I know what they
It
look
can
like.
slash you.
I just haven't seen
So-
it in the context of the game.
So here's the so there's a lot of really powerful enemies, and they're hard to deal with for different reasons. The reason the Deathclaw is so dangerous is he closes distance with you extremely fast. You might see one almost out of sniper range even, and you'll be like, I'll pick you off before you can even get to me. You shoot him once in the head, and he's running at you, serpentining. He serpentines while he runs, and he runs faster than anything in the game. He's much faster than you, and he closes distance with you. And even if like I got my X series power armor, I got all my shit on. I'm pretty fucking tough. I take Med-X, and he's just like, roar! And all my health is gone except for like this much.
Yeah,
and
pick
his
you up
health,
and throw you down.
his health has only went down by this much. And I know that once I get the whole bar, he's just going to mutate and make a new bar that's even harder than the first one. So to kill a Deathclaw, or even like especially like a group of Deathclaws,
Oh man.
you've either got to kind of cheese them, which is maybe you find an area they can't get into, like in a bus or something, and shoot them through a window, or you got to be tricky about it. Maybe make a little minefield that you lure them into, or you call some artillery down on them. You really plan ahead.
Tucker, if you cheese on a live stream, do they fuss at you, or is it just understood?
So this is actually the first Fallout game that I've ever played. Like, I've never played through any of them, and aside from like certain videos here and there, never touched it. So what I've done pretty much has just been exploring and stuff, and I've run into a bunch of legendary monsters and even a legendary alpha Deathclaw kind of looking ass thing that was also being shot at by a like an assault robot or something like that. And they both were way higher levels than me, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and fuck around with this. So I got up on a bridge and hid behind a car that was already blown up, and I was able to take out both of them. But it was kind of stupid because the Deathclaw is below me, so he can't get to me. But he's getting shot at by this dude, so I didn't engage him. So I just stole the Deathclaw kill, and then I killed the other guy from behind the car, and everybody loved it. Like, nobody gave me shit for it. No, like, which is weird because I was like, man, that was kind of stupid of me. Like, I probably should have fought him head on, like, later in the game. But you can't. They're so
later
strong.
in the game. Yeah, that's the new thing too, which I think is really brilliant. The way they handled the leveling of the characters and where they're located. The farther you explore away from your starting area, the tougher the enemies are. So if you go to the opposite corner of the map, they're level 50, which is the max level in the game. And like I'm a level, obviously 1 at the beginning, but by the time I'm down at this point, I'm like a level 36, I think. So I can handle a level 50 enemy most of the time if I see them first, and definitely if I get if I got my save and I can go back and try it twice. I can make stuff happen. I'll tell you what my favorite weapon is. It's the I've got a Ripper, and it's the improved Ripper, and it's incredible. It's like a little hand chainsaw, and I just chop everything to fucking shreds. I've almost completed the game. I guess I could if I wanted to. I think I want to make a new character, but the way the rank up system works now, you can kind of be a jack of all trades because there's no level cap. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'd like to make a new character though.
You were mentioning making just a melee character the other night.
Yes, melee is so strong now. If you put points into the ninja perk, the various sneak perks, the bonuses, you get like a 10 times multiplier, and then you can do gun fu so that each enemy you hit in succession, it's upgrade, and then there's splash damage for melee hits, I believe, and then you get yourself a cool melee knife that maybe doesn't take as much AP, boost your AP anyway. And you see guys like you'll target a group on bats that's pretty far away, and hit attack and warp to them, and you're just like Bruce Lee. All of a sudden, you'll hit them all like a dozen times,
sick.
and everything
That
dies.
I gotta do a playthrough where it's just straight melee only.
That
because
sounds great.
Melee
That
Sounds like you have to
awesome.
be good to try that though. Like I
You
feel
know
like
what?
I'd get
Shut the
20
front
minutes
door.
into it and get too aggravated.
No, I think it's a.
Is Tucker mad? I missed something.
No. I was like sarcastically like, no, man, like it's not hard. Like I could totally do it.
Once you get a few perks into it, and you're focusing just on that, so there's no reason to put any perks into guns and all that stuff. I really want to do that, but
That sounds awesome.
there's so many things to do in the game. I think it's got a lot of life, and then the DLC will come
Are
out.
you on
eventually.
console?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it on the PC and do something eventually. But right now, it's nice to just be able to chill with my controller in my room.
Oh yeah. The one hang up that I have from like a fresh player is the interface, and the way you navigate through the interface for building and menus is abysmal. Like it's really bad. And I know that it's like sort of a port to some extent, but it's just like I hope it's better on console because I know it's had its fair share, but like the interface almost makes me that mad. Just the way they have set up.
I don't bother.
Tab
even
is
do
back. It's just stupid.
Tab is
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, tab is back. E is select. You use the arrow keys to scroll through things. But if you hit tilde, which is right above tab, it opens up the developer console, which you have to escape from. It's just like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why are we doing it like this?
That doesn't
Please
sound like any fun.
Do all this without looking.
Could you?
You could play on your with a controller. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Fuck.
That
Why have I not done that?
Yeah. That's the way to
Well,
go
because
there.
I like combat with keyboard.
It's
and
really
mouse.
nice being able to manipulate the items with the thumbsticks, but even then on console, like I don't enjoy the settlement building. I don't enjoy like what I have done is put mortar positions in my settlements so that I get to call in those mortar strikes because that's fucking sick.
Yeah.
But I haven't messed with it. What I haven't found is a lot of really like legendary cool level shit. I've got some powerful guns. I've got the X series armor, the 61 series armor, the 51 and the 45, and I've got the Raider armor too. All those power armors, and I'm sure there are more, but I didn't get anything that I want the jetpack, and I want some legit weapons that are scary, like I keep seeing online. I killed legendary Deathclaw after legendary Deathclaw, legendary Mirelurk Kings and glowing Mirelurk Kings, and these stupid red Widow Stinger things that just buzz around like a giant. It's like a giant mosquito that with a huge like scorpion sting instead of an ass, and there are some terrifying enemies in Fallout. That's what I love about it, that you'll be walking along and you'll come upon a group of like gunners and you'll just massacre them. Like there's blood and gore and you take all their shit and you're like walking through the wilderness like, yeah, motherfucker, don't mess with me. I got this pistol and everything now, and then you're just done. You just get insta killed by something and you don't even know what just happened. Like somebody hit you with a mini nuke or something.
We almost got fucked up by this thing called like a swan, where you walk into like. You aim at it, and it just says swan. It's like this white thing on top of some water. And if you shoot it, like it turns out that the white thing was just a small little cyst on the back of a giant creature that has like a sword for an arm and a big axe in the other, and he just sprints at you and beats the shit out of you in one hit. It was...
I haven't found it yet. I guess I need to look up online where he is and go fight him. I think that's like a unique enemy, like who's only in that one pond or whatever. That I've seen videos of it, but I haven't been there.
Yeah, the only way that Melissa killed it was like, I guess, cheesing. Is that what it's called? Where you kind of put yourself in a position where they can't find you or they can't get you. Where she just hid behind a car and he just could not wrap his head around. Like, should I go this way or that way? Like, I can't go this way.
And let me just say.
Shot. Like,
if I ever did fight a giant rock monster with a sword for an arm that emerged from a pool, I would cheese him in real life too. I would try to climb up on something high so he couldn't get me and shoot him from up there. So I don't think there's anything unrealistic.
When I played Borderlands, I used to cheese a little bit. You know, see, here's the thing. So I live stream a lot of Borderlands, and if I did all the side quests, then I was typically really powerful compared to the main quest I needed to do, and people thought I was incredibly good. And if I skipped all the side quests, then I'd be like a level, 24, doing level 28 shit. And people would think I really sucked. And it was like, well, I just feel like I'm really getting punished for not doing the side quests, and I would do more of them. And
yeah, you do get punished in Borderlands for not doing those side quests, because it'll go from, like, you're the grand poobah mastering everyone, just beating the shit out of them, to 2 quests later, it's like, whoa, I mean, I've been playing the same game. Like, I thought I had some really dope guns. And I don't know what character you played, but, like, the Gunzerker was the most fun, where you use his special and he just goes, like, fuck yeah, and flips everybody off and takes his 2 guns out. And gets,
is that the Borderlands 2 we're talking about? He's a short guy? Yeah, that's the one I played, yep.
And, like, when you were on a equal level with everyone on those missions, you're just tearing through them with the 2 guns, both shotguns.
He heals himself like for no reason, and then I think he gets health for shooting people, which he does a lot of.
He gets health for shooting people, and then once you max it out, in the middle of it, if you're facing a boss and you're like way low on health, you can revamp it, and he flips him off again, regains max health, and then keeps going. But you go like 3 levels higher than you, and suddenly you're like, my guy's getting really intense, but nothing's happening. Like, just kind of laughing at me.
He's making a big deal out of nothing here.
Yeah, this guy needs to, like, cool his jets. And
go back to the gym, dude.
Go do that stupid mission where you find Tiny Tina's, notebook and get some
experience. It's frustrating. You know, like, you're like, all right, I guess I got to go extract some XP out of side
I'm looking for some green paint right now. Like my guy is a super soldier inside of a giant mechanized suit. I shoot mini nukes for fun, but I'm looking for green paint. God damn it! Yeah. Like some of those missions just aren't cool. You just gotta do them anyway.
This is Fallout you're talking about?
Yeah.
Is that what you do? You parade into a town, just this behemoth.
Boom.
What do you need, sir? What do you need? Green paint. No, we can have this gun, but we don't have any green paint.
Yeah, I got the X series armor, which to me looks like the Covenant or the Enclave armor from the earlier games. I think I don't know what's cooler than that in this game, but
Desk fans are cooler
desk
than
fan.
that.
I was about to say I'm putting points into those perks now, so I can actually repair my power armor. Because right now I've just got a bunch of junked out power armor. So
Yeah,
I've seen some of the stuff that people have built, their settlements and their garages, and yeah, that's cool and everything. But this is a single player game. You're really just building that to show off. So I don't feel a need to do that.
Not
Like
really.
I leave
That's
my
like,
shit out in the rain because it's video game rain.
That's like, well, I do too, but it's like also it's like Sims though. Like, you know, if you sometimes you just want to build some shit. Like I built a bar. I don't know, I just was bored and just built a bar because I had all the shit, and then I like wired it up, and I was like, cool, and that's my bar now. Like I just put it on my house, and I was like, all right. I mean, it's not like I didn't go out specifically to build this bar, but I got bored one day and it's there in the game, kept me playing, I guess. But yeah,
Kind of with Kyle, like I don't know the purpose of it. Like I don't know, like I like Minecraft, I actually do, and you know, building stuff, it seems to make sense, and it has some utility in that, like you have a place to sleep and protect yourself from the bad guys. But in Fallout, does it have any utility? Is there a reason you might want to?
All I
You
really
get
need is a
benefits,
box
don't you?
to store my shit.
You get benefits where like your community is happy and they like. Do they
Yeah.
give you anything for that?
You can get caps. You can. I think you can assign workers to like farm and stuff and get caps. But like, I got endless caps. I got all my
And food.
scrounger perks. Like I don't need food. None of the things that would be provided by it or can't be acquired by going out and killing people and taking it. Which is.
But it's a different play style. Like
It
you're
is.
like
That's true.
our play style is definitely gonna be more like I know people that just blaze through the main missions and like they beat the game. I have gone through 2 main missions and I'm level 18 now. Like, you know, just exploring and killing things. Like that's what I want to do. But there's also like my girlfriend straight up is building a fucking town. Like she wants to build a town and support it. So like it's like, you know, okay, different things, okay. But
Oh,
yeah.
that sounds so boring.
I know, right? I
Really?
mean, she
Oh,
murders
little
things, but
Ted
Now,
isn't
one thing I
happy.
have seen, people will build really high towers, and they'll
Big
have like a
dicks.
sniper's perch, and the views from up there are like, you know, because it's higher than anything else that exists in the game. The views from up there are really beautiful,
Awesome.
and you know, shooting stuff from up there is fun too.
Somebody
So I
built
would
a
be.
big cock.
Can you
with
cheese
LED
from up there?
panels.
Oh yeah, definitely so.
I
And
like
you know, you
games where cheesing is like not only allowed but kind of like, you know, you're smart for doing that. It's not like you bitch like camping in COD. It's like, yeah, you figured out a nice little place in that minivan back seat where that robot can't find you. Like it'd be nice if you could do that in Zombies a little more.
I would
Chiz
love
needed
that,
to do
yes.
some of that instead of starting that train last night with Cthulhu in it with him. Which
I was in there too. Yeah,
You were-
Chiz. All right, Chiz is a pretty slick player. I think I'm getting pretty good at squirming around the zombies. This is what Chiz did. So I get down because I ran up into a room that didn't have an exit, and and Chip comes up there to pick me up, and so he picks me up, and he's like, all right, as soon as you get up, sprint into the train car, and we'll take off and leave the Cthulhu and the zombies
That
behind.
was so impressive.
We run, jump in the train car. I get downed immediately because the Cthulhu jumps in the train car with us. But before Chip can get away, the train car takes off. So we're on this monorail thing, train whatever, going around the map. Me downed, Chip up, and the Cthulhu just running back and forth, slamming.
It's
and he's
one train car, if you guys haven't seen this. And Chip is like juking and ducking around the Cthulhu. I said
the
it
was
right.
very
Cthulhu is
impressed.
as
And he
wide
survived.
as the train car.
Yeah.
So he's just
Holy
having
shit.
to like do a little slide.
He survived
And Kyle's
the whole
down.
trip.
So he single-handedly didn't he kill the Cthulhu in the?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he killed
He
him.
took
And then
out
he
the
picked me up.
Cthulhu, revived Kyle, and they kept. It was that train car with a Cthulhu in it was instant death for 95% of players. And,
Yeah, it was amazing because I'm laying there all like
You're doing nothing.
sitting on my ass, like maybe I'll distract him, or maybe I can like block him with my body,
Uh-huh.
flip and go. But no, like he, I don't know how he survived the train ride. I want to see somebody else attempt that one. Get on the train with the Cthulhu and make the full journey and hop out alive.
Earlier in the night, he brought a zombie on the train with him and just juked the zombie. Like, he didn't even shoot at it. He just juked the zombie the entire trip and then hopped off, which was impressive because it kind of goes against my argument of, like, you know, it's kind of tough for me because I can't kill anything with my bad guns. It's hard to stay alive. But he probably would do better at it.
Yeah. You lost a 1v1 early, but, you know, he had established.
I was telling him, so It was like round 2 or something, and he was in a 1v1, and whatever happened, he got stuck, whatever,
Yeah,
and got knocked down. And I was like, I think there's only like 30 total zombie models. Like, they're in hell right now, and that one is telling the story. He's got them all. He's like, gather around, gather around. I went up there, ran into Ron Perlman again, just me and him. Whooped his fucking ass. Whooped his ass. He had to bring Heather Graham over to take me out.
He got 2 kills,
count.
right? Remember, he killed someone else. That was part of the story. You were telling it.
He got 2.
He got me and another one of us 4. He downed both of us. It was either Taylor or
Might have been
Chiz.
Chiz early.
Yeah, and that was this. It was like I took out 2 of them. 2 of them. Round 2, took out 2 guys, and I think he was the only guy left. If not, he was like one of 3. Like it was really towards the end,
Yeah,
and I didn't take him as seriously as I should have.
So yeah, I'm really enjoying COD Zombies. I'm just completely addicted to Fallout 4.
Yep.
And I've played a good bit of the multiplayer in COD, and
Ugh,
I like
man,
it.
it's
Fun.
we're just getting our asses pumped every night as we're trying to
Dude,
play.
it's so hard to be good. I don't know if I just lost my shit because I could go back right now, despite playing, because we did the race before that. Like, I could have probably gone back on COD 4 and dropped a 40 bomb without an issue. Just done it, But I hop up on this game and I can't do 2.0 KD. I get lucky at a 1.5 like as an average. It's
I feel
and
better
that's
now.
me sweating.
yeah.
Like,
We're playing TDM, and occasionally, like our good games. Like, what was my good game last night? Like a 20 and 8 or something like
Yeah,
that.
you got 20
That's-
plus.
Yeah, dropping
feel
20
good
kills in
about that,
TDM
yeah.
is hard.
But most of the time, it's me and Kyle in there, and it's like I'll go 9 and 8, and he'll go 7
Might be
and
7.
5, or
or 7 and 11. That could easily happen. I go negative regularly.
I don't know what it is, man.
it's in
it's
every
tough.
other thing. We are not
We're washed.
consistent at all. Like our
We're
KD is
washed.
like 1, but we rarely go like 10 and 10. It's like we'll go 3 and 14, and then the next game it'll be like 2 in a
14
row,
and 3?
like 14 and 3. Like
Yeah.
just no consistency. We have to leave lobbies when a really good guy comes in. 'Cause it's like, all right, well, I know my limits.
Yeah, you don't. Every now and then you'll run into like a party of 3 or 4 or something like that. It's like, we got to leave. Like we'll just get stomped if we. I'll tell you what. On the XM rocket launcher, I've got the Policia camo unlocked for it. You got to do like 150 kill streak kills to get that. It's I shoot down so much air support now just to stay alive in that game. My favorite tactic that I've the only one I can really employ to consistent wins is camping. Getting the haymaker and a mine and enough and like awareness perks to know when they're coming, and just holding down a house or something like that. Because if we go out and run and gun, it's 1-to-1 KD. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
That's all we try to do most of the time now is you'll be like, all right, house to the left, get the haymaker, and then you post up at the stairs, and I am at the top of the stairs, and we just wait. And usually, best case scenario, it's like, guy right to your left, got him. Guy right next to you, got him. Guy up there, fuck. All right, well.
Start over. New house.
New house. Find another building. Like, best case scenario, you get 3 people there.
My
Between
thing
two
is,
of us.
I don't feel like it's Call of Duty with all the crazy taunts and the robot characters and all the special abilities sometimes. Like
Ninja boot camp.
the grenade launcher specialist package, like that makes sense, right? Yeah, give me a super noob tube. That's Call of Duty. But then this guy's invisible over there running around, and he's legit invisible. He's hard to see. Or the one guy that turns into like 4 versions of him that all glow gold and scatter, and you're like, don't know which one to shoot, and I never shoot the right one. The bow and arrow guy, I don't mind. That's definitely a skillful thing. I'm not very good with it. And the grenade, the revolver too, the high-powered one. But some of those specialist packages are pretty fucking OP, it feels like, and you get them so regularly. I get 2 or 3 a game, and
Really?
we've been talking about how poor we are at the game.
Have
If I
you
get
used
9
the
kills, I
Purifier?
get 2 nade launchers.
Yeah.
Have you used the Purifier? Because that one might change
that the
your
arm
idea.
cannon?
Flamethrower?
No, the flamethrower.
No, but we've gotten
Alright.
killed a lot by it.
So here's the deal with that. Like I feel like the earlier on ones, like the bow and arrow, and Seraph, who's the pistol. I feel like I could get them easily twice a game if I'm having an average game, and if I'm going off three times, sure. But the Purifier is a 1.5 to 2 times a game, like if I'm doing well, and that thing has some drawbacks. But at the same time, if you if you touch somebody with that flame, they are gone. They are dead, and that's it. It is so fun to use, but I feel like it actually has its drawback versus some of the other ones. I feel like the earlier ones, the Seraph with the golden gun, pretty much, I can kill 6 people just by aiming well. It's not like the same with the grenade.
You can
launcher.
aim well.
No, I lost
Wow.
it, man. I'm
Ooh,
bad
la
now.
di da. You know?
Must be nice. No, I'm fucking garbage now.
Dude,
I'm just saying.
that grenade launcher, like when I spawn with that thing in TDM, I immediately check my mini map, figure out where my guys are, assume where they are, aim it
Launch
straight up in the air, and I go doom, 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 left to right until it's completely empty. That way I know I get to shoot them all. Nobody's gonna kill me before I get rid of this thing. And I often get a double kill, just like spamming them across the map, because each shot is 3 grenades. And you got like 6 of them or something like that.
So
So
it's
you're
like
throwing
18
18 explosions randomly on the map. You'll get a kill every now and then. And then you're like right back in the game with your
It's
AR.
kind of like having an airstrike.
Yeah.
Almost, yeah. It's better than the dart. The dart is a low-end kill streak, and you got a little drone in your hand. It's like a paper airplane. You're like, shoop! And then you pull a thing out, and you're in control of it. It is so hard to control. It feels like you're always like, oh, God, don't hit the trees. Oh, where am I now? Oh, and you're just doing this, and it's...
You wouldn't just go up and use it like a predator?
I mean, you can.
It doesn't feel a predator feels smooth,
Yep.
but this feels like you're actually fighting to fly something that's not good at flying, and it shoots missiles. And when you shoot the missile, it's like oh, that really affected my aerodynamics. It's difficult, and I've
Yeah.
only gotten 3 of them, so like I'm certainly not an expert, but all 3 of them failed. Haven't figured it out yet.
I like
All
it.
of our
It's not
cool
that bad.
kills.
You guys are flat out scaring me off of multiplayer.
Oh no, you need to come on and play with
Yeah,
us.
hop on
Like,
with us. It won't
I
matter.
will.
We're
The
gonna
challenge
lose.
is, so what happens is we'll start playing zombies at like 11, and it might be 1:30 when the zombies round is over, and it's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, we do play late sometimes. I'm down to play anytime though, virtually.
Yeah. Chiz was up all night, I think. So I know after I was done, he worked, I think.
No, he went to bed early.
Did he?
He told us he did, because like
No, he told you he had stuff to do.
Yeah, he said he
think-
was going to work on something, and then I was playing Zombies real late
think
last
that's
night, and I checked, and it was like Dr. Chiz, level 10 on the Giant. And I'm like, this fucker's trying to get more kills than me on the leaderboard. So
He
I
was-
hop on.
so
and I'm
at-
like,
5
So he
a.m.
played zombies last night?
I didn't know there was a kill leaderboard to fight for.
So he was
Yeah,
up at
he's got, like,
4:30. He
3,000
did some work. My wife took the kids to school, or Hope to school or something. At 7 a.m., he was out walking, like exercising or something. And I'm like, I don't understand his
Bit of
sleep
vlog.
schedule at all. I don't understand. I don't know. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Try playing a non-resp, or try playing like an objective game mode if you're getting your ass beat in TDM. I can't play TDM because I don't know. Like I can, when you say you look at the minimap, you're like, they're in this quarter. Like if you just play your camp on like B and C, you know where they are no matter what. Like they're there. I don't like. I mean, I always have trouble with TDM. I can't do well, but
You know, that's true.
domination, that shit
I'd be
is super
down.
easy.
Yeah, I'd be down for some Dom or even ground war. Get some more enemies out
Oh
there. so
yeah,
it's
some
random.
ground war.
Yeah.
I tried Ground War, and it was really stressful. And so just decided to go back.
I like
The-
the air support in this game. I feel like it's very powerful, and there's a quad-barreled rocket launcher. So even the crazy shit that takes multiple rockets, you can be like, not today. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people shooting down air support. And those wraps, I've gotten wraps twice out of a care package. These big balls that just roll around looking for bad guys, and they explode when they get close enough. And I looked last night. I called wraps in from a care package, and Taylor's running behind 4 of my balls, just like they're leading the charge for him. And everybody's trying to shoot the balls, so he gets to shoot them as they're unfocused. And I like that. And that's an early kill streak, like maybe 10 or 12 kills, depending on the game
it's
mode.
good though. Like I really because the balls had been called in against Kyle and I at one point, like maybe like a week ago, and we didn't know what they were, and we were just getting fucked by them, just like trying to shoot it, and another one comes in from the side. And so when Kyle called it in for the first time, not that other time, I thought that like they were my vanguard, that I was like the general, like commanding them. So I was running behind them, like trying to get kills, and the first guy that pops around the corner just shoots like 4 of the balls and then kills me. I'm like, well, god damn it! Like, how does this work? Like,
There's some tough competition out there. It feels like I rarely run into a guy who's like having trouble controlling his character,
Yeah.
like I run into I get sound hoard a lot in TDM. I see that happen all the time. I'll watch the kill cam and the guy was going this way, and then he's just like, whoa, fucking turns around and like comes straight to me, and he's either seeing me on UAV. I keep UAVs down the whole game, or so he's got to be sound whoring me, and I'll look. Oh yeah, he's got fucking awareness on. They're sound whoring me in TDM. Like just
the
real tryhards.
The population got better in COD. Like my channel started off as tips and tricks, and then I just felt like half of the tips I recommended people already knew, and they don't like hearing what they already know. And
well,
then,
what about grenades and
That's
zombies?
why you're washed. Man.
and then and then I watched
Native
T Mart's
Zombies
channel
grenades,
too,
man.
right? And T Mart
Yeah.
would do, he was like the tips and tricks guy, jumps in spots, and it seemed like people knew a lot of his jumps and spots already. The whole population's gotten way better.
It's also the amount of people like spreading the info. So like I just saw Trevor get called out for not confirmed, but get like on Reddit for like taking their tips and using it in videos without like proper credit or whatever. But it's just like the sheer amount of places that you can find info, whether it's like Twitter or Facebook or Reddit or whatever you want. It's not just YouTube anymore. You'd go to YouTube to find these tips and tricks. Now you just kind of go there for the video proof of these tips and tricks. Like somebody will say like, I found a cool spot, like throw a nade from B flag to C and it'll land in the house. And you're like, okay. But I mean, I just feel like the availability of info is definitely spurring people to like, there's more ways they can find out other than YouTube now. Like,
yeah, and sometimes you're like almost indirectly guilty of that. Like I've had a time where I was accused of stealing a tip from Reddit, but it actually came from my YouTube messages.
Yeah,
and it could very well have come from Reddit, and I didn't know.
That's what Trevor said, and nobody gave him shit after he explained. Like Reddit is not like a sole source of it, like brand new ideas. It's where people post ideas they've heard of as well. So it could be the first spot, it could be the last spot that people check, whatever.
Yeah. How was the race, man?
Dude, it was awesome. It went really well this year. I mean, you always get that like crowd of people that are like, the race is all about max prestige, and we were like, one time it was, the rest of the time it was for charity. But we ended up raising $450,000 for the Call of Duty endowment, which was sick, and definitely way more than we thought we were even going to do because our goal was $25,000. So we kind of did a little better than that.
A little.
That's
The
a
Call
lot.
of Duty endowment, I think someone was explaining it to me that it finds jobs for veterans. Does that sound right?
Yeah. The gist of it is it helps get veterans the tools they need to get jobs themselves. So basically, it's a nonprofit that gives them like resources for job interviews, how to take interviews, resume building, like the stuff that you would normally get if you went to career counseling at your college, but they don't have it because they're in the military, as well as connecting them with companies that are more likely to hire veterans.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Yeah, that's great, man. So you
definitely
just
a good
played COD. I saw everybody tweeting about it for a while. So you just sit there and play COD for how long?
5.5 days, so almost 6 days, 24/7, 4-hour shifts rotating.
Every
So-
time someone would they do donations and make PKA things about it, it would like show up on.
I saw like Jericho confirmed for PKA in 2 weeks. Like, what about Vonderhaar? Vonderhaar said no, and everybody's like, no. Yeah. No, we had a bunch of people asking about PKA and just
Or there,
shit.
I don't know. I think someone did a donation in the name of Rape Squad Killas at one point.
Yes,
and,
they
like,
did, which
stuff.
we didn't read out loud. Like, I didn't feel comfortable reading Rape Squad.
Oh,
Killer.
we got a little cash from the Rape Squad Killers. Oh, nice group of guys. Very charitable.
Thank you.
When they're not doing the
Yep.
rape and the killing.
I'm a little glad that I wasn't around for that rape.
So that you're
talk.
not technically a Rape Squad killer.
So that it's like, hey, hoo-hoo. When
Not
this all
me.
comes crashing and burning, I'll just slink into the mist and then.
known as the Rape Squad Killers.
Yeah.
like that nightly news report.
Yeah, that news voice.
Yes.
Who
Internet
call
group
themselves the
Rape Squad Killers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! It was the one time. Like it's just.
Yeah.
People
what?
changed that into their clan tag when we were playing last night. Like,
Yeah.
I figured, why don't just do PKA? Take rape out of it. Like,
Lozon,
Yeah,
that was
that's
his.
been-
we're not
a
built
lot.
for it.
He had a strong recommendation. He's like, you have got to get rape out of your branding. And I was like, it's a joke. He's like, you don't know. Like someday you'll be interviewing for some guy whose sister faced that problem, and you'll be sunk. And it's like, yeah, I guess your rape is just bad branding.
It's,
Yeah.
it's the arguably the worst. I'd rather be like the genocide Nazi squad than rape squad killers.
Yeah, what's worse than being a rapist is like even being a Ku Klux Klan member is not as bad. Like
I
they
have
probably spit on rapists.
kitty
I have a
fuckers.
thing.
Yeah, even
Dude,
the
I mean-
PKA is like, well, that
You're
guy's
the
got
kitty fuckers.
that
We're
segues
changing.
into Jared, right? He had 2
Oh yay, child porn.
Yeah, he had 2 terabytes of child porn.
That's a lot of storage. Can you as being a from a background of tech network engineering, how many images and videos of
Right.
child porn is 2 terabytes?
Let's just say
on
that
phone.
an HD
Yeah, you're
movie
right.
is between 2 and 3 gigabytes, right? Does that sound right? Like when you download an hour and a half long movie,
Yeah.
it's about 2 gigabytes. So let's work with that. And that's HD, by the way. So, shit. 2
I'm
goes
sure
into
it's
1,000.
not
All right,
That's
all right, my
500
Thousands of
movies, right?
yeah.
That's like 750 hours worth of HD child porn, roughly. That's a
He
lot.
was not sitting on like a couple images.
Yeah.
This was no
Yeah.
like I accidentally downloaded a folder. This was
Right?
like,
It wasn't a thumbnail from
years.
4chan that's like
I
in his
accidentally
cache.
downloaded it. It took 4 weeks, but I accidentally downloaded all this child porn.
and on
Jared
top
was not dabbling. In this.
of- no.
No,
It was
he's
a
like a,
premeditated thing.
and
And he had sex with a 16-year-old, which it wasn't as big of a deal to me, even though she was a 16-year-old prostitute, it seems. I think that makes it better, right? Would you
Yeah.
rather get caught fucking a 16-year-old cheerleader or a 16-year-old prostitute?
right?
Definitely
Okay,
the
it's just
Definitely the
a war.
prostitute.
I mean,
and I feel like in Europe
prostitute.
that shucks, I'm gonna
Oh, maybe
don't
not,
take my
though,
legal
because the
advice, but
prostitute's being pimped by somebody and kind of forced into it,
Oh,
while the
that's-
cheerleader can give more consent.
Okay, I changed my
if
mind
there's
already.
kids- yeah,
I don't know. I
yeah.
really want to
Oh,
fuck both and make up my own mind.
Well, let's see what the justice system thinks about it and fuck them both.
What was I saying?
Yeah,
I think in
let's
Europe,
start by
16
fucking
is you're good to go. You can
Lots of
consent.
states in
Yeah,
the United
states.
States, 16 good to go.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, I think
I'm
I am
told.
too. I think that if you're if you're
Oh,
16, you're
wouldn't
good
I
to
didn't know that.
consent. If you're below 16, you have to be within 4 years to consent, and below like 13 or 14, you can't consent at all. Something crazy like
In
that.
some states you can with parental permission. You don't have those forms. It's a 7-4
Yes,
A
you
form.
can.
I
My
travel
son.
with those. Okay, I'm ready. There was a kind of a thing like that on the new South part where like the PC guys, like they have a fraternity that they're the PC fraternity, the Greek alphabet and everything,
Yeah.
and they
Phi
they all
Kappa.
have sex, and then the next morning, like the PC principal's walking through getting consent forms from the guys. He's like, if you scored, let me get your consent forms. Like, whoa, Johnson, did you perform cunnilingus last night? That's a separate form. Like they're hitting, it's all about political correctness. And so like one of the guys is hitting on a girl, and he's like, I'd totally love to take you upstairs and crush your pussy. How would you feel about that? And she's like, I'm not really sure. He's like, I'm going to need affirmative consent from you right now. I need you to say, yes, I would like you to take me upstairs and crush my pussy. like, they're talking about microaggressions and all that shit. I love this season of South Park. And now the overarching storyline has been revealed, and we've got 2 more episodes to like meet this out. You got Mr. Garrison heading back home from Washington. to literally
Spoilers!
fuck the problem.
Stop it!
up.
I really
give
wanna
anything
watch
away.
this now.
I
Give
Ah.
anything away.
I need
dude,
to watch that after this.
I have a
didn't know the next one came out.
microaggression thing. Did you see the Apple guy is in hot water right now?
Which Apple guy?
Tim Cook?
No, okay. It's an Apple guy I've never heard of before.
Wait,
What does he do?
Apparently, he's in charge of this online streaming service that they have. There was like a Beats one they're canceling, and now Apple Music. Is that what it's called, Tucker? Apple Music?
Yeah, it's Apple Music.
And they have a new kind of like automated playlist. It's
Oh, Jimmy Levine or Love it. He was the CEO of like Interscope Records too.
okay. And this was his big mistake. He said that there are a lot of women who have a hard time finding music that they like. So they're coming up with this service, and it'll like suggest music to them. And I heard that and thought, dude, that's really cool to me, because I have a hard time finding music. Like my Spotify playlist for me is so stale. I've been listening to it forever. I don't think I have any songs on there more than like 3 years old or less than 3 years old. Like I really need something recommended to me. And I've tried. Oh, by the way, if you're watching this,
I thought you just used Hope's playlist. Like based on what I've heard, I thought that was your daughter's music. That's yours. You picked that shit.
So if you're watching this and you have like playlists that someone maintains in Spotify that you'd think I like, we all know I like girl music, then post it or something. Like say, Woody, here's a way for you to find good music. Because whenever I listen to like the Spotify like top 100 US or something, I feel like I don't like it. You know?
Do you not use Pandora?
No.
Holy shit, dude. Okay.
Do you think that's the way to go?
I prefer Pandora. If I'm gonna like have music playing in the house.
But Spotify lets you choose the song.
No, listen. So if you're trying to discover music that is around the same interest, and it sounds like you have a pretty set idea, so could you pull off 5 songs off the top of your head that are the ideal example of what you like?
Call Me Maybe, Raise Your Glass by Pink, Shake It Off by Taylor Swift, right?
Oh my god.
You already
so
like
much
no,
Pink. So much Pink.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
so
a
now
pop song.
literally
She's talking about fighting like, you know, like female stereotypes
Na, na,
and
na,
like,
na,
dealing
na,
with cheating
na.
boyfriends. And he's like, yeah. Fuck yeah, going about my day.
dude.
Doing whatever his day is, like getting pumped to Pink. She's talking about her period and like dealing with her boss, and he's like, I know how it feels, girlfriend.
I'm so gay for a straight guy.
But yeah, you can start with 1 song or 5 or whatever, and it's really easy if you like more mainstream music, and it'll take anything from like the tempo of the song to like a lead female singer with this kind of beat in it, and it'll basically, it's like radio. It'll play you songs that are similar to that in some vein.
I used to listen to Pandora, and I actually know a lot of this, but it didn't let you pick a song. Like, you'd tell it, like, dude, I totally love Pink, and then it would play everything but your fucking favorite song.
So what you use it for is for finding artists and songs that you like but haven't heard of, and then you go to Spotify or SoundCloud or YouTube, and you go, oh, I didn't know I like, Tuvlo. And then you go to Spotify and you search Tuvlo, you got all of her music, and you go, oh shit, I like all of these. You throw them back into Pandora, you make your playlist, and then Pandora helps you discover new music while you get it from Spotify.
Maybe I should give Pandora, because I pay for Spotify to get it ad-free, because I play music when I live stream, and I really don't like playing. Like, it seems unprofessional to have ads in a live stream. And but for Spotify, I don't pay for Pandora, and there's ads. Maybe I should just go through it.
I mean, I think it's like every 4 songs maybe, and so I mean it's like a 30-second shitty Cintas working apparel, and you're like, cool.
I feel like it's a place that Spotify is falling down. Like, they don't help me find new music. They let me listen to whatever I want. I just don't know it. But anyway, back to the Apple guy. Apparently saying that, I forget if he said women or girls, but whatever. Like, I think he said women. Women are having a hard time finding music. And he described this scenario where they're like hanging out and talking to each other about different things, and they want music for that event. And, now we have playlists, and it'll help them find it. And everyone got really mad. Like, I don't need you to mansplain music to me and stuff like that. And I
don't need you to explain or provide this optional service tailored to my needs, sir. Like, how much of a pretentious little spoiled brat do you have to be to throw a fit about something like that?
Mansplain it to me. I'm not hurt at all. Microaggressions, dude. I've been on the microaggression train for like 10 years. Like, at Cisco, they taught us.
HR thing. A lot of meetings.
They sounds like it. His calves, man.
We went to. I
sexual
had training in microaggressions, and it wasn't a boy-girl thing or race thing at the time. It was just like, like, hey, if I'm talking to you, like even if I'm like, they'd say, look, if you're IMing someone and you're multitasking, you take a while to go back, that's a little microaggression, right? Someone's on the other side, like, oh, damn it. If you're in my cube talking to me, and I got like one eye on you and one eye on my email, like, that's a microaggression. You might not think of this, but you're really kind of telling that guy he's not as important as, whatever else it is that you're looking at. And they just kind of made you aware of all these little microaggressions. And now I'm hearing microaggression is like a PC thing. I'm like, it's being totally rephrased for me.
Dude, the safe space shit. Have you seen this stuff?
I'm pissed about it. Yeah,
infuriated.
And I'll tell you, I should let you finish. Go on.
No, I like where you're probably going to agree with me. Go.
Here's the thing. I feel like a lot of these groups who are looking for diversity are actually looking for more of me. Right? Not
Yeah.
me, but the people who they're not saying I wanted to be treated equal. They're saying we need more of me in this job, right? Whatever you are, you could be a girl, you could be black, you could be white, you could be, we need more gingers in here. It's all like we need more of me. More of me, more of me, more of me. And they're never like saying like, hey, something seems unfair. It's always like the University of Missouri thing, right? They're straight up saying we need more black people hired into these jobs. It should be just a qualification-based thing. If they have some kind of proof that they're under hiring, some level of, look, all the PhD grads of history majors represent like 12% of the total, yet we seem to have 6% on staff. What's the scoop here? Explain that away. But no, they're just saying more black people, more of this, more of that.
We don't care where they are, just like placate us so we don't throw a fit and so our football team doesn't quit in the middle of the season. Oh, God forbid you lose again. Oh, God forbid you
I want to
suck
see
the rest of this year.
I want to see the people in charge take tough stances on this sort of thing. Just be like, if you don't like it, get the
They won't.
fuck out.
It's not necessarily even like that. That's the most obnoxious. What's obnoxious to me is there was one. I guess it was Yale. It was something like students going in to library and harassing other students who are studying for an exam, and like, can you guys please leave? Like, we're trying to study, and they're saying like, "Fuck you, you like pretentious, gifted like bitch for taking your education seriously." Like, it was.
That was the Black Lives Matter people in Dartmouth, I think.
Dartmouth, yeah.
So it's like it's more like
I hate the Black Lives Matter people.
because
Racist!
they're not actually.
I hate them more than ISIS.
Yeah. Wow. Jesus Christ. Well, what a statement.
There's the memes. Hey, when you make your meme, I want to be out of the picture.
Go
ahead, meme away.
Look, I hate them more than ISIS. At least ISIS has
Is that
a clear
the hill
mission.
you want to die on?
Go on.
I mean, yeah.
No, let him go. Okay.
He's gonna do this. He's already halfway out there. Just wait for it. No, like at least with ISIS, you know what you're dealing with. Like they're as misguided and horrible as they are. We know what they want and where they're heading and why they feel that way. These Black Lives Matter people are just the worst kind of people who they're like, I hate anyone who's intolerant of race and white people. It's what the fuck are you doing? Like you are the epitome of what you claim to hate. You hate white people. You are a black supremacist. That's what you are, motherfucker. Fuck you, you black supremacist. You are a racist, not me. I like all the races. I wish we could all get along in some sort of Martin Luther King, children holding hands and singing kind of thing. You, on the other hand, are like, fuck Whitey. Like, you suck. Fuck you.
I'm an employer.
They're going out of their way. Like, every little story that I hear about it, like, it started with, like, perceived injustices where it's like, hey, this guy sold a cigarette, and then he got, slammed on the ground, and he died because of it, and there were still people saying, like, oh, well, that was just, the police should have done that. Oh, they shouldn't. And now they've just co-opted any and all case where a black person is victimized. Even it was like a black guy assaulted his girlfriend and then assaulted the cops when they arrived, and they were protesting that. That guy's it's like that guy shouldn't have been shot. It's like, well, maybe pull it back and be a little more selective in your screening process, because this is reflecting poorly on all of you. Like,
yeah, it's like it's really kind of unfortunate, because you understand that there's probably at the very start of this, like, the people that made this movement were probably like very in tune with, like, we're out here to help. Not the people that are on it now, but whoever the initial, like, probably 5 people are like, we want to do something that actually helps in a way that actually benefits people in, like, a socio. All right, there's a group that's getting the majority is getting hurt because of this smaller, like, stupid ass group. Like, the majority that's actually a movement that's trying to make some meaningful changes.
I can't get on board with the majority of Black Lives Matter are, like, well thought out. Like, everything I see.
No. All of them, the vast majority are idiots. I'm saying that the greater movement, that is not Black Lives Matter, but just the social like injustice movement for that group is getting shit on by these absolute idiots.
Like when
I cannot stand.
They shut down and bullied Bernie Sanders, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Why?
Yeah.
Why
This guy
Sanders?
literally marched with Martin Luther King.
He's the only one out of all of them that has done anything to support these
top
people.
of the peak, and you stupid fucks picked on him because he's old and white. You are racist, stupid fucks. Because if he was black, you wouldn't have done it. If he was black with that track record, you would have been.
Dr. Carson?
He's done more
out-
for black people than Jesse Jackson has.
Yeah, it turned out poorly when they picketed Bernie for both parties, and so I didn't mind it as much because it made them look like jackasses, and it made Bernie look like a feeble little wiener where he's like, yeah, you can finish your point. I don't have any backbone. Oh, clearly, come up here and you talk. Like, instead of being like
George
Trump its
Bush.
own where it's like,
George Bush
no,
would've
you
been-
will not talk because
He probably would
people
have punched somebody.
George Bush would have been over there. He'd have like whispered in somebody's ear, and they'd have had the fire hoses on those motherfuckers. 30 seconds later, hose them
As
down.
fucked up as Bush is, he would not have been bullied by those guys.
Fool me once, shame
You don't
on me.
Yeah.
You don't think George Bush would beat up an overweight black woman in a heartbeat? It wouldn't be his first either. He's whipped many a cook. I'm sure.
While he was kissing a white baby, you know.
So, but yeah, the social injustice thing that's happening right now, people getting upset over nothing, demanding safe spaces, asking for things that aren't equal, right? Like I think it's University of Missouri, but I could have it wrong. But they're all mixed up in my head. They're literally asking for a black-only safe space. Flip that around and make it a whites-only area, and you can see how ridiculous that is.
I mean, that's always been the thing with like, I mean, that's just the issue with them using safe space as a word to mean like no opposing views versus safe space being. When I heard it, I was like, yeah, dude, a safe space where everybody can say anything that they want without fear of repercussion in this day and age sounds sick. And then I read into it, and I was like, fuck, it's the exact opposite.
Yeah, this is different than the circle. This is a safe space. The safe circle is where we're in the tree and like meet the parents, and we can all talk and express our feelings and our feelings, not just our
Whatever they
beliefs,
might be,
but what we're feeling about a thing right there in the moment, the raw emotion. We can express that and then analyze it and see what actually, let's do a little self-analyzation there, and we can all have a free, open discussion about what things mean to us. But they're talking about the exact opposite of that. They're taking
literally the exact
what's the opposite of a safe? They're talking about a dangerous place.
You know what?
Yeah, it's what
PKA is a safe
Echo
space.
chamber.
On
It's an echo
PKA,
chamber.
we say ridiculous shit. This is a safe space.
But like a safe space, as far as they're defining it, is like it's a space for like-minded people where everybody has their finger on the button, ready to let it implode at the first sight of something that they don't like. And then the safe space the parameters have to be reevaluated to include whatever they need in there. And then if something else happens or somebody's offended, they hit their button and, well, now we can't have black licorice in here. We need to only have Twizzlers. We think that's subjugating you. You don't eat black things. That's racist. And so you move that away. No more those black tortilla chips. Only the red and white
I
ones.
love those.
Really? Those are the worst.
I like them.
They're the only ones robust enough to stand up to some like heavy salsa,
It's the blue
like
corn,
they're not gonna crack under pressure.
They're the only ones robust.
The integrity
honestly,
of
the
that
best
chip is
died.
fucking great.
Tostitos makes these fajita scoops that are the best out there.
Dude, listen, I'm gonna
delicious.
stop you here. I have a 30-minute video talking about
I'm
chips
gonna let you
and how
finish.
fucked it is. All right. Why do we not have small bite-sized circle chips? Why are the chips triangles that cut the corner of you can't eat one of those big chips in one bite. And
Well, the
those
scoops are.
No, they're like a frag grenade of shards in your mouth. They're like,
That's
why
true.
would you? It's like if I wanted to
You're
shred
eating
my
them all.
mouth, Captain Crunch. Okay, I don't.
You put them.
Thank you so much for
put 'em
coming on the
down
show,
on
Tucker.
your
This is
tongue.
awesome.
Shit, man.
Frag
No,
grenade.
he's
Because you know how to eat chips.
Every time you scoop with those, it's just like a little mini bowl. You can't. There's no comfortable way to bite it. Am I going to kind of go in edgewise
Flip it
and then
upside down
stumble
on your
over
tongue.
myself like a retarded person, or do I shove the whole thing in my mouth and then deal with the sharp edges coming down on the top of the roof of my mouth? There's no way
flip
to
it
do it.
upside down. You go in, you flip it upside
Oh,
down on
you
your
stab
tongue.
your flesh.
Then when
Get
you
off
bite,
that
Eat
it's
tongue.
monkey bars or go like, oh, I'm just having a good time at this party. Oh,
Do you stick
You
your
need
tongue
more
out to
viscous
do this? Or
tip.
you,
That's your problem.
I am a
more viscous tip.
I support small circle chips. They can do the job. and fit in your mouth in one bite
Tostitos
without cutting
rounds.
the corners. The
Like those
rounds are the
little
ideal.
corn
For me,
chips
They don't
by
need to be little
Sheen.
tiny ones.
I want smaller scoops. That's all. I think that's the perfect thing because I don't really. I'm not
those
interested.
Frito scoops?
I'm not interested in a salsa-less chip. Right, that's just not my style. I don't eat chips without salsa. So I want the scoops just a little smaller, so that I can more like I should be able to. If it were half the size, I could bite it with one half of my mouth, break them up into manageable pieces.
I wish the chips came in a long stick that I could hold like a spoon, and every time I scooped more and ate it, it continued to be.
Oh, you double dipping
So
scum!
it was like so it was like a little
Right.
handle and then a trough almost. And you
Yes.
get a little on there, and then
Dude, you're onto something.
Do you know how broken they'd
and
be
you
in the
put
bag?
sections in it.
You need different packaging.
delete this episode. This is a business idea. Kyle, we're going in together.
No, you would
small.
need to package them like pretzel sticks, and then
Yeah.
you'd have a thing.
Like a
Yeah.
like a
We're
like
on
a
to something
trough.
here. Get the Fritos people on the phone, Marge.
That's a good
You're not
idea.
wrong.
I'd purchase that.
Yeah.
Come in a
Yeah.
Pringles can style
vibe.
thing.
We
You
could
get a
call
lot
them the
of-
double dippers.
the double dippers.
I have no problem with double dipping, like within my like family group or like me and my girlfriend, but like you don't double dip with like your girlfriend or
No,
something?
I have no problem with who I'm doing it with. It's the fact that you're leaving saliva in that can and you're gonna seal it up and then like I just don't want extra bacteria. Put
I
it in
don't
a
dip
bowl
into
and
the
double
can.
dip all you want.
You pour
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sauce into a dish.
Yes, as long as you can do that, that's fine. But sometimes I just eat out of the can. 'cause-
I only double dip if it's just for me.
really?
Otherwise, I might plan ahead and have the same
tell you
thing. I might break it and then dip each of those. That's
we
not a double dip.
we were at a Mexican restaurant one night with Jeremy, and Jeremy's oral hygiene leaves something to be desired, and so he bites the chip, and I'm watching him, right, like I need to know, and then he comes back in. It was a big chip, it was a big triangle chip at a Mexican restaurant. He bites the chip, goes back in, gets a big double scoop, and as he's putting it into his mouth, like it gets in his mouth, but he's holding his mouth over the bowl of salsa, and a little bit drips out of his mouth and back into the salsa, and I'm just like,
Wait,
all right, then.
more salsa.
What a salsa, por favor.
Oh my God.
No, I checked out, and I've also seen him. See, this happened to my cousin Scott. Like they went to Zaxby's, and Scott had like this big salad, this chicken salad. Jeremy coughs right into Scott's salad, and he just pushed it away. He's just like, never mind.
Never mind.
Guess
That
I
always
will-
set a precedent with double dipping where I do it. I do it proudly too. Most of the time, we're like, well, if you're the first one to take a dip, it's kind of like when you're skinny dipping. Someone has to be the first one to take their shorts off, which I'm also fine with doing that, being the first one. So you dip, you set the precedent.
I admire your
dip,
leadership.
You quickly do it again, and then everybody else knows, all right, as long as you're not gross, this is accepted.
Or they all think you're an ass. and
Or they
just
think
do
I'm an
whatever.
ass, but then I get more salsa because they won't eat it. So it's a win-win and a little lose, but mostly win.
Speaking of win-win,
Let's
you tell
talk
us
about
more?
Casper. Casper's an on-time retailer of premium mattresses for a fraction of the price. The mattress industry has inherently forced customers into paying notoriously high markups. Casper is revolutionizing the mattress industry by cutting the cost of dealing with resellers and showrooms and passing that savings directly to the consumer, while still being an American-made mattress. A Casper mattress provides resilience and long-lasting supportive comfort. Casper's mattress is one of a kind, a new hybrid mattress that combines premium latex foam with memory foam. Mattresses can often cost well over $1,500, but Casper mattresses cost between $500 for a twin-size mattress, $750 for a full-size, and $850 for a queen size, $950 for a king size if that matters to you. I need to do that. I'm stepping up to a king size, and I'm going to get a Casper mattress. Casper understands that buying a mattress online can have consumers wondering how this is possible. Well, buying a Casper mattress is completely risk-free. Casper offers free delivery and returns within a 100-day period. You can sleep on this thing for over 3 months and then send it back. It's that simple. Statistically, lying on a bed for four minutes in a showroom has no correlation to whether it's the right bed for you. That's why Casper has turned the buying process into a risk-free experience. Casper understands the importance of truly trying out a mattress that in all reality you spend a third of your life on. I'd spend a lot more than that, I know. Get $50 toward any mattress purchase by visiting Casper.com/PKA and using the code PKA at checkout. So if you're into the market for a new mattress, or if you know anyone who is, that's the way they can get a mattress pretty affordably. It's a cool memory foam / latex foam mattress, and we'll get you $50 off. So make sure you use our code.
Foam mattress is the only way to go, and online mattress buying is also the way to go. You go online, you go in real life, they charge you for delivery too. That really sucks. It shows up in a box, and you're like, what the fuck? This box is too small for a mattress.
It's
What did I get?
Backup sex doll. What's in there?
Right.
No, it's your new Casper mattress.
And if you've never bought a mattress before and you're going out on your own, you may be like, $950 for a king. That sounds expensive. Go to Mattress King or Mattress, Genie or whatever the fuck your local one is. You try and find a decent mattress for that price in there. You'll find one that you think is great, and then the douchey mattress salesman will come over and be like, you like this one? This is the Sleepy Time Plus. Only $3,900 for the twin. And it's like, oh, like, fuck yourself.
Finance
so
that?
true.
It's like, shit, you finance mattresses? Like, what,
Yeah.
what do you do if I...
And then we'll tax
Get
it,
a car.
and then we'll charge you $150 for delivery. And delivery is a shit experience that like ruins your doors and things because it's like full size. No, you got to buy it, and then it's in the box. You take it to the room, you cut the plastic on it, and this thing grows like a science experiment onto your bed, and then you're set, and it's amazing.
So I have a great story. This is be a wonderful segue for the audience. Most of you already know about this, but about a week ago, I'm going to say, me, Taylor, and Chiz were playing Zombies. It was the first time we played, and Chiz was getting a little deep in his cups, if you know what I mean. On Smirnoff Ice, it sounded like, or something.
What the fuck? Does Chip really drink Smirnoff Ice?
I'm just picking on Chip.
I
don't know
really
what
hope he doesn't.
I don't know what beverage he was enjoying
Chip
that night.
is over there getting drunk in the guest house.
I can't confirm that. I don't know. Is that against the rules?
No.
Did he break the rules?
I'll tell you.
So
Go on.
Let me lay this out for everyone.
Change topics later.
So after a few hours, Taylor and I were able to pick it out of Chiz that he's leaving Woody's house. He's heading back home. He's been there for 3 months at this point anyway. He had been there for 3 months. It's a little more now. And he said, like, yeah, I want to go back home, spend more time with my parents, this and that. He had a few reasons, and he was like, I don't know how to tell Woody though. And he's like, I'm gonna tell him tomorrow, so don't spoil it or anything. I want to like do this at an opportune time when he's not already upset about something or doesn't have a bunch of shit going on. So we're like, okay. So like 2 days pass by, and I'm like, I asked Taylor, I'm like, did he tell him? He's like, he told me he was going to tell him yesterday. And I was like, he told me he was going to tell him today. And then like a week went by. So finally, he told Woody that he's moving back home and everything. Shit. I feel like I forgot what made all this funny.
What made it funny is that the entire time that, like, me and Kyle were trolling him the whole time. I'm sure you were thinking of something else, but we were convincing him, like, slowly and steadily, like, that this wasn't going to go smooth for him. And it's like, oh, man, like, Woody is going to be so pissed. Like, he's going to be so mad about this whole thing. Like, how are you going to handle that? And he'd just be like, I don't know, man. Like, he's going to be so mad at me. And me and Kyle are like, man, I am not envious of your situation. You are walking into the devil's lair. Like,
I was thinking about telling Chiz that like I had a private conversation with Woody, and I had learned that Woody had contacted Chip's father and arranged to get power of attorney over him, like gonna declare him like a mentally incompetent, and fucking get power of attorney over him like Britney Spears' father, and like force him to stay at the place. Oh, I remember what made all this funny. So Chiz knows he's going to move, right? So he needs boxes to pack his shit up and ship it back home. So he has a big box delivered to the estate. And Woody and Jackie see the big box show up, and they don't know what's in it. So they're inquisitive. They ask just what was in the big box. He doesn't have an answer.
He doesn't.
How could he?
Jackie
How could
knew.
He have an answer? There was nothing he could say. So like Jackie was at first, I think was considered like, maybe it's a sex doll. Maybe he's got one of those real dolls. And Woody and I had this conversation before I learned all of this from Chiz later on about the box that showed up and how we think maybe it's a real doll. We don't know what he ordered. It's something big though. Dude. And me and Chiz are talking about this, and he's like, what was I gonna say? Like there's no possible answer.
Jackie sat. So Chiz sat on this information. He bought boxes because he goes home by bus, of course, and so he's shipping all his things home. And like 3 weeks before he told me these boxes arrived. And it was just a day or two, like after Chiz told us, Jackie's like, she put it all together. She's like, that box was a box of boxes. Chiz knew for 3 weeks, and he was sitting on this. And when he told me, he's like, don't feel bad. Even my dad only knew a week and a half ago, and he told me like Wednesday he's moving out Saturday. Like it was real tight, but.
Yeah, Chiz was a procrastinator for that because he told us like it was a set thing, and we just every night playing zombies like, did you tell Woody? Oh, he's gonna be so mad at you.
I don't know where that comes from. Like I'm never mad at anything.
No, we knew. Me and Kyle knew that you weren't gonna be mad at him, but it was funny to rile him up and just plant that seed of doubt and watch it fester.
Yeah, and like the night before, he had asked me to make a fire, which I enjoy the fires, but it's no one else takes any role in the fires. They all like sit back, and I have to like. It's mostly like construction.
Really? You telling me Chiz doesn't help with the fire?
It's true.
Daddy, Woody, make me a fire.
Yeah. It's like hours beforehand. I'm out there like cutting wood into fire-sized pieces and stacking it.
He doesn't help at all with the. This doesn't sound like Chiz. It sounds like an uncharacteristic thing.
It
he
is.
helped on the trip, right?
No, not once ever. No.
So he wanted to do a fire, and one, I think it had rained the day before, so it wasn't going to burn as well. And two, like the whole family was in our pajamas, just like watching TV together. So the next day, I made the fire that he wanted, and that's when he told me. And he's like, "In my defense, I wanted to have a fire before." And I'm like, "Yeah, yesterday." You know? So he sat on that info for a while. He wants to be with his dad. He has a good relationship with his father, and would like to live back at home. He also said he hated the physical labor. That was just something that he really, really didn't enjoy. And
what, can you give me like a too long wasn't here for the last 3 months?
Yeah, so call it like 4 months ago. I wanted to build a shop. Right, this shop in my yard. It was gonna be nice, like half woodworking, half automotive, with a lift in it, that picks the car up. Yeah, this is like a dream. It's for me. And Chiz was like, "What if I could get you that shop for free, or maybe even make money on it?" And I'm like, "Huh?" He says, "Yeah, we'll find sponsors, and they'll deliver materials. We'll charge them to like advertise, and like fluorescent light sponsors and whatever it is." And I'm like, "That sounds amazing." So he's gonna come here and he's gonna build the shop. And then I get it as kind of a like pet project in my head to like help Chiz out in a lot of ways, right? Like
right.
In a lot of ways, Chiz really has his act together, but fitness isn't one of them. So I'm like, this is going to be great. We'll work on this thing together. He'll stop smoking, which he did, and a lot of great things will happen for everybody involved. Just wins all over the place. And as kind of a trial, like get ready sort of thing, I have a stable that had like tornado damage with a roof pulled off and stuff. I was like, let's do this, get a grip for what it's like, maybe to film it, to do it, etc. And as a trial run, it didn't go well. Chiz hated every second of it. It's not his cup of tea, and he wants to go home. So that's that. I hope he doesn't start smoking again, but I would bet large sums of money that he does.
I would too. That nicotine it's a harsh mistress.
Yeah, I would say there's a 1,000% chance that he will start smoking again.
There's a couple like things I have going. This is why what I base my opinion on. One, he doesn't talk like an ex-smoker. He's not really like, oh yeah, I remember when I smoked. God, I was so dumb. That was a terrible idea.
He's reminiscing, but he's thinking like, I remember when I could smoke.
Yeah. I would be like,
those were good times.
We had like a stressful day on WoodyCraft or something. We're launching Skyblock on WoodyCraft.net. If you're watching this Saturday, it went live yesterday. And and it's awesome. We're going to have the best Skyblock the world's ever seen.
Yeah.
And
mine is better. It's the default plugin that you can find for free.
We have a college professor from Australia modifying our stuff and getting it all cooked up. And
fancy.
He's a college professor that teaches programming and uses Minecraft as a learning aid. So anyway, that's who's working on our Skyblock stuff. So, but it's been stressful, like to get there. And I would say something about cigarettes. And instead of being like, yeah, right, it's like, yeah, that'd be good right now. Yeah. And then the other thing, and it's just a different background than I come from. I was really, I was talking about him quitting last year, and he quit, like, I don't know, December or something, and then his parents got him more cigarettes for Christmas, right? Like this is
Wait, the parents buy him packaged cartons probably of cigs? There's
Wow.
your enabler.
it
Probably
was,
He's gonna
would
start
not have
smoking.
happened.
There's
At my
For
house.
Christmas, for like Christmas cigarettes,
The fuck?
I think you need to go to the airport and get those that don't have
That's-
any tax on it, and get that big like duffel
The
bag of
tax-free-
cigarettes that has
yeah.
a handle built in, like a lunch pail of smoke.
yeah.
Like-
Ugh.
So
Why don't you-
so I think his father's a smoker, and they just have a whole different outlook on it than like my dad, who's like no cigarettes, no alcohol, no, he's practically a Mormon,
Yeah.
and
Stone the homosexual.
Yo, Taylor.
stole the
you gotta get
homosexuals.
on-
Yeah, he could. I really think he should check out the Mormon thing. He might find his bros.
Are the Mormons into that? I know the Mormons that, the whole Joseph
Stoning
Smith
the-
read the golden tablets in the hat to the guy, and when he
it's not
lost him and tried to
underwear.
duplicate him, he had to go to God and make up some more shit. And, it's a whole made-up religion, and the guy was a con man, and if you're a
Yeah,
Mormon,
he
you're
is.
just worshiping a complete con man. At least mine was so fucking long ago, we're not sure if he was a con man or not. Like,
Exactly.
your dude was a con man when there were other con men like running around with briefcases being fucking con men. Like 150 years ago, your guy was a con man, a liar.
Was it? I thought it was more recent. I think he died in like the 20s.
No.
Maybe so.
Joseph Smith
I thought it was in the
was
1800s. when
Probably,
Joseph Smith was
I
doing
don't
that
know.
shit.
The mid 1800s.
18
They don't only
Yeah.
not drink and not smoke. I think I've talked. I can't remember if me and Pal were talking in private or if I talked about this in the last PK. They have their magic underwear.
Yeah, fireproof magic underwear, man.
It's not fireproof.
Oh, it's not
Definitely. I'm sure that the ones that try it are quick to regret it because it's just underwear.
It's just
um,
magic, though.
Yeah, and then they can't drink what they call strong drink, which is a really old-timey way of saying alcohol and coffee, and like they don't even have Coke. If you go to like my girlfriend's one side of her family is like pretty Mormon,
Oh,
and
dear.
They live in Utah.
no, but they like going to those because like my family is more Catholic, and so it's like you go there and everybody's just getting hammered on wine, just doing whatever the fuck they want. Like, oh, I can't wait till Easter. Maybe we'll go to church, huh? Nah. Like, that's how church is there. There, it's like you go there and it's just like a bunch of root beer, and you feel like I don't know, it's just weird. It's a completely different like
You
partying
ever sneak
environment.
in,
kind of root
like,
beer?
Jack.
I don't know, like Barks or A&W.
That's cool. As long as I got barks, I'll fit right in.
It looks like Joseph Smith died in
I'll get-
Yes,
1844.
bring me another one of these.
All right, that makes-
Tell me your
Get
story.
me like 4 of those underage brides.
Yeah,
that they're
150
always.
years ago.
Yeah, I like the polygamy aspect of that religion. That's pretty interesting.
Not allowed
Do
to.
you?
Yeah.
Do you? I don't.
Yeah, that's it. That's banned.
I don't
Only
think
a
I
small
like
people
polygamy.
can visit.
I'm pretty
you're
sure
doing
that
it
it's
wrong
banned by
then.
the
So-
feds, right?
Yeah, I think polygamy would be great. I think having like 4 wives and so here's the thing though. I feel like the man in that relationship has a huge amount of responsibility traditionally.
Go on.
But what I want is
Oh.
4 capable women who can support my ass. Like that's what I'd love. That's how it needs to be. You don't want 4 Mormon wives. You just want 4 wives. Like 4 Mormon wives is a terrible fucking idea. But 4 like chicks who are into like I don't know some crazy 5-way group sex and supporting my ass like that's right up my alley.
I
That's
That would
great.
be, see, the way I thought of it originally was like, God, it would be so exhausting to like be spinning that many plates. Like, oh, managing this one's emotions. Oh, these 3 are so aggravated because I'm giving this one more attention. I got to go over there. But the more I thought about it, is like, because they have more direct competition, they're going to be vying for my attention more. And so if I just ever get like surly and grumpy one day, it won't be like a he's not paying attention to me because Susie over there is going to come over and start doing whatever I want to do, and then the other 3 are going to be like, that bitch, that fucking bitch, you know what, she's making him that, I'm going to go do this, he's going to look over here and see me doing this, and suddenly he's going to be a lot happier with me, and then it's going to be a competition. The house is going to be so clean, I'm going to have 4 dinners a night, it's going to be top notch.
I don't know if it's gonna go the way you think.
My cousin was attempting this once. He called it the Church of Scott. He's like, I'll start my own religion. Polygamy will be a part of it so I don't get busted. Each of them bitches going to tattoo my name on her titty. I already got 2 signed up. I'm like, how many do you want? He's like, no more than 5. No more than 5.
They were just getting weird,
yeah. I talked to him the other day. I'm like, well, you could have always went with that whole Church of Scott thing back in the day. He's like, I really should have started that fucking thing. That was a good idea.
Church Scott.
Dude, I I don't know. Taylor makes a strong point, but that has not been my experience with girls. You would have to search long and hard for that kind of girl.
That kind of person.
Yeah,
That's
and you
insecure
really get,
that they would share you. With
most of
three
the
other
women I know would, be, oh, he's not paying attention to me. Well, this isn't working out, and you have to fix that.
Like a normal person would probably react to the situation. You got to find some really self-depreciating individuals, which I'm not saying would be that difficult, especially for Kyle, but like you could probably find some.
No, it wouldn't be even
I
that
got a
bad.
sense he's got a nose for it.
You find one that's like, this is bullshit. I'm leaving. I'm not a part of your little 5-way relationship. It's be like, I'll organize like a hockey team. It's like, you think you're a first line center? You barely got pulled up from the AHL. Get out of here. Get out of here. I've got a harem to pull up from. We're pulling someone up for the Chicago Wolves. You're on the main team now. See how you do. Preliminary tryout.
Tucker, have you played?
Have I what?
Have you played Battlefront?
Yeah, dude.
Very little. And I tried to sign into the fucking, with EA games, it makes you use your EA account. And I went in there to use my EA account, and it's apparently this is a glitch or a problem that's happened to other people because I researched it, and it just has some other fucker's email in there that I don't know, and so I can't sign in.
That's called being hacked.
Yeah,
They stole your EA account for the $30 in games you have on it, like Titanfall. That's why.
No, I don't even have the $30 thing.
I don't know why that would happen.
Oh, yeah, I just have the free account, and the only thing I've used it for is NHL 15. Like I don't know how it happened.
Does it play like Battlefield? Is it running on the same engine? Is that clunky run thing?
No, not at all.
I played the campaign a tiny bit.
Does it feel slick and smooth like COD? Like I feel like in COD, I really am in a lot of control.
But
so
still,
somewhere in between?
Yeah.
It's not. I can't play Battlefield games because I feel like I'm a 400-pound drunk man, like lumbering around the map, which I get is probably more realistic, and that's
it
fine.
Definitely is, yeah.
But for me, not enjoyable for me. Like I don't want to get motion sickness. It's like the game I played at E3, thought it would be a complete flop. Like honest to God, I think the last time I was on here, we probably talked about it. Like I thought it was going to be a real miserable game, but the game engine itself is pretty damn clean. Like I would say it's not me getting on Titanfall and being like, holy shit, they made a good game engine. Not saying the game was good, but whatever. But the game itself, Battlefront, is a pretty good game. Like it feels good. I enjoyed my time playing it. It is audio on PC at ultra everything. Audio and graphically, bar none, is the best game right now. It is outstanding how good it looks and how good it sounds. But that's because they use the original audio files from Star Wars. So they had access to shit that like nobody else is going to have access. But it sounds outstanding.
Huh.
I want to play, but I only want to play if everybody gets the game and plays with me. I don't want to play by myself at all.
I already have it. I'll play it with you.
It's not fun solo.
I worry about it because what I read is that it's pretty limited unless you buy like the season pass or something. So it's like $110 game, or it's $60 and you're really getting very little of it. It seems like the point of that game is to sell the DLC. Like it's become the point of a lot of games. Like, the game is whatever, but the DLC is where the real money is. We're going to we're going to put this whole freaking game together for $60 and that'll be break even. But, we'll like throw a map in for very little R&D and they'll sell for just as much.
I think that I don't know, because to be honest, they gave me a code, so I don't know what version I got. I assume I got the all-inclusive version.
Yeah, I could have got a code.
But so I can't comment on like knowing if it was not worth it. But if what I got, because I don't have any early unlocks or any of that bullshit that you normally get, right? So I feel like I don't have the highest version. I feel like I don't have the season pass because I know you can get a gun and I don't have it. I feel like if what I got was the $60 version, every single person is the biggest bitch I've ever heard of, because it's shipping with it's like Call of Duty levels of game modes, maps, expansive, like different, entirely different. It's not just like domination. It's like space only battles. Okay, that's one game mode. So like at one where you're only playing as the super Luke Skywalker shit. Like I think that they're like, for EA getting a lot of shit, this game is actually pretty good. Like I was pretty shocked. And
Are you playing on PC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that might change my shit.
So I initially watched the videos from the beta and that mission on Hoth, or the Hoth map, I guess. How many players are on each team? Because it was
20.
difficult to tell. 20.
20.
Are they
It's
all?
a
Are they
they're
all
all
human?
playing.
Is
Yeah,
it 20v20
they're all-
on console? Or 10v10 on console?
Don't know anything about console. I know that the Battle of Hoth was like I made a video about it because when you get dropped in, the way the map design is, it's very open. It's one of the few games that I felt like Battlefield, where you feel like you're in a war zone. Like you get dropped in and an ATST blows up next to you and it falls down and you can't run that way, so you go out of the trenches and around, and then like an X-wing comes and fucking blows up next to you and you're like, Jesus Christ. Like it's not like a Battlefield game in any way except for the openness of your freedom of choice. Like you can play as an army if you had 20 friends conceivably, but
I got 20 friends.
I'm sure you would probably have a fucking blast.
I think that's what we should do. We should get Battlefront, and we should just tweet. We need 16 or 17 players or something like that, and get a nice squad of guys and go play. That would be
I'd play
fun.
that. We'd
Yeah.
die probably less than Call of Duty.
Oh God, we would have to, right? Like
Yeah.
I would
really
hope
have.
so.
Call of Duty's been rough lately, man.
It has. I never feel good about myself afterward.
No.
No.
Well,
I go take
it
a
always
shower,
ends on.
I just sit down and cry.
Are we
It always
washed
ends on
up?
a sour note. Oh, we have a hard time. I mean, like I said, like we got 1 KDs or something like that. It's a rough experience. I feel like there was a
know.
lot of lag last night, and just
I just want to know if we become like if our quote unquote generation, aka 5 years removed, has become like garbage at the current generation Call of Duty, or if the Call of Duty has changed so much that it's not the game that we were good at. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I'm to blame or if it's a little bit of both.
It's
but like
changed a ton, but I think
Yeah.
we're also to blame.
Do you game as much?
I game more, but I'm more on PC now. That's not to say that I couldn't hold my own, but I'm certainly not Call of Duty 4 summer of 9th grade Tucker anymore, you know, where all I did was play Call of Duty 4. But I game a lot.
I miss Soundhorn. I miss that so much. It's just never came back like it did in COD 4.
That's I think an advantage we used to have that we don't. Like when I first got into COD and COD 4, and having a headset made me unusual. You know, I could hear things, and it was also a skill that you developed, right? You don't get a headset and learn to sound at the level that I could on your first day. But now everyone has that skill, and two, everyone has headsets. Like they're not uncommon anymore. I was beating kids on televisions back in the day. Now I don't think that's the case.
It used to be like the biggest thing whenever somebody would ask, like, what can I do to get better? Like almost everybody unanimously said headset will make you better. Like that should be your biggest upgrade purchase if you're trying to be better player. Now, I don't think I've ever heard anybody be like, well, I don't have a headset. Like I play on my TV monitor. Like everybody's sitting at their computer with their Xbox next to it. They're like doing this. They're not playing in their living room, in the family room, you know, like I did.
Yeah.
Back in my day.
As a parent, you're like, get the kid out of the family room. Yeah. I just set up Colin's computer. It doesn't have speakers. I don't want to hear it. It's next to me. I'm working, and he's over there with a headset.
Yeah. I think it just makes things easier for everybody involved.
Yeah.
I still don't really use a headset ever. Like very rarely.
I feel like I would be better at zombies if I could hear them behind me.
Definitely so. That's definitely like last night. You were like, Kyle, they're behind you, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna let him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let him hit me once, and then I'm gonna run.
I remember that.
Yeah. Woody was serving us well, just doing like the 360. You just go to third person and be announcing callouts for zombies, which is not as helpful as you'd think, because it's like there's 9 behind you, 10, 11 now.
Okay, I was fucking around somewhat.
2. Now there's 7. 8. There's 1 in front. Cthulhu or Cholula.
It's more like shoutcasting.
I was just into it, and then it was like, I don't know. I'd spectate Kyle or Chiz or Taylor for a bit, and they're not being entertaining. You know what, motherfucker? You just lost your spectate privileges. Don't think I won't go to Chiz if you keep that horse shit up.
What am I running ads on this?
Yeah.
Did something that you thought was boring last night, and you were like, Chiz, I'm out. Taylor, I'm watching you.
Yeah, you gotta be mowing your people down. You can't just kite all day without getting kills.
Yeah.
So,
You
but
transitively enjoy zombies more than
You would too if you were playing with the revolver in round 16.
True. Yeah.
Well, you wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'll find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from Modal, a factory that's twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even have free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right, they don't want your used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all this is that they're offering 20% off right now for your first order when you use our URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. So click the link in the description or go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order. I've got 2 pair of these things. They really do need to send me some more.
You know,
And
they'll do that in
whenever they
exchange
come
for money.
around, whenever they're clean, I'm like, aha, the good boys. All right. Like I immediately go for, like if they're available, those are the ones I reach for. They're my favorite underwear that I own. And I've got Calvin Klein's and like the silky like Under Armour ones that are almost like a compression short, but I've got lots of boxer brief type underwear, but these are really, really soft and they don't bunch or ride up and they're just nice. And I must have washed them 30 times by now, and they're not as good as they used to be, but they're like 95% of what they were. So I'm a big fan.
2 things about MeUndies. 1, they're as soft as they say they are. That's not a joke. And 2, they are flattering to look at.
Really show your cock off.
They do.
They lift it. It's like a bra for your junk. It's just really presenting it to anyone and everyone.
You need to get one of those.
I wouldn't wear these underwear in front of people who I would normally wear underwear in front of. They are just inappropriately
Flattering.
suggestive.
Yeah.
They are, and I like that about them. That's one of my favorite things. I look good in them.
Yeah, that's great. And I had a much better body at, say, 25 than I do at 42. MeUndies, they're a good look for me.
Yeah, these are the best my cocks look since the 80s. I'm going to get a 3rd pair.
In the 80s, I was like pre-puberty. But I guess the late 80s. No, it's
I was thinking 1880s. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, right, my bad.
You're hanging out with Joseph Smith.
But yeah, check them out. I really do enjoy my MeUndies.
So check them out. Use our coupon code. Make them happy.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need a whole new topic?
Well, let's think. What is there to talk about? Let's discuss this.
I have an idea. It's something we don't normally do. So here's the concept. It would be kind of a Whose Line Is It Anyway thing, except not a whole skit. I will be the judge. Like Whose Line Is It Anyway? Your only objective is to entertain.
Get points.
Yeah. Get points that mean nothing. Just be funny,
Yep.
and someone will win and get nothing for it. The topic, I'll blast out the topic. We'll give you, 60 seconds to think about it, and then you'll give me your list of responses. Are you guys ready? Do you have
Proceed.
Do you have some place to take note of your ideas?
Will that be necessary?
Unless you can remember them. For me, I would think of 4 things and remember one.
Here, give us the things so we can get a feel for what this is.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me an example of what we're going for.
If the inventor of the walkie-talkie named other
already
things.
read the Reddit thread.
Oh, okay. Well,
Again,
then
I'm
try
already-
not to steal too many of them. If the inventor of the walkie-talkie named other things, what would he name them? Right? So the Reddit thread, let me go through this. The top-rated answer was fabulous. He would name... Oh, the top-rated answer changed. A pregnancy test is a maybe baby.
No, the one.
The other
feet
one
with
I
the
like so
socks.
much was the Grand Theft Auto would be Steely Wheelie Automobile. Right?
And socks would be called feety heaties. Walkie talkies, you walk and you use them to talk. Feety
I
heaties.
get it.
So
Yeah,
Steely Wheelie. It's like a super literal rhyming / alliteration.
Yeah.
thing.
So if the walkie-talkie were to name like a car or something like that, what would he name it?
I'm not going to be. I'm really struggling with this because I also
got
read
one.
thread and
You have one. That's okay. If this doesn't work out, I'll never do it again. You got to try new things to see if new things are good. I'm going to call out 60 seconds. We'll see where it goes.
All right, let's do it.
It's okay. You're getting free time here. I haven't even started. Clock. Stopwatch. 60 seconds. This looks totally unreadable. There we go.
God, I'm not gonna get any good ones. My pen isn't even working.
Ah!
Oh God.
No dice. I'll have to type it.
Oh God.
I can't think of anything.
What would you call a dildo?
What would you call a condom? Slippery
A
cocksock?
dildo would be like a stucky fucky. You know,
I
so
saw
that,
Oh.
yeah, that
Stucky
stick to the
fucky.
ball.
Yeah, that's good. I think we should actually just be brainstorming this. Instead
Yeah,
of a
we should probably.
competition,
The only
because
one I
this
was
is
able to
gonna-
come up with is
This is
like
gonna help more.
a thing you use to pick up dog poop is a poopy scoopy. Like I don't really have anything else.
Well, they already call it a pooper scooper.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I didn't even
same
do anything
thing.
besides
All right.
fucking
And that's
change-
60 seconds. Congratulations, Tucker. You have a runaway
Woo!
victory.
I just changed an already walkie-talkie into another one.
Hooper scooper. Hooper scoop. Poopy scoopy. Like,
I would call a walkie-talkie a walker-talker.
yeah.
All right. All right. Not every idea is a good one. You live and you learn.
That one was just tough though.
It was hard. The internet, kitties and titties. Napkins would be swipey wipies.
I was dying to these earlier though.
Forks would be stabby grabbies. Condoms would be weenie beanies. That's a good one.
That's
actually.
pretty good.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's also so many.
Also, not the
comments-
correct way. Please roll the condom down. Don't leave it as a beanie. Don't
Yeah.
just like pop it over the head. And you're like,
Lost
I'm
it
dead.
again!
Lube would be slicky dicky. A fart would be a booty tootie. Here, underwear would be tighty whitey.
All right, but that's what an underwear already.
I know. Oh, you should be throwing stones for that.
Yeah, I should.
A cruise missile is a zoomy boomy. Anyway,
I saw some video. Go ahead.
you know what? I should stop. Carry on.
I saw a video of a Russian cruise missile flying overhead, and that was incredibly intimidating. They just hear it coming and they
saw
look
it.
up, and they're like, I don't know how big those things are, but I think they're like 10 or 20 feet long, and it's just, and you just see it, and it just keeps going. It's going somewhere to blow something
Where was
up.
it filmed from?
In Syria, from the ground.
The
They just
desert.
film it as it flies over their head, and it's just like I said, it's like a big 20-foot long pipe with wings
Nobody thought
flying
about
through the
shooting
air on its way to go kill some shit.
I saw a I forget who he was. He might have been involved in the Paris thing. You never know because they always act like this is the greatest guy to kill. But you saw him. He was doing an interview, and then he got hit with a cruise missile.
He wasn't even ISIS, yeah.
You know,
what?
someone said he wasn't ISIS, and then he edited
But
it
he-
and said he stands corrected, and it turned out he was ISIS. I don't know.
So somebody's doing an interview and gets cruise missiled live on TV.
Yeah, a mortar hit him.
All right,
right,
somebody
right.
gets
It
blown
was-
up live on TV.
Yeah, and it wasn't live on TV. I saw it on the internet. But he was doing an interview, and it appeared to kill this guy. It really did, and it didn't
He was
blow up
like,
the camera.
He was like, we've taken this position. It was very hard, but it was worth it. And, now this position is ours. And you're, boom. And it's just the whole thing goes
Did you
black,
watch
and
the long version?
No.
Is there any
Can
after
I can I get a link?
I wanna-
I've
I wanna
seen it,
find
and I'm
this.
feeling a little.
Let's watch people die.
I
Every
like
time I
watching-
come on, I see somebody die or somebody snort cum. Like
We-
this is a thing.
There should be music for
Watch
different segments.
a lot
Mike
of
Talk
this.
should have, some music should come, little jingle should play. Da-da-da-da-da. Mike Talk is on. Here we go once again. Woody will tell the same Mike story again. How long will it be? Believe it or not, Mike Talk's on. And then we start talking about microphones. But we should have one. This should be watch people die. Time to watch people die. And we need it again.
Dude, I would
Yeah.
love that. I would just roll it, and
That would
and-
be awesome.
We would
National
have
music. I want that shitty Kyle rendition to the same semi-tune for every one of them.
Well, that's already a song. It's believe.
Yeah, I know the same one.
Kyle, can
Yeah,
you
it's-
find it?
I really
even
like
know-
watching these
Keyboards,
ISIS
like,
people
over there.
die at unexpected times. Like they're already thinking ahead to their
It's
evening of
catharsis.
sand sandwiches and goat fucking, and then just boom, fucking dead.
Call him Daesh.
Dude, I have a thing I
Ish?
want to do.
Yeah, they get really
pronounce
pissed
that
off
as
Oh,
well.
about it.
shit. That's
I'm
not.
not
About
exact-
calling him Aish?
It's Daesh.
What is
It's
it?
like the let me look at. It's ISIS is what they want to be. It's what they want to be called. Here it is.
I can't pronounce the word.
It's called the. It's a phonetic term for them, like called for like manic madmen, and they fucking hate it because it apparently belittles them.
It's called. It's Daesh, right?
Yeah, like I thought it was Daesh or Daesh.
Daesh works for me,
Daesh?
but what I
Yeah.
particularly like is Daesh bag.
Daesh bag.
Yeah.
I can dig it.
Looks like a Skyrim character's name.
Daesh.
That offensive.
It does. It does.
You were talking about not being able to convince people to do things in Fallout. I ran into this guy, and he had this big fucking Rottweiler behind him. And he was like, you want to buy a dog? And I was like,
Oh yeah, this guy.
yeah, I'll buy a big fucking badass dog. This looks better than the original German Shepherd. This is a junkyard dog. He's got a big chain around his neck. And I'm like, yeah, I want to buy it. And he tells me this whole story about how it really hurts him every time he has to sell one, but then he gets a new puppy and starts all over again. But he trains dogs, and that's his thing. And I try to convince him I was like, yeah, sell me the dog. And he's like, you know what, on second thought, I don't think you and my dog would be a good fit. And he just walks away. And it's not like you can steal a dog. The dog will attack you if you kill his master. So it's just, well, I've lost out on the dog. I guess I'll have to find you again somewhere out here in the wilderness when my charisma's higher. But
He spawns in the same spot. He's actually pretty close to
It's
like
by the-
Sanctuary.
mine spawned by the Museum of Witchcraft, like way
Oh,
off.
all the way over there.
Yeah.
Fuck. Maybe he just wanders. Maybe he doesn't. I thought he spawned by the. I don't know. That's crazy. But yeah, I
So
did the
this
same
guy-
thing.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just walked up to him and he was like, "You want to buy a dog?" And I
You
just
like
was
dags?
curious, and I was just like, because I had dog meat, and I was like, I mean, I have a dog. And he was like, "Yeah, I raise dogs and I sell them, but I can't bring myself to sell them, so I start to cry. But then I sell them and I get a new dog, and it starts the process over again." I'm like, "Congrats, bud." I'm like,
Thanks for this guy just wanders around the wilderness, asks people if they want a dog who already have a dog, so they say no. So then he has an excuse to go on his diatribe of his
Yep.
story. Well, you know, my dad died when I was little, and I didn't really have any companions. I got this dog. Ever since then, it's been one after another, man. It's the only way I can keep myself straight in this world. You sure you don't want it? Nah, fine, I'll take your dog. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go talk to that guy who's got a dog over there. You know,
That's how it was. I wish he had a pikey accent. You like dags?
you like dags? Yeah, I like dags.
Yeah, we like dogs. Yeah, dags.
yeah.
Great movie. That's one of my favorite movies, I think. I really like that.
Snatch is great. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels nearly as much. Snatch is definitely my favorite. And a lot of Guy Ritchie's films I didn't like all that much. I got to meet him that time. He was the one that directed that fucking Call of Duty commercial. But Snatch is definitely my favorite.
Yeah, Snatch is. I liked Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Like,
What the hell is that? He's like, it's me Brin gun. He's got that giant gun mounted on a tripod. He's like assembling it inside the building. And they're shooting him with a pellet rifle.
yeah. I liked Guy Ritchie's movies for the most part, just because I like that weird film style. Like, I don't even
British
know how to
gangster
describe
stuff is just bizarre. It's kind of a world that I'm not familiar with, and it seems to have its own like mythos and like backstory that I don't really know about. Like I see Italian mobsters in movies, and I'm like, I know where this is headed. I get the hierarchy, how it works, and everything. But with the British mobster movies, there's always like multiple gangsters and kingpins and stuff. And I don't know. I like how I like the language, the vernacular of the British gangsters.
I'm ready to
got the
watch
video?
people die. Oh
Link us
yeah,
up.
dude, I've come through with this video, so I've seen it twice, and I want you to also. So
Oh, you know it's good when it's on lively. Too.
cue it up at 0. It's kind of difficult because it doesn't stop right away.
You can just drag and hold it at 0.
Time to watch people die. Don't feel bad. Don't cry.
I need to
That's
turn my
actually
volume
a
up.
pretty good jingle.
I gotta work.
I had to stop interrupting you so we can get the people make these clips for us. Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, so this is the 14-second version. 3, 2, 1, play.
كانت الأمور أسهل مما كنا نتصور رغم أنه هذا المكان
That lot turned
كان
out
له
well,
أهمية.
despite the fact this position's very important. Oh shit!
Oh shit,
Super mutant!
And that's it. Now, there's more.
dude! He just I mean, I like that's not funny, but it's just like
It's funny.
All right, just like
I
seeing
enjoyed
his, he looks up and then he like ducks from God a missile, like God forbid. Oh, it's on YouTube.
Check this one out. Yeah, surprisingly, YouTube beats Live Leak in this case.
All right, so
Queue up at 0. Is everyone ready?
Time to watch bad
Yep.
people die. Bombs are falling from the sky. All right, here we go.
All right, ready, set, play.
كثير الحمد لله كانت الأمور أسهل مما كنا نتصور رغم أنه هذا المكان كان له أهمية.
Yeah,
Now watch.
didn't hear it going.
here's somebody screaming.
Someone shut that person up.
They are really going at it with that yell.
So they really didn't do a very good job.
I can hear somebody moaning.
Moaning, yeah.
Can you pick up the camera?
I think the cameraman's dead.
The cameraman doesn't look like he's gonna keep filming.
كثير الحمد لله.
So that's, I just feel like,
Oh, what's this next video?
Yeah, it was this circle airstrike filmed by ISIS.
Yeah, with the dove.
Yeah, let's let it play.
This guy's got like a PKM or something.
Let it
Fucking.
roll. You know?
do you want to
Yeah.
watch the next one? It's a minute long. I was going to talk about that one.
That's a big old gun, though.
Dude, the audio on that,
That's a PKM.
not that I'm,
Daily
assuming-
explosive videos. This is a channel. Somebody uploads daily videos of ISIS dying.
dude, that audio, it added a new realism to what war is. Like, not that I'd never seen anything like it, but all right, are we watching this next one?
I
That's
mean,
no good.
it's just like
It's
a
no
big
good, Kyle.
bomb.
No, you don't
It's
get anything. Just
too
random
targeted.
machine gun fire with no enemies in sight.
Oh,
Okay.
well, fuck that.
Set some mannequins up, some watermelon something out there.
Yeah,
that-
right?
that
Learn
was
from the
not
best.
pleasant.
Like
that
they've
took-
got watermelons.
Dude,
That
You don't think so?
No, I don't think. I think the watermelon market is pretty dry in the middle of the desert there.
Huh.
It's a
I bet
delicacy.
those guys stink. They look like they smell bad.
I'd
They
like
do.
to be
To
removed
add
from
insult
the
to injury,
realism
we
of
should like
war.
airdrop Purell on them or something. Like, you know, we'll fight you, but we're getting real goddamn tired of the smell.
Let's go back to World War II propaganda where we drop extra large condoms labeled medium on their troops. You know, like let's just do that. Or like how to have sex with an actual woman pamphlets and stuff like that.
did we do that? Did we drop like extra large condoms labeled medium?
You sure? Extra large condoms.
That's just a funny trolling thing to do.
That's great.
Right?
I hope we did that to the Japanese, because that would really blow their mind.
Oh, I watched a
Oh, the U.S. did that to the Soviets. Yeah.
really? Wow.
That's funny.
We so this guy, I watched a documentary. I can't remember what it was called. It was on Netflix, and he proposed to his girlfriend at a basketball game, and it was like an NBA game. It was like this big thing, and she said no in front of everybody. She said no.
Good for her.
And
Did she run off too?
I think she's a little embarrassed. You know, didn't want to be in front of everyone. No one likes the woman who says no in front of a crowd. Having
No
said
one likes
that,
the man who asked in front of a
Yeah,
crowd.
Yeah,
fuck
what
that
a
guy.
douche.
I was headed there. You know, on the other, like, you can ask in front of a crowd, but you better goddamn well know the answer, right?
Yeah.
I knew what the answer was when I proposed. That's I think a good rule in general.
Well, you guys went to all those pre-marriage classes and everything. You were
That-
nailed down rock solid. Like we're just waiting on the moment.
We actually did that when we were engaged, but you know, we had essentially talked about it. You know, like it was there was no question. You know, she would nag me. When are you gonna marry me? When are you gonna marry me? When are you gonna marry me? There was no.
Can't believe you still married her, man.
I needed that. It made me feel good to know that I was not at risk. You know,
That would infuriate me.
everybody's different, but you know, we were dating like 3 years at the time, and it was known, and whatever. I think you should know before you propose. But
Just jump.
back on topic, this guy, he proposed to her, and she said no, and it turned out that she said no because his penis was too small, and that was the core of it. And
Does that really? How do you confirm that? Did he say that? Maybe
That's
he was just trying
funny.
to make face up because
'Cause-
he just got turned down in front of thousands.
How would
How would
that
that make face? Guys, it's not because I'm a bad guy.
No, it's like,
just-
look at
it's
how much of a
down
bitch she
there. Like,
is.
it's just, oh my god, it's like an acorn just pressed into the bottom of your abdomen. Like,
Yeah.
ow.
so he went to his past girlfriends, and he's like, these are the people that would know, right? For real. And he's like, you know, am I small? and they're like,
Ooh, bad face.
yeah, like it's not tiny. It's not a micro penis, and she's like 1 to 10, and she's like
3.
4. She said 4. I think another one might have said 3. I'm not sure.
All
But
right,
these
what's fucked up is a 1 to 10 scale on your dick is basically just inch rating. Like, you know,
Not
like,
necessarily. No, there could be girth, curvature, yaw.
You're right.
As
Y'all.
I don't know if you know how to actually calculate the size of your penis. A gentleman named Randy taught me not too long ago, but
Oh,
but
okay.
there's a very complex equation. I wish I knew it off the top of my head.
I just get
Yeah, I'd
hard
love to
and
do
dunk
some
it
dick
into
calculation.
like a graduated cylinder and measure the displacement.
The displacement of my dick. That's the way to do it, Woody.
That's not the way to do it. I'm gonna
cute.
How
find.
much heft
Dick.
does your flaccid dick hold?
I like that you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
Talking about?
You're about to just
So,
give me an objective
dude,
score on my
so
dick.
then he went to a urologist, and this was like a world
okay.
famous urologist or something, and they didn't film it, but he had his lav mic on. So she's like, I'm just going to pull it right now, and she pulls it, and she's like, this is about the erect size, right? And then you could hear her say, like, she measured it, and she's like, all right, you are small normal. And so he started investigating like penis pumps, different surgeries that were available.
How is this documented? What the fuck is this guy doing?
This dude.
He eventually went to the place of the smallest penises in the world, which turns out to be Korea. And they like the Korean people were like,
some Korean women.
if you want to feel better about yourself, go to a Korean spa.
So I have it here. I can tell you how to accurately measure the size of your penis.
I'm ready.
This is the adjusted penis size system. So you want to multiply its length times diameter plus weight over girth divided by the angle of the tip squared. Now, as an example,
Please link this page.
Randy has a penis that is 4.4 inches in length. Its angle is 32 degrees. Its flaccid girth is 1 inch in diameter. His balls are 7 centimeters from the base. Randy notes that the drift of his penis is 4 centimeters to the right, and its dead weight is 4.5 kg. Therefore, Randy's adjusted penis size, 6.3 inches. You've been doing it wrong the whole time.
No,
died.
if you need to go through all that mathematics to make yourself feel better about your tiny dick, like sure.
I'm 14 inches using this scale. It's shocking. Shocking. When you
I'm a
adjust.
cool yard.
I
It's my yaw. I have a lot of yaw.
I've got a
yaw
lot
of
of
the
y'all.
shaft.
I think what you want to do is like not flex your stomach. Push the tape measure in as far as possible. And if you can get it in there, you can get another 2.5 inches.
sharp
Is
There's
nobody
no
else
way
picking up
balls,
that
you can see
Kyle's
my
just doing
legs
the
and
South
measure
Park
from my
thing?
asshole.
Yeah.
You know?
Nobody's picking it up? Okay.
It's okay.
What's this? Kyle was doing a South
That
Park
whole
thing?
thing he just recited was from the South Park adjusted penis size episode where they're making
really
fun
didn't
of
pick that
people.
up.
Randy has that whole system, and he demonstrates what I just explained to the classroom of fourth graders, like with like a chalkboard and like pointing and doing the equation. Yeah, that's
completely
hilarious.
that went over my head.
Well, that's embarrassing for the guy. I guess going to South Korea is a good idea.
He went to. It turned out there's literally different condom sizes based on where in the world they ship.
Yeah.
I guess I
mean,
had
that's
heard that
reasonable.
before, but I think the smallest went to Asia.
Of course, yeah. We all know who's got big dicks and who's got little dicks.
Yeah, and
It's
then
just
America had
genetics.
like the medium size, and Africans actually got bigger condoms.
I'm pretty sure it's like not
nobody wears
a
condoms
shocking
in Africa.
thing.
That's why AIDS is a problem. Like,
You're
that,
not wrong.
yeah, nobody wears condoms in Africa. But
That reminds me of Charlie Sheen.
he's
Ah.
got
Maybe
You know,
positive.
he's staying positive.
Well,
Oh, fuck off.
isn't it
Poor Charlie
like
Sheen.
no? He's not like full blown like Magic Johnson levels of AIDS, but he's HIV positive. He doesn't have AIDS. He's like got it in him, but it's not like adverse. It's just he's transmittable. Like he
Are
can
you-
transmit the disease.
Are you sure?
No.
damn it.
Are you sure
Am I sure what that he doesn't have
That-
AIDS?
that he's sick? Are you sure he's sick? Taylor, are you sure he's sick?
With the
God
HIV?
damn it! You're supposed to say I'm HIV positive.
Oh no! Well, you see, we referenced South Park last time. I think that we should push past South
All
Park.
right, fine. It's fine. Let's move on
It's
to
like the
another
third
genre.
time it's come up.
Yeah, but yeah, that sucks for him. But are you surprised?
No.
I mean, not in hindsight. Dude, right around that time, he was winning and the tiger blood and all that crazy shit. That's when he got his diagnosis. He's known for a
Oh,
while.
maybe that's a product of his diagnosis, not the reason for it.
That's a weird time to go on a big sex
Right.
bend right after you find about you
You're
have.
Right.
Yeah, true. I don't know about that.
But I mean, he was doing heavy drugs. He was he's doing a tour that kind of was failed-ish. Like he didn't really deliver on all those dates.
Tends
he-
to happen when you make a tour based off of your drug binges. So
Yeah, right.
And your
poor
tweets.
business model.
Yeah, sounds like
And
fun.
it's sweet,
but-
yeah.
Everybody's like, "Those tweets are great. You should take that shit on the road." I don't think it's gonna translate. Oh, trust me, it will. He'll just sit there in a chair and fucking type. Like, no, I don't think it's gonna work. It's absurd.
But yeah, I don't know. He's HIV positive. It seemed like the whole world envied his like carefree party lifestyle, and in hindsight, dude, you don't want to be Charlie Sheen. I don't think. I don't know.
Oh, banging 7-gram rocks.
Yeah, even now, are you like people listening to this and leave a comment on this one too? Would you swap places with Charlie Sheen?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was the single highest paid person, and despite his meltdown, I can guarantee you could go up to somebody and be like, "Yo, you want to meet Charlie Sheen?" They're gonna be like, "Yeah, dude, he seems like a cool guy." Like he is a horrible, probably not a good human being.
And
But-
I bet he could hang out with Martin Sheen if he wanted to. They probably know each other somehow. So
the Sheen
yeah, you get to
bros.
meet. Yeah, you get to hang out with Martin fucking Sheen, and he knows Emilio Estevez. You get to hang out with some cool people.
Not only that, he's got enough money, like Magic Johnson, that he's just gonna keep this he's
Fine.
gonna keep this this
Fine.
HIV on a low simmer for the rest
But
of his life. Like it's
it'll
never
be
gonna go full
undetectable.
on, grease
Like it
fire in the kitchen.
sucks, but he can live with it.
I think it would be worse to have arthritis than HIV right now if you have money.
Probably, you're
Ah.
probably not.
Just keep using condoms. It shouldn't be that hard to find partners who are cool with that.
I know what you're
you
getting
know?
at. It's probably worse to have a chronic illness than
Maybe find some
than
hot chick
HIV.
with AIDS. There's tons
That's
of
not
options.
how it
Yeah,
works.
you
That's
throw
super
pennies per
AIDS.
pound. Just-
Oh,
If-
find a
If you just think it through, though, Kyle's thing is burning in my head.
What?
Multiple sclerosis, cystic fibrosis.
I was gonna say no.
um,
That's what I said. If you have an actual a very
cerebral
severe
palsy,
disease,
Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, I
that's
just won't
that's
tell
another
anybody.
level. That's a different level.
Okay, we'll
of,
take out CP, but Parkinson's disease. Is that what Michael J. Fox has? Parkinson's?
Yeah, Parkinson's.
I
Although-
think all of it used to be HIV was the worst one.
You can live with the drug suppressants and all that stuff. I'm not a doctor, but I
Right.
would agree that if you have Parkinson's, you're probably worse off than having AIDS if you have the money to pay for all the drugs that you're going to need.
Not
we've
AIDS,
seen it in
HIV.
practice. Michael
Yeah, we
Johnson
have.
has the money. He's doing great. He's on fucking TV looking good. Michael J. Fox is shaky as hell. He looks awful.
And Mike Tyson.
Oh,
Look at Mike
I
Tyson.
can't remember what I was watching, but there was
What does
something
Tyson
where
have?
What does Mike Tyson have?
Muhammad Ali, you're thinking.
But
he just
wow,
got
that's
punched in the
so
head for
fucking
years.
horrible.
Yeah,
that I just
I
made
get
that
close
mistake.
enough.
But yeah,
But we're used to that around here. I didn't even
Yeah, get on my level.
I know.
But Michael J. Fox, you got over there, just so shaky. I can't remember what comedy show it was, but they were like, "Michael, will you hand me a beer?" And the guy opens, sprays all over. He's like, "Would you shake this up?" And he's like, "What do you think?"
Yeah.
Poor guy. Yeah, he really talked about his diagnosis a lot when he did an interview on the Stern Show, and it was interesting to hear him talk about that. How he reacted when he first got the diagnosis at 29, I think, and they told him they're like, "Oh, but don't worry, you got 10 more good years left." And it's like, I'm 29. Fuck.
Parkinson's is not a cool. My one of my good friends from back home, his dad has it, and growing up, you get to see it progress. It's not a fun thing to watch somebody go through because it's not it's kind of I guess physical Alzheimer's to an extent. The person is still there, but for them it's really frustrating that they can't do the day-to-day things that they were doing 2 years ago. Maybe they're legitimately having trouble cutting this sandwich in half. That's fucked. And they know they can do it, they know how to do it, but their body just won't let them. I mean, it's just it's Parkinson's is up there in terms of just one of the more debilitating ones where you can't.
He was talking about his sex life, and Stern was like, "Well, I think maybe that would help a little bit." You're a little shaky in bed, like you're like a vibrating sex partner.
Damn.
He had a good sense of humor about the whole thing, but I guess you have to.
I'd
especially
have
in-
to, man.
I think he's wired that way.
I've seen those gyroscopic spoons, you know, where at first the person is
Yeah.
like cocoa pebbles everywhere, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." Yeah, those are
Those
neat.
are cool.
Yeah.
That was a Kickstarter, right?
I think there might have been a Kickstarter
Something like that.
for a product like that, but the first time I saw it, and I recently saw a GIF that reminded me of it. It was like hooked up with wires and everything. It was like really rudimentary at first, but now I think it's like a standalone unit that looks more like an electric toothbrush.
Yeah, they
I
have
want to
like
try one of those just to see, just to try and fake it out. Like, oh, just having some cereal. Ooh, like, try and shake it out.
It's like
That-
it's like holding a Steadicam. Have you ever done that and like tried to fuck it up? Like it's hard. No matter how much you're like, ugh, it's still like just hanging out.
I shot a gyroscopically stabilized like marksman platform thing. Basically, you put a rifle in it, and then you got a remote control, and then the vehicle can be going down a bumpy road, but the gun stays perfectly level, so you can
awesome.
shoot. And it was amazing to see that thing in action because you could test it really simply. You just get somebody on the back of the ATV to like start pushing up and down and engage in the shocks and shake the thing, and the barrel would just sit still, and it's just like, wow, that's cool. So
really-
anything
Did you
like
shoot
that, yeah, oh yeah, I got a video of it up. It's pretty cool. The thing, like, we're on the move. The target's like 250 yards or maybe 300 yards across a lake. And as we're moving, you see my crosshairs, and the video has the crosshairs in it, and you just see the crosshair drifting and pow, ping, and it's just like, fuck yeah, this thing's awesome. It's like a video game.
Gyroscopes are fucking awesome. They have that new kind of like GoPro replacement where it's just like on a stick. It's like $300 and it's 4K and all that stuff. And you just see people like on the back of an ATV in the dunes, and it's just perfect. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, that's so satisfying to me. Watching somebody go
Like
over
your-
bumps and it just stands still.
I like the original one where they just mounted the camera to the chicken's head. That seemed much,
That
much
sounds
better.
like a video I need to see.
Nature's
Yeah,
gyroscope.
yeah. He's got the chicken, and because no matter you move the chicken, its head kind of stays in the same spot. So it was a joke, but it's really funny.
Owls are good like that too. Dude, did you
Yeah.
guys see Ronda Rousey lost? I'm sure
Yeah.
everyone saw that.
Yeah. It's real
Dude,
funny.
real
loved
funny.
Something like that hurt.
She looked like a fool that whole fight.
Even before the fight, she looked like a fool. I'm a new convert into UFC, like as in rewind 6 months, and I was like, yeah, I'll watch a fight with like McGregor or something like that. But that fight, I was like, oh, this is cool. Like Ronda, definitely a fan favorite. And then she like started all with all this like BM, like I guess getting in her face during weigh-in and
BM?
bad manners. Like,
Oh,
like-
okay. It means
like
something
I
teabagging
different.
thought you
is-
meant
yeah.
bowel movement.
Oh, shit.
She
Started
shit
having
right on.
diarrhea. No, but it was just like, she made an Instagram video. It's like, fake ass preacher ass bitch. I'm going to enjoy the ass whooping I give to you, you fake ass hoe. And it's like her getting in her face and then shoving her, and the girl shoves her back, and she's like, wow, I
No.
see fake
So
respect.
so what happened is when Holly
Yeah.
Holm does a stare down, she puts her arm out kind of to the side, like she's gonna punch you, I guess, and that's just her stare down pose. And kind of the way most stare downs work is people strike whatever pose they want, and they just don't touch. And Rhonda's like, I noticed she likes to have her arm to the outside, and I thought, well, you can't have that. I'm gonna put my arm to the outside, and she did. Holly did nothing. So then Ronda took, now they have the outer arm, and like wanted to pull her arm down, and she pulled Holly's fist across Ronda's face, if that makes any sense. So now she's
She made Ronda hit her.
exactly. Now I've watched this 150 times. That's totally what happened, right? Like on the GIF, the replay, I'm like,
Sitting
yeah,
there feverishly.
yeah, oh God, I
Back
CSI.
and to the left. Back and to the left.
Yeah. So like I say with complete certainty that's exactly what happened. Ronda took her arm, pulled it, made Ronda punch her in the face
Herself.
with Holly's hand.
Well, she didn't need any help with that once they got in the ring. She seemed to do all the punching right on her own. She didn't need Ronda's help at all. That gif where she dodges Ronda's punch because
Oh, yeah.
she can see it because a boxer can see Ronda's punches coming from a mile away. It appears.
And the footwork. So Holly Holm is a southpaw, and when you fight a southpaw, you have to have your lead toe on the outside of their lead toe, right? The way that it worked, Ronda never seemed to have the right foot positioning, and that meant that Holly, I'm trying to picture this right, as a southpaw, was sat there loaded up on the left, right at Ronda, whereas Ronda was pretty much facing an imaginary target offline, and all she could do is take like wild swings or like hit almost behind her to get. Holly was never in a good spot for Ronda to hit her. And that time, like if you watch the big hit thing, Ronda was going on a furious attack when Holly was really off to the side. She just didn't seem to have the footwork right. I'm sure Ronda knows this. It's like it's easy to be smart when you're watching from
We're
a
armchair
distance.
UFC fans.
Exactly.
Yeah,
have you
I saw
seen
that
this
shadow
gif
box where like
where
her wrist is.
This isn't even the best one. She's shadow boxing, and like again, I am
Yeah, this
not
is
an
the bad
expert, but
one.
like looking at this, she like punches, and her wrist is literally like flopping around at the end of her punch, and her head is dead straight. She's just like it looks like a 4-year-old is punching. It's like this.
The criticism of this gif is typically that she's not twisting at her hips, right? Like an arm punch is one in which you just extend your arm and hit, and a better punch is one where you come across, right? Not only do you hit further because your shoulder's twisted out, but you hit harder. But this is look, Ronda's got better boxing than this gif shows off. But
I'm sure, but that's what a lot of people were pointing out previous to the fight I was reading up, and everybody's like, look, this girl comes from a camp where it's all about boxing, and she doesn't, she's not relying on one, on one, like, narrow method of victory, so Ronda's going to get her ass beat when she doesn't move her head kind of deal.
What it looks like to me is, so women's MMA has less talent in it, right?
Yeah, it does.
And I feel like they're following the footsteps of men's MMA, but, at a faster pace. If you looked at men's MMA in the 90s, the dominant people were grapplers. Like Hoist Gracie, he couldn't punch at all. Like if you saw his striking by today's standards, it would be embarrassingly bad. He'd never make it into the UFC, and he was the champion. People just didn't know how to deal with his level of grappling. I feel like that's what Ronda had. And if you look at the champs now, they all have great striking. Chris Weidman has great striking. He beat Anderson Silva, but he didn't beat him on the ground. I'm coming up blank. Jose Aldo has great striking. Black belt in jits, but he really wins via striking. Conor McGregor, the interim champ, totally striking based. I feel like I could go down the list. TJ Dillashaw is totally striking list. Dominic Cruz is totally striking based. John Jones, totally striking based. Cormier, I don't know. Even then, he didn't take down Anthony Johnson. This must get boring. But all these guys nowadays are striking based, and you don't see that anymore.
I think it's just like I said the other week before she even lost, is that she only looked good. Like one of her opponents literally was like, I was reading about it online.
The accountant.
She was apparently someone with like an accountant who started MMA to lose weight.
3 years ago.
Yeah, there's no.
What?
Yeah, 3 years
It was
ago.
like 3 or 4 years ago.
There's nobody who could make it in the male UFC, which has been going for so long that they've already passed this phase where the guy's like, you know what? Throwing away the accounting, typing, fingerless gloves, and getting into a weekend training camp. And I'm going to, I could do this. Like, no, you'd get destroyed. Like, but there's still, this women's MMA is still in its infancy. And so she's almost like a Babe Ruth of athletes. We're just beating the shit out of people who are not that qualified. And now when someone who's a legit champ comes in and challenges her, it's like, wow, we shouldn't be that surprised. Like, this is her first real stiff competition.
It's like the entrance of any sport into an area where it's not dominant. So like in the U.S. with soccer, like it's starting from when you're young. Like nobody 5 years ago was like growing up thinking like, I'm gonna be a UFC women's heavyweight, any champion of any women's UFC. Like that's not a viable career path. So nobody started early. You might start early and say, I want to be great at kickboxing, great at boxing. Like that's all cool, but very few people. There's not that like talent pool to pull from. Same with soccer. Like 10 years ago, there wasn't like a talent pool of kids going, I want to be a soccer player for the USA. Like that wasn't a thing. So like UFC's doing it quickly, but they still have to pull from the people that are like, I got time on my hands to like spend 5 years hiatus and just beat some shit out of people.
Now,
like, that's what it is.
I think you're right for the girls. For the guys,
It's different
at
for the
this
guys.
point. Like Rory McDonald grew up idolizing, whatever, Wanderlei Silva.
Yeah,
no,
way different
it's way different. But for the women,
but for the women, you're right. Like these people just got into it, and some of them have skills like Ronda with the judo that translated well. But man, Ronda's hard to like. You guys seem to be following this, but if you don't follow it, she's just mean to people. A lot of her act isn't together. You saw her on The Ultimate Fighter, and she came off terrible. She's catty. She comes out to, I don't care about my reputation because she gets so much hate online. But everything, like, it's like I was saying, in the in the winners' locker room, there's never any personality conflicts. You know, everything was going fine. Now that she's not champ anymore, and she got beat bad. You know, people, they're like, oh, instant rematch, instant rematch. A lot of people are like, you know what? You don't want that. Why don't you beat some other girl you can handle? If you fight Holly again, you'll lose worse. Like, this isn't going to go your way. So,
I'd like for her to get her ass beat again solely because it would make a mix-up in the sport that would make people... Like, I know why. Like, she was, like, the head figure where people were getting interested in women's UFC solely because Ronda Rousey. But I like the fact that there were so many bandwagon fans, myself included. Like, I enjoyed the fights that she was in because they were so explosively fast. It was like, cool, 15 seconds? Like, I'm not paying for it. I'm watching some illegal stream. I'll say it right now. Like, I didn't spend money on this, so I have no dog in the fight. But, like, I'd love to see her get her ass beat again. So everybody going, you know, who is still left on the, like, oh, maybe it was a bad day train can be like, okay, I admit it. I'm a fan of the sport, not of this one person anymore. Like, I just want to see better fighters beat each other up. You know, kind of progress the sport instead of stagnate on. I like Ronda Rousey. Kind of like how Call of Duty esports is. With Optic.
I don't know about
You wanna-
anything.
I know. I realized that. I was like, fuck.
Want to watch this video?
I want to watch this. I've watched
Okay.
it 4 times already. It's fucking
Wow,
good.
is
This
it
is
All right,
what I
hang on.
wanna
Let
see.
me do my intro to this.
Yes.
Time to watch people die. Don't feel bad, they're bad guys. Time to watch people die. Bombs are falling from the sky. All right, here we go.
all right, call out the play.
3, 2, 1, play.
You'll know it. Look at how high that thing gets. How satisfying is that?
That's great.
And then wait, they zoom in. It's fucking awesome. When you link this, I saw that thing go flying. I'm like, there's no way the car is getting 300 feet in the air. Holy
Wow.
shit.
And then it blows. All right,
That's
so the
super
next,
satisfying.
that's great. Launched his vehicle hundreds of feet in the air and then exploded. And then this next video is not as satisfying, but you get a much closer look.
All right, do the countdown again.
Do I? It's the...
Second
Oh, I
link.
see. I see. My mistake. I'm ready.
I am ready.
3, 2, 1, play.
What is it with everybody not recording in any fucking webcam other than... Why?
Oh, they're shooting out the side.
Oh, that's sick. Why is he so close?
What is he shooting with?
It's
It's a really long gun.
A very heavy weapon. I don't know. Some sort of... Oh! And you're dead. They're all dead.
I guess he was a friend. That's why he
Oh,
was
look at this
filming
next
it.
one. The next video that flows into, that's
Incredible.
awesome too.
Incredible!
All
right.
Oh,
so
gosh.
I get really frustrated with people who
it's-
only use 2 exclamation points.
Well, this one's 15 minutes long. So
I'm-
All right, well, just...
We'll
Oh!
I think I've
Don't
seen
hit
this.
the person's... The
Oh.
wife is up there in the top.
Wait, oh, you guys, I thought we were going to call out the play.
Oh, it just...
I'm queued up at 0.
Right, I'm ready.
Same.
Uh,
3, 2, 1, play.
Got enemy fighters in sight. They're all
So yeah, there's
This
a
is
donkey
gonna
up
be a
there.
mess.
Yeah, there's a...
position.
Or a goat.
We'll be setting up for an
Did you call
This
that the
is-
wife, the
I said
donkey?
the wife is on the
Come in. Go ahead and shoot laser.
I mean, this is Call of Duty right here if you want Call of Duty. Like, this is it.
Yeah.
Engage.
Uh-oh.
Look at him running!
Whenever I watch these things, I understand how professional the military is. At least the airborne guys, like,
The comms are outstanding.
they check it out. They, like, hey, where are we on here? I wonder if they can hear them, and that's why they're running like that.
I don't think so. No, they're very far away.
These guys,
And
yeah,
things
these guys
fly-
are way up in the sky, right?
not necessarily high up, but pretty far away. And oh,
Holy shit!
here comes the cannon.
That's so large, it sounds like a machine gun.
It is a machine gun.
Yeah, but what are
But
those
it's like a machine gun that shoots missiles or something.
Yeah,
Like,
that's insane.
like the splash damage is crazy. Well, they miss.
You don't. This guy doesn't stand a chance. Look at him.
Look at them crawl. Yeah.
That's a 30 millimeter that they're shooting at that guy. with.
Holy fuck!
I'm pretty sure it is anyway.
Like that's when you realize like the sheer like gravity of having an AC-130 or I guess it's a helicopter, but like having something
These bullets are
that
this
caliber. Look at these dudes. They don't
hide.
stand a chance. He's laying there trying to be dead. They don't care.
No, he's accomplished his goal now.
Look at all those splatters.
I mean,
you see
I
the
don't have another
footprints?
word. That's outstanding. Like
The chunks of people. That's great
Yeah.
stuff.
Wait, they might be bullets.
Are those
There's hot
chunks of
spots.
Those are chunks of people.
people? Is that just like a spleen cooling off?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, that's just the
desert
sheer
air.
power of that is really
I
outstanding.
think what
Oh,
you want
he's
to do
rolling
is
around.
hide under
Finish
the donkey.
him.
The donkey didn't care.
No, yeah, they didn't run. That's kind of weird.
Not again.
That guy's...
Oh,
They're leaving this dude.
that guy is dead.
Oh, rip.
Oh, he's wiggling a little. He's wiggling.
Do you think he's gonna be okay, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna land
They
and
are
take care of him.
really slowly getting...
Oh
my god.
Oh, that one hit him.
my
That one
God.
hit him.
How much money was wasted to kill that one individual
Not
right
that
there?
much. This shit isn't. It's not that expensive.
I bet it's like $20 a round.
Oh, really?
I don't know what they're paying.
Oh, that's like 100. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, we're just spending a few grand. Like this isn't a big deal. Of course, you got to fly.
Oh.
Oh, there's more.
They're
Wait,
in a
are they
more.
women?
Wait, is that one carrying something on the left side? Oh, that's a kid.
I think he said something about
He
children
said,
in there.
"Wash your fire." Yeah.
I don't think it's a terrorist.
Yeah, they said. Yeah, they were definitely carrying the kid.
Well, that was great. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that
These
was.
guys are totally.
was
I'm gonna finish the rest.
Oh,
of
that
this
guy's got a gun.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they got guns.
Oh, that's an RPG right there.
Yeah, he's got
Why
an
is he so
RPG?
leisurely?
Or
He's
maybe a
putting
mortar.
it down to
I think it's
load
a
it.
mortar. Yeah, those are mortars.
They're so leisurely.
They don't know they're being watched.
They don't know where this is coming from, do they?
Oh, that was
my
a good
God,
hit. Good hit.
God.
Good hit.
How is that guy standing up?
He doesn't know where it's coming from.
The other guy, how is he still up though? The other dude's in pieces.
It's it's nighttime. Like they don't realize
Oh,
they're
that's-
blowing.
I feel like I'd go inside the building. Oh, he's putting his hands up. No, dude, we just saw you with the RPG.
Yeah.
I would go hide under a goat.
Run, go.
I had that
Oh,
idea
they
too,
got
or maybe in the
goat.
tent.
No, rip goat.
I don't see any heat signatures inside the tent.
Yeah, that's actually a good notice.
Probably because they didn't make it back to the tent.
They were right outside it. Like either they're not in there or you can't tell.
Just what? All right. So what would you do?
Aw.
Let's say the tables are turned. Maybe for whatever reason you're a good dude. But you're in this position. There's really nothing you're doing to get out alive. Like you're dead.
Well, I think
This circumstance.
what I'm doing is I'm managing my heat signature. Do I have blankets? Do I have a tent? Do I have some way to appear invisible to this thing?
So you're gonna pull an Arnold Schwarzenegger, get the mud, cover up with it.
Like the Predator.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a training film for 2015 warfare.
Begin covering myself in the sand,
And-
and then just pretend to be dead.
Yeah, I guess that's the only way to do it.
That was wonderful. I always like these videos. I sit and watch them for hours sometimes. I like the AC-130 footage. I like the Apache gunship footage. All the ground fighting is poorly filmed, and understandably so. If someone's shooting at you, you're not going to be getting the best angles. But this stuff is great.
Yeah, the
drone
ground
footage.
I saw some pretty good ground fighting, and like you said, it can only be so good. Like
You're hiding. From cover.
Exactly. You're hiding in cover, and they're hiding in cover. And if you could see the target well, you'd be shot. They'd be dead already. You know, they're only. What's neat is it captures the chaos, right? You know, they're yelling to each other, they're coordinating, and they're like, "There's two bogeys. Bogeys, I don't know. There's two guys over there. There's one
they
guy
dropped
over
a
there."
bomb.
Oh, I stopped it.
What's the
Oh, they dropped
timestamp?
a
I'm gonna go
huge
back to
bomb.
watch.
I'll go back to the bump.
Oh,
Uh,
fuck.
5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wait, you
5
gotta,
minutes and
you have
20
to-
seconds.
Yeah, if you
You
start.
have to link it. Oh, never mind. I can open up the book for you.
That's what I did. I went to.
Oh,
wow.
They're
I don't think that those guys are gonna make it.
No,
Let's watch it.
like a.
All right, so I'm at 516 people. We'll play. Oh yeah, there's 3 of them in there.
Holy shit! Seeing
They
the
shot the
ground
bomb.
ripple.
That was nice.
Oh, and you can really see how far they're out when they zoom out, and you can see like the valleys and shit.
Yeah, there's just a hot spot where the fire was. Like it's.
I love that the donkeys are just fucking hanging out.
I wonder what other militaries have. Like I see this and I think, oh my god, Americans can kill people with such impunity. Like we just fly around like it's an easy video game. pop, pop, pop. This level wouldn't even be any fun, COD, because you just mow right.
You'd be bored almost. You killed 300 people, and you're just like, well, okay.
Yeah,
China and Russia have the same stuff. The France, all the major countries have this stuff.
I just like sometimes I incorrectly think like that our technology advantage is so huge. Like Russia was firing cruise missiles, France was dropping bombs, and I'm looking at those missiles and those, especially the bombers, and I'm like, dude, to my eye, it looks on par with our stuff. I don't know how big the gap is.
So is it like the same shit? We just have way more of it.
No, I think our stuff is better, but the front line stuff, the utilitarian hammer and the hammer and saw of the military, there's no at some point you just can't improve it. There's no reason to. I bet that our experimental stuff, our scramjet fighters that are going, Mach 12 or whatever the fuck they're doing now, the advanced stuff, I bet it's better because we're just spending more money. And when you spend more money, you got better stuff.
I looked at I think it was a Russian bomber I was watching, and it had round edges everywhere. And the thing about round edges is you can almost be sure that you'll get a radar signature on that thing because something will bounce it back to you. The reason that there's flat edges on our new stealth bombers is that you have to be in the perfect spot. For that, you shoot the thing with a radar, and the round one reflects it to everybody, just like a round TV catches sun glare from everywhere, whereas a flat one is going to not necessarily bounce back to you. That's why they're flat. Kyle keeps saying I'm wrong, but I don't see it. I think I'm right.
You're talking about the F-117 stealth bomber.
Not just that, but like all of them are like all of our. It seems like every new modern plane now doesn't have round edges from the U.S.
I was just thinking like the B-2 bomber looks like a Peregrine Falcon, like it's all round edges.
B-2 bomber. I have to.
No. So that image that I think you're looking at, somebody else showed that image where it looks like the tail comes off like of that like bulbous area is just the other side of the wing. Like, if you look at it from the actual side perspective, it has the body, but it doesn't have that tail,
It's
Yeah.
flat
It's
from the
B-2
bottom.
It's a triangle. It's like this.
Here, it's flat from the bottom. I'm guessing that's the important part.
But it is flat. The whole thing is as flat as can be with the exception of, like, the rounded top cockpit area for the airflow.
Let's see. What does an F-35 look like? See if I'm right about this.
Most aerodynamic thing is the Warthog. Look at that baby.
It's
attractive.
rounder than I expected it to be. The Warthog.
So beautiful.
Like the F-117, I think that's right. Yeah, this thing's flat as hell. Maybe it's older stealth tech. Now
It's the original stuff. It's really old.
They have radar absorbing skin now. That's a thing that they use to make it stealthy. So maybe it doesn't need to be as flat. I don't know.
Is that the stealth bomber that's made entirely out of or majority out of plastic to survive EMP blasts, or what airplane is that? Is there not?
That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't sound feasible. I know.
That's not a thing.
I think I just read a book about science fiction.
But I watched the Russian one, and it didn't look stealthy at all. It looked like a 80s plane almost. Like good, like the Concorde or something, but just not like our stuff. So maybe it's easier to shoot down. I don't know. But it still looked like a modern bomber.
I don't feel like we really go up against much good ground radar, ground-based radar systems and anti-air systems very often. Like the best stuff that we're going to go against, everybody we're fighting against is being supplied by the Russians, right? But they're not getting the new Russian stuff. They're getting the old Russian stuff that the Russians are comfortable selling to people, just like we sell people F-16s.
Is Russia really supplying ISIS?
Yeah, well,
Solely?
not directly. But
it's through other things.
You see a Russian with an AK-47. I mean, obviously, it came from a Soviet bloc country at some point.
Okay, I guess.
So the Russians have been selling arms for a generation.
I mean, that's also like saying that's like to the same point that we funded, the militants in Afghanistan. Yeah, to the same kind of thing. Like we're not directly sending money to them right now, but at one point we did, and that's our fault. That's who we're fighting, right? So you're saying that's the same with the Russians.
Well, I mean, all the armament there is just Russian. The tanks. I mean, the tanks that we destroyed in Iraq, those are Russian tanks. The tanks that they're fighting with in Syria, those are Russian tanks. Like, there aren't any German tanks floating around on the Middle Eastern battlefield. It's
whoever got sold to them, and then they got transferred over and stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of our stuff's over there. ISIS is tooling around a lot of U.S.-made Humvees and with U.S.-made rifles and U.S.-made ammunition. Because
Toyotas.
They seized it from the Iraqis. We gave it to the Iraqis.
Yeah.
They suck.
That's what it is. Yeah.
No, that sure, but also, I mean, we supply these rebel groups that we think are like pro-Assad and they're just mercenaries. So ISIS pays them a little more, and so they go and fight with ISIS with the shit we gave them. That's that.
You mean anti-Assad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What a cluster.
Russians are pro-Assad. I don't know, the Middle East, guys. It's crazy. This
Real
is
mess.
so zany.
We created that whole thing. We've been working to
We're the
destabilize
best.
Syria since 2006, I think. And I mean, Bush's whole thing in Iraq is really the beginning to that
best
whole
at it.
thing. And I mean, I feel like the continued use of drones over there that would constantly, I'm constantly hearing about a wedding party blown up. Because I guess that's a good time to be able to be like, yeah, this bad guy's going to a wedding. But then they kill everybody at the fucking
Dude,
wedding.
I got a thing. So I listened to Putin speak, and it was translated. But he was speaking at the G20 thing, and check it out if you have time. They were, it was like real. It was like, look, we're doing this, we're doing that. The Americans aren't giving us intel. I think they feel like we'd kill the people that they want to support if they told us everything they knew, and they should trust us a little more to use the intelligence responsibly. He says, this about how he was. They gave some good deal, I think, to the Ukraine. I hope I'm not messing this up, in terms of repayment of the loan that they weren't expecting. And then he went on and on about ISIS and what they were doing there and what their plan was. And it was like informative and educational and real, and it seemed like it was current, and it was a delight to listen to. Whereas I feel like when I listen to U.S. politicians, they're like, well, problem is they hate our freedom. And, they can't stand our way of life.
Are you talking about the G20 summit? Because Obama wasn't there, was he?
Well, I think he was there. I could be crazy. I remember Obama meeting with him just recently.
In the hotel lobby, right.
Yeah,
but I think he called off his entire trip to the G20, right? With the actual meeting.
It sounds like you know more than me. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just...
Because I know the thing where they met in the hotel room. It was like Obama, someone else, and Putin.
Are you saying that the U.S. during these because I don't follow?
What I was saying is,
much.
I listened to Putin speak, and he really sort of laid out where he stands and what's going on in America, especially the Republican side.
That's what
they kind of just lay out they hate our freedom like horse shit,
Well, that's because in America we have elections to determine a leader, so you have to pander to your voting base. When in Russia, he's a goddamn dictator who's been robbing the country blind for billions of dollars for the better part of 2 decades.
Here's how it feels to me, and this might be biased, but this is how it feels to me. I feel like the Republicans really cater towards a very stupid voter. So biased, I know. And it's like they hate our freedom. They, can't stand that. They just trashy bullshit reasons for why we want to do this. The Democrats won't say shit at all because everything they say just gets torn to pieces. And unless you speak in politically correct platitudes, like we're going to show bravery or whatever, that they just sort of remain silent. Putin, on the other hand, goes out there and says things that maybe over here people would dissect and pull apart. Whichever party's not in power would just find reasons to hate everything he says and does. And I just wish that we could get that kind of informative, straight talking and planning from our leaders that the Russians seem to get from theirs.
You get that when you don't actually have to get elected.
Yeah, you're not going to get that with people.
I mean, I was. It's funny because I actually read the thread about PKA and being on here, and somebody was like, "Fuck him for supporting Bernie Sanders. I hate his liberal ass." And I was just like, I mean, sure, but one of the and I don't want to draw in U.S. politics, but one of the reasons that I do like Bernie Sanders is because he doesn't seem to pander to some bullshit. He might not speak as directly as he should and give an outline of why he wants to do it, but at the same time, he's very consistent with nah, I'm not gonna fucking support that corporate interest. Rather, and it's different from Hillary Clinton responding to why do you take money from Wall Street, saying well, I supported them on 9/11 where a lot of people died 9/11.
I wish Bernie did better with the tough talk, like you say.
Yeah.
But one thing about
I think a lot of, if I can butt in with him not pandering, I think a lot of what he does as far as promising things, he promises the moon of free college,
totally.
Legalized drugs, free health care, all of this, and it's not going to cost your demographic, your tax bracket, anything. And I think that's just as much of a pander, but to a different audience, where we've been we're so inculcated as because the young people are liberal, for the most part, where it's like, oh, pandering, that's when the Koch brothers are pandered to. Pandering, that's when Republicans are saying, I'll stand for our right to have marriage that Jesus would like. And it's like, that's pandering. Him saying that he's going to give me all the things that I like, even
That's
though
so
everyone with
pandering.
half a brain knows that it's not feasible, that's not pandering. That's just good politics.
It's just
He wouldn't be
pandering
in
to the
anyone's
different
pocket.
people. It's pandering to
Yeah.
the majority instead of the minority.
He found a
Which
new
exact-
way to tax that frustrated me. So FICA,
Yeah.
a big part of FICA is Social Security. Here's the deal: Social Security was intended to be like a retirement plan. Everyone's forced to pay into it, and then you get your investment back when you turn 65 or whatever. I think it's older. Like, you guys are young; you'll have to be 70 by the time you get it.
It's gonna be gone by the time I'm old.
They say that for decades now. I can't. I have no idea what will happen. But anyway, it used to be that you stopped paying into Social Security when you hit a certain income. Right now, it's 118 grand, and it made sense. I can explain it. When if you made the equivalent of 50 grand your whole life, right, inflation adjusted, and you paid into it, whatever it is, 6 point something % of your income, or 7 something. Anyway, when you paid into it, you would get back a rate that reflected the fact that you made 50 grand your whole life. If you made 118 grand, then you paid into it much more, and you would get back something that reflected your higher income your whole life. So your retirement would be a little better because you paid in more. Now he just wants to take off the cap, right? If you make $1 million a year, then you still get back reflecting as if you paid 118. And I'm like, that feels like stealing to me. And I hear these counters like, oh, well, there's stealing that help the rich. Well, then fix that, right? If you don't like I don't like the fact that capital gains tax are taxed really favorably in comparison to ordinary income, fix that. Don't just go fuck up Social Security because you don't like capital gains taxes.
How about close corporate tax evasion loopholes and then fix like a vast majority of the financial issues that are causing it, which in turn helps everybody out? Like,
so here, let me talk about that. Here's the basis of most corporate tax evasion loopholes, right? If I'm Coca-Cola and I make a product in America and sell it in India, I'll say, then I pay taxes on that, right? It's a thing. I made a profit. I sold it to India, etc. If I'm Coca-Cola and I make a product in India and sell it to a guy who lives in India, then there's no U.S. taxes on that, as there kind of shouldn't be. It wasn't made here. It wasn't sold here. America had nothing to do with it. You don't get to just collect taxes from all global sales that happen anywhere because your headquarters is in America.
Right.
And if you raise corporate taxes, which some people suggest doing, then the corporations will be incentivized to find more ways to classify stuff as non-American. Sure. If you
does that cover the like insert corporation here paid $123 on $30 billion profit in, is that covered underneath that? Because the corporation makes a profit, but the UK or the US or whatever country that it's actually located in doesn't get a cut of that because none of the profit came from sources inside that country, right?
Typically, they're just paying taxes in some other country, right? Like Cisco had a lot of global operations. And I remember our point of sales was in America. This was something I was involved in. So America got like a cut of all the sales. So we had to take our internet, like that you'd order online. We had to take our online systems and have another one for Europe so that we didn't have to pay U.S. taxes. If you're selling to Europe and the website's hosted in Europe, then all of a sudden you not do U.S. taxes anymore. And it was a big, expensive project, and it was hard to do. And there were certain downsides and complexities that would exist forever, but it was worth it, I suppose, to avoid U.S. taxes. That's one way that, like, when a company makes $30 billion and pays next to no money or whatever, it's because that money wasn't made in the U.S. Another thing that can happen that people often don't count is the losses, right? This happened when remember when the banks did terribly and they had to get bailed out and stuff. Yep. So you lose $1 billion in 2014, you roll that loss forward. You pay no taxes. You lost money, whatever. In 2015, you make $1 billion. Well, now you have a loss carry forward. So in 2015, you don't pay any taxes until you run through your losses, and then you start paying taxes again. So a lot of times they'll look at a Ford or something and be like, look, Ford made all this money. I hear you, but they just got crushed for 2 or 3 years in a row That's why they've had their lost carry forwards. They're working through that, and then they'll start paying taxes again. It's usually not as corrupt as it turns out, like as you think it might be.
I mean, that all makes sense, and like that's all very understandable. It's all like super complicated because.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off,
No,
but
go for it.
Let me pitch this to you, right? So you're a company like Cisco, and this really happened. They had $40 billion in the bank, and they took out a loan in America for like operations and stuff. And everyone is like, why are we borrowing money when we have $40 billion in the bank? And they said, well, that money's overseas. And if we bring it into America, then we have to pay taxes on it. So my question for you is, does it make sense to have an amnesty year, right? The United States would get trillions of dollars from companies like Apple. Wow.
Holy shit.
I don't know what that was. But the United States would get trillions of dollars from Apple and Cisco and Microsoft and Coca-Cola. All these companies that have been making money outside would love to have that money available in the U.S. without taxes.
Right,
An amnesty year would put probably $2 trillion into the U.S. economy, but they'd be skipping all these taxes.
But all right, so here, because I'm gonna be honest with you, in that, like, as a business owner, you know, and a self-employed person, taxing and this whole situation and everything financial related to and your job, my job, and you know, is really complicated to the point where it makes me just go, I don't even want to spend the time to actually understand why I'm getting fucked. I'm just gonna say thank you for fucking me. I'd like to not get fucked next year. Like with that, how would putting the trillions, how would, you know, having offshore accounts be put into the U.S. accounts? How would that help the average everyday person, as what you see the whole like Bernie Sanders movement is? I'm average everyday person. Electing him and having his moonshot changes actually come into effect helps me out in these ways. Like,
if
how
all
would
that
having
money was in
there-
America, then they could pay more American employees. They could build American like infrastructure, like all the office buildings and things like that go with it. They could buy their Caterpillar construction equipment and all those things that like they might have things that they want to do in America that they can't do right now because the money's not in America. Like it would just be a lot of money. And granted, it's not all going to be spent like in a year or something. Like
Right.
I think I might have been
Obviously.
implying that. But there'd just be a huge pool of cash that exists inside of America that would be probably spent on American-ish things. You know,
Seems cool. I mean, it seems kind of like I hope this would be the case, but like I'm sure that there's an analytic and actual thing that people can do a study on that would prove this. Like, I love me some data, so if somebody can give me reasons why this would work, then I'd be down to try
But imagine the story. Like, hey, this is the biggest tax dodge in the history of America. These companies offshored all their profits, and now it gets to come in untaxed. We're rewarding tax dodgers, et cetera, et cetera. To me, I see both sides of the issue, and I often do on these things, and it is the people who just pay less attention to it, who just love to villainize all these things, and they love to villainize the rich. Typically, is
For sure.
is headed.
I know. I know. It's just a lot of clusterfuck of like if there was an easy solution, we would already be there. Like everybody would already be in agreement for it. There's no way to make everybody happy. Somebody's gonna have to take the hit, and that's the whole nature of U.S. politics. Woo! I like drinking whenever we do the debates.
Here's a fun. So Obama's been going off about how you Republicans are scared of women and children, refugees and stuff like that, widows and moms and babies. And then like the next day, wasn't there a suicide attack by a woman in
And a
France?
child.
A child
And
too?
There was an 11-year-old girl who blew herself up in a Nigerian suicide bombing.
Fucking damn it.
I just feel like if I'm on the right, that's a super strong talking
I'm afraid
point.
of women and children with 10 or 20 pounds of HE and 20 pounds of ball bearings.
I'm afraid
That's
of
what
a
I'm
dog
afraid of.
with 20 pounds of HE. I'm afraid of anything with
Are you
20
comparing
pounds of
women
that.
to dogs? Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
clearly. Oh no.
Hey, not all dogs.
Microaggression.
Now I've got the title
I
for
thought this
PKA
was
this
a
week.
Safe space. I want. Come on, Woody. Came on here to have my echo chamber turned on.
Yeah, anyway, like all these things are trickier than they make it out to be. You know, these answers are hard.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
All right, maybe a new topic.
Yeah.
Why are
I mean-
fleshlights considered creepy and weird when they're really just reverse dildos?
because you got to clean that shit out every now and then, and that's just like a
Every
sad.
now and then?
All right.
Monthly?
I don't know how many times
in a
you're
blue
using it.
moon.
I just meant like if you. All right, are you using it for like your everyday jack session?
No.
Like how
but-
frequently?
But every time you use it, it needs to be cleaned. It's like
That's what I'm saying. I was implying you're not using it every. You're not like, all right.
Oh,
let's
okay,
go.
okay.
That's a
It
save.
was like you were saying,
Ugh.
yeah, it's tough having an ass. You gotta wipe that thing occasionally, you know.
No, it's just like a shameful semen collector, is what it is. Like,
No,
it
it's
turns
the-
inside out, you know.
The thing about it is like, if a woman has that and she just goes and rinses it off real quick, or she slides a condom on it and just takes that off or does whatever she
Yeah.
does. It's just a quick little twist in the
And
in
if
the
you get
sink,
it
and then
deep,
it goes
it's-
back proudly on the mantle to showcase her empoweredness.
That's where I keep mine.
For a guy, it's like almost serial killer-esque, where it's like, yeah, I'm
gotta
doing this.
pull-
Then you
I own
finish,
one of these,
reality pours back in, and then you go and you pull this fake body part out of there, like
You
it's
pull the
one of those
pussy
space
out.
eaters in Alien, and then
And
you go
now-
rinse it out into the sink.
You pull the pussy out, and now you have a little like
like a
flesh
worm.
feeling
Like a tube
bag
worm.
of cum and lubricant, and you're just like walking around with it, and it's all like floppy and like moist, and you gotta like turn it inside out and wash it in the sink, and then it's all like wet, but there's no way to like dry that without getting like fibers on it, so you're just shaking it to like. I'm in the bathroom shaking a pocket pussy, basically getting all the water off, and then I'm like trying to shake all the water because like now it's got to go back in, not inside out, but outside in, so that I can put it back inside the mechanism and store it away in its
It's
drawer.
too much effort. I'll just come
See,
into my
it's a lot of
sock and
effort.
wash it, you know? Like
I think jerking off manually is a lot of effort. Just
No, I
pump
don't-
after pump
no
for hour.
lotion, no
This
cleanup.
thing you just put on there and just do the work.
The auto
You're
blow.
still on about your auto blower?
I like my auto blow.
It's
I
been
mean
months.
it's been months. Well, it
This is
doesn't,
a
it
great
doesn't wear
product
out.
with you.
It doesn't wear out. What would you do? I mean, if you wore yours out, I'm impressed. But like it's still as good as the day I
You
bought.
know, with this robust of a product statement, I'm thinking about getting my own auto blower. Like, I got a girlfriend, but she's not available 24/7. Maybe I'm
Obviously.
editing a video and I just want an auto blower.
What you want is to do your Twitch streaming, and then every so often, as your face is up there, they just hear the ying 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 ying.
Dude, I would
It is
do
quite
this.
loud.
What is that? It's the AC unit. It's freaking out.
I would
Yeah.
be so much funnier if I didn't have kids. Like, the reason I'm not executing on this concept is that Hope has to go to high school tomorrow.
Yeah.
What, you think she's gonna be like, my dad has an auto blowjob machine? No,
No,
like,
it's
no.
not worse than
kill
that. Her friends are gonna be like, "Your dad has an auto blowjob machine." That's what'll happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It's
he's
just-
like, well, what do I say? He's got a funny
Also,
guy.
She's 2 years from college. Oh, then the gloves come off.
It's like the shame also with the pocket pussy. Like after you clean it, even if you're home alone, you're still skulking around your house, like looking around corners, making sure that maybe like a home intruder could be in there burglaring you, and you would look at him like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," like and just like.
Oh, I'm so
What-
embarrassed.
like,
I didn't know you were
soon
coming
I push
today.
Away.
You think that would really? I think that would deter somebody. They see you going ham with a pocket pussy or something, and they're like, "Let's go to the next house." Like, this dude's got some
Can this
skeleton.
wait a few minutes?
Can I get next on that? Can I get next? Can I?
I'm taking that with me. Can you clean it out at knife point? Like,
No,
Please don't.
you clean it out. It's a real bitch. You're like,
It's yeah. So the cleanup is of course pretty disgusting, and you're just filled with shame because you just fucked a robot. But I feel like it's a superior masturbation. It's superior to masturbation in any other form. I feel
how
like.
often yours now, Kyle?
What?
How often are you using your Autoblow?
Not often at all. Like maybe once a month.
Once a month,
like
but it
when
is.
you get that slight mood, and you're just like, I could go for an auto blow.
Well, and I'll forget about it. It's just in a drawer there, and I'll be looking for like I don't know a toothpick or a lighter or whatever, and I'll be like, oh,
Hey,
there you go.
hey, sweetheart.
you do it.
Nobody
Wow.
else is here.
Let me see if I can find your power cord, and maybe you and I'll burn a few kilowatts. Let's make it happen.
I was imagining that Woody's has stubble or a mustache drawn over.
It's got a happy trail going up the side.
Oh, in my house tour, I should just have it sitting on a shelf, all decked out like a dude. Little
Mr.
bow
Potato
tie.
Head, like Mr. Potato Head, and it's just the lips of your auto blow stuck.
You've seen that, right? There is a sex toy of it, like a haunting, just a mouth with a mustache.
Oh, we gotta hit
Oh,
the video.
there it is.
I was
4 hour
wondering when
limit.
that was coming.
Yeah, about as hard as Kyle comes with that auto blower.
Not even close.
No.
No.
Taylor, did you hit
it's
your
a
video button?
house-shaking orgasm with that thing.
I like to really assert my dominance. I feel like when I crank it up to high and it's yin, 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 and everybody has to hear
Please
it.
tell me you guys have. This is what just popped in my head. This is what Woody uses all the time.
Did you use your video button, Taylor?
Woody, you're a loading
Don't
screen.
There he is.
Disgusting.
How foul is that?
You may have to like hang up and recall.
Oh, the
Oh
fuck!
no, what's wrong, Taylor? Oh, you saw the thing.
Oh yeah, well, I've got everybody now.
Yeah, but you're kind of like grayed out on my.
It comes back after about a minute or two.
I'm saying, look, you can see like the throat dick ticklers. In
Yeah, I
there,
don't like that at all.
If I call everyone back, then it takes like a minute for Chiz's icon to go away. So it's like
Yeah,
six
we
in
don't
one
wanna
hand,
support
half
him.
dozen in the other.
All right,
I'll be
well, I
right
don't see you. I just see your fucking.
Back.
Oh.
I don't like how it has a chin.
Yeah, like out of all the facial features they decided to have,
It has like big jowls, or like
Yeah.
right? It's like a fat dude.
that's a nutsack. Is it possible
It's
that it's
a reverse dildo.
It's a
You put
dildo
that
on the
thing
other
around.
side.
I see your point. You could you could probably suction that mouth and fuck it if you're a girl, but you could also fuck it as a dude. You could.
This
oh my
is
God,
this is
that's how
fun
you
for the
use
whole
it.
family. That's
like
what
the
this
world's-
is.
You put it
thickest
in the
condom.
girl. Listen, you put it in the girl, and then you act like you're fucking a dude, but then you're fucking a girl with that. Yeah, I see how they're.
I've heard of this before. They use these at the Pray Away the Gay camps. Just to kind of ease you in to female sex. It's not totally straight yet. We'll get there.
Step by
Still
step.
mustache. Yeah,
My
that's-
God, that's
horrific.
terrifying. Though.
Yeah, there's definitely a stigma with using those things, and it's
I
a
just-
stigma that like you can find people who are like, it's ridiculous that women can use their dildos and I can't even use my robot lady butthole to get off at night. And people are like, so you use that? Oh no. Like, no, not me. I'm not that guy. I'm just saying it's fucked up.
You know what's up? All right, you've seen those like twerking robots, right?
No,
No,
haven't seen
you
him
have
twerking.
not seen the twerking robot.
I don't think I have.
All right, I'm gonna. Here we go. It is literally a sex toy that does nothing but twerk, and you can fuck it. But like the ass twerks, and it's a VR enabled twerking robot.
Do you think Twitch made the right call to get rid of twerking?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any time. All right, my horny self, maybe 15 years old, would love to go to Twitch and see somebody twerking their ass off for donations. Another part of me knows that myfreecams.com is a site that I could see somebody doing it naked.
I don't really watch many girl streamers. I feel bad because I know.
No, that's just your preference.
But yeah, I usually watch dudes that I've known for a while, like people that were
Yeah, I'm the same
whatever,
way.
from
I
a
watch
couple-
people that know for a while.
and it was them, like dudes would twerk, and it was hilarious, and
Brennan
people would
would
be
twerk.
so
I would
happy.
twerk.
Yeah. I know some of the Optic guys would twerk, and I always enjoyed it. Like it was funny to me. And now it's gone, and it's like I don't know if I would ever
Really
twerk.
not as big of a loss as it could have been a big of a
No,
problem.
I'd never seen any of it, and it does not sound like a loss.
It's not a lot. Like, it's a thing, like, haha, but, like, it's a thing that, like, when it was gone, like, nobody was like, let's do a sit-in for twerking on Twitch. Like, that's not how it worked. It was just, like, the potential for that to be a negative influence on the site and just, like, a horrible, like, attribute to live streaming is way, way more than the potential for it to be anything beneficial. If anything, it was just, like, a nice comedic thing, but, like...
Yeah, exactly. I dance on stream, but
a lot of people dance on.
not
just you gotta
not twerking.
Can't twerk, Woody. No yoga pants for your 90-year-old ass.
I would have liked. I wish I could like. So tell me this. Maybe Tucker might know, or maybe you do.
I
Woody.
probably do.
I have two internet connections here. They're
Okay.
both like roughly 14 by 2. 14
Okay, no. The
down
answer
to.
is no for any live streaming.
Here's what I want to know: is there a way to combine the two and get something that works? It's like, could I get maybe?
No.
And I know it wouldn't be it wouldn't add up exactly, but could I get? So, is there some way to pipe those two into one and somehow
Woody is
get
the guy you
say
should ask him.
22 down and like 3.8 up or 5 up
Isn't
or
it
something?
just the data stream they're pushing on each line? It has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that they're pushing 2 up to both lines. That's it. Like combining.
There is a
them.
way. As a matter of fact, you do it all the time. Well, Kyle doesn't, but iPhones do it all the time, actually. It's called, I think it's called multi-streaming. I forget. I know PepLink is probably the most well-known like router that does this. And the way it works from an architecture standpoint, you can only download like one thing to most places, right? The whole world is not set up for the multi-stream thing you want, including Twitch. So there is a server somewhere out there that is multi-stream smart. And you would pretty much like upload both. Let's see, how would that work? Yeah, you'd upload over both lines to that thing. It would combine them. There's about a 15% loss. And then it goes to Twitch, who...
Could you have
That's awesome.
Could you have one in? Could that server be at my house, sitting right there in the floor?
There are less expensive ways for you to live stream.
Are there? I mean, it
Move
would have
the
to be a very
fuck out of
big
your
server
house,
if it's just
Kyle.
for me. Well, I'd have to move locations. Yeah, let me just sell this house and,
No,
and move
honestly,
45
it would-
minutes away.
What's your cell phone coverage like? Do you got 4G?
It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, you have 4G. You
Yeah.
could probably get a 4G modem with 300 gigs for $100 a month or $200 a month, and that would be cheaper than whatever you're trying to do.
Would I
You'd be able to live stream off of it, but you would not be able to live stream every day for a long period of time. No 5-hour, like a 5-hour zombies thing would probably use up half of that. I don't know the
I
math
need
on
an
that.
unlimited one. I need.
Yeah, you're
unlimited.
fucked. You live in bumfuck nowhere. You got to get an ISP to deliver you something.
Would I
You
be
know,
able
words
to
hurt,
stream
Tucker.
With
Sorry,
40,
dude.
so 40
What?
down, 4 up. Would I be able to
Absolutely.
stream with that? I
The
could.
maximum bitrate is 3,500 on Twitch. If you're not partnered, which I don't think either of you are, you're going to be pushing about 1,500 bitrate, which is going to look, for zombies, not that great, honestly. It's going to look like 480p on YouTube,
Well,
which
is it hard to get partnered?
you need to pull about 300 viewers consistently for about 2 months. Like they need to make sure that you're actually viable. Because,
What is it for partnered? What is the max upload?
3,500 bitrate. You can't really go over that. Well, how about this?
Because
YouTube has unlimited. If you really want to get started, and for all three of you, you're all YouTubers that would like to stream. YouTube's better. It is like unlimited bitrate, whatever you want to stream, whatever the maximum your internet can handle. If it's 3,500 out of a 4 up, you can do it. It'll
Yeah,
look
but
good.
Twitch pays more, right? So
No.
that's kind
You're
of
not going to make money regardless unless you're pulling 500 viewers a day for 3 to 5 hours a day every day.
So-
And even we're talking $3,000.
As far as I know, 3.5 megabit or 3,500 is the max up.
Yeah.
Tucker said something about if you're partnered, it's higher. I'm partnered.
No. If you're that's the max period.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So I got confused for a second.
I can go higher, then Twitch will literally email me and say, "Fuck off! You're costing us more money than you're making. Wait until our infrastructure is better," which is fine. But that's my one big complaint with them. Versus YouTube, anybody who has a channel can hop on there and stream up to 9,000 bitrate, which is good enough for 1080 60 FPS. Twitch is only good enough for 70 60.
The money Taylor is awful
Garbage.
from Twitch. Now the money can be good, but like for example, we live streamed PKA. Now I don't run ads all the time. You know, if you ran ads every 10 minutes or something, you'd make more. But we live streamed PKA. We pulled between 5,000 and 5,500 people the entire time, and I think I made like $16 or something like that.
All right, well that's not. I don't know what down with
It's-
that. If I had 5K viewers for 4 hours and I ran a 90-second ad every 45 minutes, so we're getting roughly like.
So I didn't do that, but carry on.
Right. But I'm saying you would probably make about $300 to $400, which is not even where the money comes from.
That is
Twitch.
way higher than I experienced. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had a night where I made $300 since somebody got on their current contract.
Yeah, you must not have because you're so sporadic, which is honestly probably the issue.
Yeah,
is you
yeah.
don't have the best contract versus, I mean, live streaming anywhere. It's not like YouTube where you upload something and then you have 1,000 videos stacked of views, right? You know, so like you might be making $80 per new video, but you have 1,000 other videos that are helping back that monthly payment. Twitch is more like your subs and your tips are your bread and butter. And the ad revenue is solely bonus. It's a different monetization model.
That's
It's
where I was
weird.
headed. Sometimes, not subs. I don't have a lot of subs, but sometimes I'll get money in tips that counts for something. Like it's usually
Absolutely.
one heavy hitter or something. Like, but in my stream, it costs $3 if you want your message to pop up. So
Yep,
a lot of
mine's
people.
5.
Okay, yeah, a lot of people donate $3, and that adds up to I don't know, a couple
a couple
dollars.
$100.
Not a
If
couple
you-
hundred
if-
for me. You're
well,
much bigger
if
than
you-
I am on Twitch.
Right.
But
you can get up there.
every now and then a person who's particularly fond of me will do like a 200 banger, and that makes it, then it's like, oh, holy smokes, like tonight's stream was returned a profit instead of
Now
just
imagine
a
if
waste.
you did that every day, and now you're not going to expect the same person to do that. But imagine this is your full-time thing, like YouTube. So you have 1 million people, maybe you got 15 of those. So like every other day you have somebody who's out there going, you know what? Yeah. Like I love Woody. Woody, you've helped me through this dark time. Here's $150. Woody, you now have off of that one guy who's being super generous, have just made this entire 5-hour live stream worth it. Like that happens more frequently the bigger you get because you have the bigger audience. So that's where you get into like actually making a good revenue stream from Twitch, whether you think it's morally all right or not. Like at the end of the day, this person.
That seems definitely all right to me because it's so
absolutely all right.
voluntarily. There's no trickery. There's no
No, people get pissed at anything, so you gotta.
Well,
kinda
yeah,
cover
there's that.
your bases.
I think it would be fun. For one thing, I think it would be fun to stream Fallout because I don't want to make the videos and deal with all the work that goes into that. But I could stream it, and then there it is. If you want to go watch it later, just hop back on there and watch it. But
That'd
also,
be good YouTube for you.
yeah, but also I think it would be fun to do like an FPS Russia video that I live streamed. Like, what if I had like a real shooting range behind me with like dozens of explosions, and some of them were small, but they were like, there were some cars and a school bus in the background. And, when we get to $500, we're gonna blow that fucking school bus up. I feel like that'd be fun.
You're sitting on that's.
Would Twitch allow it? There was a
yes.
time where if it was not gaming, Twitch was angry.
All right.
Yeah.
So Twitch
I'm using the guns of Call of Duty.
Yeah, just
Woody.
hold up the game.
If you did that and you put it in gaming talk show, sure. We had a podcast where we literally talked about sex stories, gaming talk show. Not the obviously walking a gray line. YouTube will allow anything that is even they don't even care. You can make dinner, sure. It doesn't matter. I'd say for you, because then it gets uploaded to your channel as a VOD. You could sit there on YouTube. I know it's not as refined as Twitch where you can get like all these pop-ups and tips, but you could be like, $500, we're gonna RPG this bus right now. It could be cumulative, one and all go. You could sit there and go, look at this handgun. You could shoot somebody live. Like that's a 5-hour show at the gun range of you having fun. I can't believe you haven't done this yet. Like this is a great idea.
How do I stream from
A gun range.
a field?
Yeah.
I need to get that thing you're talking about.
Yeah,
that
but
does
you get
the
that
4G
thing.
and
One stream and you're going to turn a profit on not only the month of that internet, but also it would just be fucking fun. Like just to play off of the 2 to 20,000 people in there just going, yo, shoot the mannequin in the bus. Oh, you want me to shoot the mannequin in the bus? Yes, shoot it. Here's $10. Okay, you shoot it. It explodes. That's fucking awesome.
If I could figure out a way to get my camera and a cameraman who could pan and zoom and do everything and have that stream. Yeah, that would be really cool. I'll consider that.
Awesome.
I wasn't aware of this 4G. What is it again?
A hotspot.
That's right.
Every
Yeah.
single
Obviously.
carrier. Yeah, carrier has some hotspot. Verizon probably the better of the.
What you want to do is test it.
Yeah.
In Apex, it was faster to be with AT&T, and I talked to them, and they're like everyone was kind of surprised by that. But I tested it, and that's what I got. It's Tucker's right. It's probably going to be Verizon, but test it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll allow you to, if you go into the store and you say, "Show me your upload speed on this hotspot," they'll
What's your
do it.
cell phone carrier?
Mine?
Yeah.
AT&T.
Sure.
Well,
So
you
what
could
are
you could hit speed test from the field and just see what you get.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you
not sure.
have- Sorry, go for it.
I'm just not sure if I have 4G there with my phone. I bet Verizon would.
That's what you want to test.
Yeah, I mean, if you have I'd say a safe if you want 3,500 bit rate because that's the highest you can get a really clean 720p stream at 60 FPS. It's gonna look crisp. You're gonna have good definition. It's not gonna be full HD, but you're not gonna eat through a fuck ton of data and in 5 minutes. So that's kind of like where you want to be. So you want your upload to be at 5. If you have 4G in any sense of the word, your upload's going to be 15. You're going to be okay with that. So this is a viable idea, and I would absolutely look into it because this is something that nobody's done before. and that seems to me like you could not only do a good live stream, but you could also get several videos out of it. Like somebody drops a 100 bomb on you, and they're just like, take that watermelon, put explosives in it, put the camera next to it, and blow it up, and use the GoPro to stream back to the thing. It blows up, the camera goes flying. People are like, holy shit, that's a video on your channel.
The
and you live
biggest challenge is you need something of a crew. Like
I got that. I film with it anyway. I just get the same crew there.
Well,
it's going to take more than 4 of us.
I feel like you do that, and it alters the profit model if you have a real crew.
Then grab some sponsors. Like, live viewers are valuable in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, you can really grab sponsors from not only camera companies, but also from just any product. Fucking McDonald's Happy Meal, put a C4 charge in there. Like that. I mean,
yeah,
McDonald's
they'd love that. Yeah, they'd love that.
You know, you get my point. Like, you can find ways to integrate it to offset the
Of course,
the
yeah.
overhead.
That wouldn't be that big of an issue to do. But yeah, I would definitely do it with a full crew.
I would think it would be worth exploring solely because I want to watch it now. Like, you know, that seems like something I would.
The way I'm picturing in my head is like me sitting at a table almost in front of the camera and being like, "Here's what's behind me," you know, like that's a school bus with X amount of explosives and this much diesel and gasoline. That's gonna be fucking ridiculous. And you know, there's little ones here and there, and you know, maybe have a dozen rare weapons there.
It'd have to be more than 500 to make that worthwhile.
I mean, I wouldn't say like put a price on it where you have like a. I wouldn't say like put a price tag on it, but you can absolutely set a donor like a tip goal, and as soon as it hits that, I'd say do shit in the meantime, like explain the gun.
Oh yeah, I would be shooting the whole time.
Yeah, but for those big payloads where you're like okay, this is gonna be $1,000 worth of explosives. Absolutely put it at the $1,000 mark for tips. You're gonna hit that eventually just from people being like, fuck it, I want to see this dude blow it up. Here's $3. Like I'll contribute to that.
No, Kyle, be a real piece of shit. Set the goal at like 10,000 and be like, and do it like, if you do not hit it in 3 hours, I will try again tomorrow. And like they get
From
to like
zero.
They get to like $7,200, and then the next day you show up and it's like, all right, my friends, 12,000, and then like, and then they have to work from zero back up. You know, that gets 4 days in. You make a cool 50, and you still have a bus.
I've wanted to do that for years, honestly. I just don't know, you know, the technical aspect of it was the issue. It's like, yeah, maybe if we had like 1,000 feet of fiber that we could run and plug in up the road and run, like no, that's not gonna fucking work. You'd have to go wireless, like you said, with a hotspot. But yeah, I'll look into that.
Do that. You just need 10 100-foot Ethernet cables with Ethernet connectors.
I don't need. There's not even any fast enough internet within driving distance of where I shoot. Like it's not a thing. If I had 10,000 feet of cable, then I could do it, but like
you need
that's
a
what
repeater
it would
at that thing.
Yeah.
Miles.
That's
2 miles.
The hotspot could work. I feel like that'd be fun.
I think if you get that down, that's definitely something that nobody's seen before, and I'm interested. So
and I mean I got all kind of toy. Like I got my flamethrower like right there behind me. You know, I get the flamethrowers out, and I got lots of crazy
kidding me?
stuff.
I want to see you burn some shit up, dude. I want to see you with a flamethrower and a GoPro on your chest of you just lighting things on fire. Like that's what I want to do with my free time.
Like I've done it. I've done it on the show.
Got a flamethrower. Got really red and hot looking. It looked uncomfortable.
It was, yeah.
It's cooler now.
Flamethrowers are very hot. Yeah. I'm gonna make that flamethrower video soon. I'm waiting on a few things to fall into place, but I got some cool ideas for that. I got like 80 pounds of thermite. I'm gonna try to melt the car, and I got like $500 worth of like firecrackers I bought. I'm gonna make a firework man. Just take a mannequin and hot glue fireworks all over it. Like every square inch of it's going to be covered with a different kind of firework.
When does your FEL hit 90 days? Do you know?
I don't know.
It's FEL?
Federal Explosives License. Is this a new
you
topic?
Have a temp license, I guess?
Yeah, it's a new topic.
You can't get one of those in California?
I don't know, man. I fucking I'm curious. I don't know. It's not backwoods like Alabama.
It's soon. I know that. What was I going to say? Yeah. So in my area, the 4G router he's talking about, or the hotspot, whatever you want to call it, they get like 6.5 up, which would do the trick.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a matter of fact.
That's double what you need. Live streaming is more fun for me. I know that we've all made videos, and it's fun to sit down there and edit and shit, but I streamed Fallout for 4 hours listening to my chill playlist on Pandora. It was just a radio station of relaxing, not relaxing, like Moby and like kind of like chill electronic music while just playing and exploring the wasteland. There are 3,000 people all just sitting around like chatting about the wasteland and the scenery and whatever you. I wasn't doing missions. I was just looting. Like
Are you
live
talking?
streaming. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I mean, it's me playing. Like all right, let's go explore I just got to the witchcraft museum and I was like, let me go check this place out. It gets a little spoopy and I'm like, fuck this. My whole chat's like, nope. Like can't do that. You're too low level. All this stuff. But it's just.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
had to come back
being in
later.
a room. It's like being in a room with a bunch of friends. You don't need to be on. You don't need to be like on and be poignant all the time. You can, but you can be quiet.
That's my challenge, man.
Do you know how to make your follower equip items?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, equip
making sure.
items.
Yeah.
I still
Go into their
chilling with
inventory when you're when you're swapping items with them.
Yeah,
Select the item in their box and press Y, and they'll equip it and use it. So you can make.
Fuck.
So if you've got like a McCready, he's like a sniper character. He's good with
Yeah,
sniper rifles. So I gave
killed
him
him.
my best sniper rifle and have him equip it. You got to give him the ammunition that's specific to that weapon. You're gonna make them equip a specific grenade.
Oh,
And
that's
you can
awesome.
make them. You can dress them however you want, which is hilarious because I make them wear dresses and stuff
Dresses?
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a good time. I
that
kept
sounds
thinking that
awesome.
there would be an achievement for like making them wear my leftover wedding ring, but like there's not. They totally should be. Like
You
if
know,
I give.
They've done a lot of stuff, like little things that I was like pleasantly surprised with. If you sort by value, your wedding ring is always at the top of everything. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute, but like, yeah, little shit like that I wouldn't have thought of. That's smart.
I keep
Yeah, we
finding
sold the
these
wedding ring at the First Lady.
terrible.
Only gave
Terrible.
us,
The
she only gave us
worst.
I still got it.
$76, and then we went to go see how much it would be to buy back. 800 from that Jew.
That's
3
awful.
up?
Yeah, mine.
Yeah, 3 up is not horrible. Like, 1 up. 3 down, 1 up?
Yeah, 3 down, 1 up. It was better in Apex.
Yeah, so that's not worth it. You could stream on
It's
it.
1.8 up, but yeah, that wouldn't do it. So.
You don't want to stream under 1,500 kilobits per second.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, speed test. Download it. It's free. See what you get.
Yeah, I need to see if that's a viable option because I think that'd be cool. It'd be fun to do.
It would be
But I
awesome.
really would like to stream some Fallout. Like that'd be really fun. Like because I'm on there playing all the time. I'd happily, and I'm usually talking because my girlfriend watches me play. So I'm basically doing a let's play anyway. I'm like, so now we're going into this building.
Yeah.
I know it's full of raiders. So as soon as we get in there, we're popping this jet. We're going into fucking John Wick mode. And
Yes.
I'm having so much fun with that game. I really am. It's great.
They did well. They did well. I think have you run into like some really like the game has some pretty indefensibly shitty bugs where you're just like laughing at you're like there's some Brahmin literally floating 400 feet in the air kind of
physics
deal.
stuff. Yeah, definitely. Bodies floating in the air, like lots of that. I shot a Mirelurk earlier today with I've got this alien artifact gun that's.
Oh, you have the alien ray gun, yeah.
But I've got the improved. Well, it's similar, but it's called the alien artifact gun, and I've got
Okay.
the improved version of it, like that you have to do a mission for.
Right.
And it's like an area of effect weapon. It shoots a blast, kind of like what that sonar thing the Mirelurks will shoot at you.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that. And I'm like rapid firing a Mirelurk who's below me, and then like he dies, and the next one hits him, and he just flies, just like I
Yeah.
launched him out of a cannon across the map. I also like the acetylene tanks that you can shoot the caps off of and send sailing
Yeah.
into the night like bottle rockets. I've been
It's-
trying to use those as weapons.
Yeah, you can. There's I don't know where it is, but there's like it looks like a mortar like launcher. You can put them in there and launch them off like mortars into the sky, and they explode.
Yeah, that's cool. I haven't found that shack yet, but anytime I find one of those tanks, I pick it up and start carrying it around, waiting until I find the next enemy, get right next to him, and my sneak is like off
That's
the chain.
smart.
I can sneak up on anybody I want at this point, which is really fun. It's broad daylight. I'm wearing power armor, but I'm crouched right next to the bad guys, and they're just like, "Where do you
Yeah.
go?"
Must be my sensors off.
Is off the chain right? Is
Off
that
the chain.
That was the first time I've heard that since like Nickelodeon in the '90s. Off the chain.
okay?
Yeah.
It's a
Alright.
West Coast rap.
It's good.
It's real good.
his
Hella-
his
hella-
sneak is
hella-
on fleek. That's what I'd have said.
Uh,
It rhymes. It's hip.
That shit lasted for about a month. And then we did it again.
never heard that one before.
I've
On
never heard
fleek?
that either.
I feel like you need one of those paperboy hats to say that. Like what do you? It sounds like some 1940s talk to me.
No. This is very
Gotta
much
go get my dog.
2015. Say
You know what I think happened? to you,
June
Woody?
through August.
I think it was like on The Office when Daryl gives Michael the fake cool black. slang
No,
word.
no, no.
He's like ticky tacky, wobble, and then they like, do the silly handshake.
It's
Remember the
funny,
cool phrases I taught you?
but it's totally not true. On Fleek is a thing. It was on Black People Twitter for a month.
Yeah, they talk. Flick a flacker.
Flick flack.
Flippity floppity.
Dude, I know we covered Paris already. Do you think the citizens need guns? I swear every time I'm pro-gun. I'm pro-gun. I am.
No.
But every time I hear like, oh, was there a school shooting? You know what the problem was? The other kids didn't have rifles.
I don't think there's ever been there's very few situations even in the U.S. like where we have pretty lax gun laws where like there's been a shooting and somebody has actually stopped that, and I'd love sources with their concealed firearm.
Texas.
I
Texas. Okay, sure.
I follow
Shootings
a few
where
guns.
someone is stopped don't become mass shootings, though.
Right, and I'm saying that while those might not make the news, and I'd love to see that, there's very few times where, like in that instance, like you're not carrying a weapon into the theater. Like that's just not allowed into the theater pretty much anywhere anyways, so that wouldn't have helped the situation. But on the side of the cafe, maybe in Texas or maybe in some other place, somebody might have had a gun, but realistically, there's a lot more to stopping it than just owning the gun. Like you have to have the brass and the like the go ahead to actually use it in that situation. So I think that
there are
know.
for people who don't know in America, most of the places that there's crowds, you're not allowed to bring your gun. So you can't bring it into a school. You can't bring it into a place that serves alcohol. That varies by state. Yeah, you can't bring it into any place that sells tickets for the most part. That includes movies, sports events, concerts, things like that.
Public gatherings.
They just
I don't know if that's a North Carolina thing, but these general rule of thumbs fit most states, you know, or they're pretty close. And a lot of the mass shootings that happen in those places where you can't bring your gun, so that's going to lower it. It's not. Gun people like to say, "Oh, they do it in movie theaters because you can't bring guns there." No, I think there's just an overlap. They do it in places where there's lots of people, and there tend to be laws against bringing guns to lots of people.
Right, exactly. So I'm saying, like, and that's kind of, I don't really have a hard stance on either of the way. Like, sure, I'm happy to allow anybody to have guns. I love shooting guns, like, in a range. It's awesome, and I see both sides of the story here. But at the same time, like, having concealed carry in a school would probably terrify me just for the fact that I know there's that one fucker, you know, that one dude who's going to mess it up for everybody else. And then you go back to where we are right now, where it's like, no, we shouldn't have it in there. So, like, I don't think everybody being allowed to concealed carry or, like, at least have weapons around their person would have changed the event.
I don't think, you know, 2 people killed 89 in that theater. I guess
I don't think it would have
call it a theater, amphitheater.
I don't think it would have helped. You know, like I don't think
that's the shit you can't get away with if there's 2 guns in the audience. You know, like.
But how are the guns the guns aren't going to be in the audience is the thing, because like they're not going to be allowed into that space. It's like bringing.
This is a hypothetical, right? They're hardly allowed in the whole country, but let's say that concealed carry people have their guns with them a lot, more than some people might guess, and. You know, out of those 89 people, if that was in North Carolina, there'd be
maybe 20. Maybe 20 got killed.
That's high-ish, but 10. Oh, killed. I'm saying, but there might be 10 guns out there. You know,
right.
If
So
it's
what
here.
I'm saying is, like, maybe it could have an impact. Maybe. I mean, if all those laws were lax for it, you'd have to look at the.
I just recognize how crazy it sounds on the surface. Like, oh, shootings need more guns, but.
The bad guys who want guns clearly can get them, right? Because there were some bad guys in Paris who wanted some guns, and they got them.
You can get guns
obviously.
no matter what.
And it's not like they didn't have like double-barreled shotguns. You know, like in the Guy Ritchie movie, they make fun of the fact that guns are hard to get in England, and so they got these shitty, ridiculous guns that are almost comic. They are literally comical. The guns they have to bring to bear, but. In this case, like these guys got AK-47s, they got pump shotguns, and they got plenty, clearly, of ammunition for both of them. I mean, the bad guys who want guns are getting guns, so why not reduce? At least make it so that if you're a citizen who wants to go take a course. Make it a 6-week training course if you want
Sure.
to. I don't fucking care. By the time it's over, like, have the civilian be a better shot than those cops who were running away. But I don't know. I know that. I know that.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. I don't think that there's anything that's going to be gained from it or lost from it. Like, it's just a thing that could happen.
I want to correct Kyle on something. They were French. Those cops were surrendering.
They came back.
I'm not co-signing.
Co-sign on that either.
It's a joke.
Tricky because it's
They
offensive.
the thing about more guns
Just
making
say
everything
things.
safer probably isn't always true. But sometimes I think, like, yeah, like if you go on a purely anecdotal basis, many times it seems like, well, what if that guy right there had a gun? What if that guy had a gun? If that guy had a gun, or that guy, or any of those guys who are now dying had guns, I feel like they'd be shooting back. And I've never been shot at, but I can only guess that being shot at is fucking terrifying. And if you shot back at the asshole who thinks he's there to take out some sheep, maybe he pisses his pants and runs for his life. You know, you never know.
Takes cover, etc. Yeah.
I think that the issue is that the what ifs that are involved, like, what if this dude had a gun and also was not too afraid to use it. And
well, there's lots of
also,
instances of it happening. I know they don't make the news, but like I follow a few guns rights advocacy groups on social media and stuff, and they, of course, are quick to point out the instances where concealed carry saves the day. And there's one every other day, like a high-profile-ish one by the standards of like non-mainstream media, like never talking about these things happening. You see a lot of time. The 13-year-old kid the other day killed one home intruder, ran the other away. But there's lots of times when a guy pulls out a gun at a gas station, tries to rob a bank, something like that, and some dude who's just going about his day shoots the guy in the back, and it's game over, and nobody gets hurt except for the bad guy, the robber, the rapist, the murderer, the guy who's committing the crime.
I just wish, as is the case with a lot of the things that I'm not like for or against. I just wish that there was something. You know, if there was going to be an argument to be made that everybody should be allowed to at least carry or have the opportunity to take courses to be validated for a carry license, open or concealed otherwise, I just wish that there was whoever was presenting this argument would be able to present it with a massive data proving that this caused more or helped more than it caused, and that doesn't happen as much as it should.
It's easy to find accurate data on lots of things. You can find out data about diseases. You can find data about cars.
Definitely.
Finding data about gun crime is virtually impossible because both of the data collecting, both sides are collecting data and both sides have an agenda. So you really got to apply common sense at times. Is it a good idea for every elementary school teacher to be packing heat? Well, if they went through a 6-week course and they're a competent adult who's passed a few tests, then maybe so. Do you want to hand one out to everybody? Abso-fucking-lutely not. A person who's trying to do good and doesn't know how to use a gun is almost as dangerous as a person who's trying to do evil and does know how to use the gun. You know what I mean? Like you don't want some amateur shooter like, don't worry, I'll get him. Bang! Ah, you got me! I'm so sorry! Bang! You got me!
So let's say you've got a teacher and he's at a violent school, right? Let's establish that. Let's say that some schools have more violence than others, and this is one of the bad ones.
Sure.
And now that you know that the teachers are armed, or at least, you see the same guy every day. You know which teachers have guns. I feel like it might be dangerous in the same way that giving a prison guard a gun is dangerous, right? Prison guards have batons, and when they need real backup, those guys come in.
You always know that the teacher has the gun, though. It should be a concealed carry thing.
I feel like I would.
I think they would figure it out eventually.
I feel like
and
I'd
they would almost
see
put a target on their back where it's like, shoot me. What are you going to do? Shoot me.
Yeah, shoot me first, and then once I'm down, everybody's like, oh, fuck, the guy is down. We better do what this idiot who has the gun says.
If I sat in front of someone for an hour a day, I think I'd know who was printing.
Who's printing?
Yeah, that's what the gun shows through in your pocket or your waistband or whatever. Yeah. I think I'd know who was printing.
This further backs up, like, there's no definitive like thing that you can present to everybody and be like, look, here are the reasons why this is a beneficial thing. It's a lot of like, all right, so we're in this scenario and this happens. Wouldn't you want to be prepared? Yes,
look,
everybody wants to be prepared, but that's not almost ever the case. So like, yeah, it might save one, but it's just like
the people
need to do better.
The people that we do trust with guns, without a second thought, like security guards and police officers,
messing with guns.
Why are they so fucking special that they get a gun? What did they do? Do these guys have law degrees? Did they have tactical firearms training like a
And it's clearly
like a Spec Ops
impacting
commando?
issues.
No.
Most security guys don't get guns.
Let me tell you
to
what
be fair.
cops have to do. You know what? To qualify for the police shooting qualification is at 7 yards. 7 yards. At 7 yards with my pistol, I will put every single round inside of a quarter every fucking time, just about. Like I feel comfortable shooting your fingernail off at 7 yards. It's so
Really?
close, and all they got to do is put them in a tin ring.
At
Yeah.
7 yards, I can hit a brake light every time, right? Think of how big that is on a car. That's what I'll hit every time. Every now and then, Kyle talks of like, hey, shoot an apple out of a hand. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's
That's a terrible
shot
idea.
Never shot an apple out of anyone's hand. I've shot a watermelon out of someone's hand before.
I don't think that that's a good example, though. Like, there's so many instances where, like, poorly trained or well-trained but, like, poorly executed instances where somebody pulls a gun and you're just like, I don't feel safe either around you or with your abuse of power of said weapon or the fact that you just can't aim that shit as well as I'd hope you could. Like, that's not a thing that's making me feel like, yeah, everybody should be able to, like, take this test. That makes me be like, fuck no. Like, we need to tighten up on this thing.
I agree. I think, well, the qualifications in many states for the concealed, like the test Woody took, I feel like is probably more stringent than what the North Carolina, like, sheriff's deputy has to do. I think they just
Probably.
slap a badge on his ass and hook him up with a Glock.
Like, please aim.
And I mean, there's plenty of guys in law enforcement who are amazing shots, and they're tactical shooters, and they go to competitions and shoot 3-gun and all that stuff. I'm not saying that cops are just in general bad shots.
Oh, sure.
But like if you're a New York cop, like I happen to know that the Glocks that the New York cops carry have extra heavy trigger pulls because they were fucking accidentally shooting so many people. Like now the trigger pull on that Glock is like 5
so
or
now
6
they're
pounds
even
or
less accurate.
More, I think.
Yeah,
because of
now
the
they're like-
trigger pull.
You ever have a dream where your punches are incredibly ineffective, or you can't pull the trigger of a pistol to shoot?
Yeah, there's
to
like
defend
so
yourself?
slow. And like
I don't have
can't
these
do
dreams.
anything.
I have a happy
Alright.
life. What are you guys up to?
So when I dream about getting in a gunfight, I'm shooting a monster or like bad guys or whatever it is, the trigger will never pull, no matter how hard I squeeze, and I'll get both fingers in the trigger guard and and it won't shoot. That's what I imagine these New York cops like. I mean, imagine them like. Oh fuck! I missed again. Sorry, lady. It's like
He's already gone. You know.
because remember all those reports
looked-
back in the day, like the guy would have a aluminum foil wrapped burrito, and they're like, "Drop the gun, huh? It's Chipotle!" Like, pow, 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 and they light him up with 30 rounds or something.
I looked it up. So it's a 12-pound trigger pull for the NYPD.
Jesus!
Yep.
Unbelievable.
I
My-
can't even lift that with my arm.
My first gun had a 7-pound trigger pull, which is kind of on the hard side, but if you're meant to carry it, typically you don't have a really light trigger pull, so it doesn't go all the time.
My AR-15's got a 2.5 or a 3-pound trigger.
I bet my LCP has a heavy
LCP
trigger.
That's
if I
a
had
whole
to guess,
workout to fire your clip. You would be tired after a clip, like your finger. You'd have to
lefty
shake
here.
that thing out.
God, lefty's hard.
Yeah, that seems.
Wish I had a light pistol near me. I've been working on shooting with my feet. That's one might
What is
work.
that segue? It's yeah. I need to go shooting
I can't
more.
do
I
it
want to
with
get.
this
I want to
stick.
get my I want to get my shot on and really
Oh.
experience the whole range of weaponry.
The LCP, which is my carry pistol, has a 5.5 to 6-pound trigger pull. So the NYPD has 12, and a lot of people say that it's responsible for their terrible accuracy. It's
Probably.
as
Oh,
you
yeah.
as you pull the trigger, squeeze the trigger, whatever. It just sort of knocks your gun off target. If it was really light, you'd be able to sort of take up the slack, and it breaks and it.
You know when it's going to go off, and the more pressure you're applying, like you said, there's more torque that's going on. There's lots of reasons people push or pull or you can see how you're grouping, like what you're doing, like which one of the half dozen things you're doing wrong with the way you're holding the pistol and applying force to it. And there's multiple stances that apply to all that shit. But anyway, yeah, heavy trigger pull like that is not conducive to accuracy at all. In like sniper rifles, you'll see that the trigger pull gets very light to the point where it's 1 ounce and 1.5 ounces and stuff like that.
That's how I have one rifle that's accurate, and it's like that. It's got that super light trigger. I think it's
Yeah,
half
you
a
wanted to
pound.
go off before you know it, basically. Like when you start squeezing, it's just kind of surprise you when it goes off.
Yep.
Yeah, 12-pound trigger pull. That's clearly something implemented by someone who knew nothing about guns at all.
Yeah,
Like,
I
'cause
wonder
that's-
what
Even
was the
shooting double
scoop?
action
Even
on my
common
gun is like
sense.
6.5 pounds, and that's a little unpleasant.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can understand, like, if you try and squeeze something, like, your hand's gonna shake and that's gonna fuck it up. Like, that's just common sense, right?
These guys were accidentally shooting people all the time.
Now, were
Okay,
the-
they were just sucky.
I
with
wonder
better.
about that. Like, if it's going off, I guess I mean, you have to pull it from the holster for it to be going off, I guess.
You do.
So they were sitting there with their fingers on the
Like,
trigger,
just-
pointing them at people, and accidentally pulling the trigger.
I
get
can't name any specific circumstance, but for whatever but because of accidental discharges, they gave them extra heavy trigger pulls. And maybe that's because of the litigious nature of New Yorkers. Maybe it's because of a string of high-profile fuck-ups on their part, whether they shot a burrito guy or the gun went off on the sidewalk, ricocheted, and kneecapped some poor kid or something. Like, I couldn't say, but after a while, they really handicapped those guys. I feel like I would hate to have to defend myself with a 12-pound trigger pull on a Glock. I already hate the trigger pull on a Glock. I feel like a Glock isn't much of a pistol until you fix that trigger and get an aftermarket trigger in there.
It's better than the LCP in terms of trigger pull. I think.
Yes, the LCP is a real piece of shit when it comes to like I'm not accurate with that in any sense of the word. Like, you have to be like from between me and the television I'm looking at for me to be accurate with that motherfucker. I missed a juice box on my back porch one time, like 5 yards away. It's so small that
And the sights are not very good.
like this thing fits in my hand. Like, it's perfect. That's right where I want everything to be. But this one is it's like back here, and so like my finger is having to like do something like this to pull the trigger. Some unnatural like motion. The LCP in my head is like I keep it in my jacket pocket, and I'm thinking like, I guess if the guy is like trying to stab me and he's like right here in my face, I can.
I don't think so. I think you're talking about a juice box. If you're talking about a chest-sized target, then you could hit
As a
that
skinny guy, he could juke me out real easy.
No,
The cartoons were like pew pew.
the thing is, like, hold up that gun you had again. That's the kind of
1911,
gun that most people say they carry but don't.
Yeah, well, actually, this was extra large, but yeah,
What is that? An M19?
No, this is a 1911 style, but the particular kind, it's a Kunan 357 Magnum 1911, so it's a lot bigger than the standard one. It's got its own custom magazine. It fires these big, sexy 357 Magnum rounds going 1,400 feet per second. You kill a deer with this.
I
fucking
fired a
thing.
357 like Magnum from a Magnum, and that hurt my wrist. But I was also 16. But it was just like it was like not a pleasant weapon to shoot at a shooting range. It was fun, but it was not like something I was like, yeah, I'm just like gonna totally carry this around on a day-to-day thing. Like, it was not a.
Yeah.
You only need to hit once with it.
The carry pistols, I love them. I know. I feel like Kyle shoots more than me and has a different opinion, but I don't know how often Kyle carries, but I carry more often than a lot of people who say they do, and I feel like that's because I got a gun that's meant to be carried a lot and shot a little, and you can put it in a pocket of your jeans.
Have you shot the Ruger LCR? It's like
No.
that small
Kyle likes it.
revolver.
I like it. I like it a
Yeah.
lot. Very
Like
light.
the 38 or 357, whatever you can
Let me
get.
grab what I like better than that, because it's on the opposite end of the spectrum. I got it right over here.
Because I'm thinking about buying one of those. Because my current handgun is
Buy
just way
it.
too big.
Buy it. Definitely.
Yeah, I know
would-
Kyle likes it a lot.
I
haven't
would love
started
to
it.
go out and shoot some pistols again. Just like ARs and stuff, would love to do it once, but like just like pistols, there's such a range from like a 22 to like a 50 caliber bullet. Like, there's such a different range of weaponry there. It's like really satisfying to be able to like take that like a flight of guns and be like, this is the uses for every one of these.
There's a
and how they
range in
impact.
rifles too. Like a 50 cal is a whole different thing. Every time
Right.
a 50 cal goes off, it's an event. Like, everyone, like, all right, get ready. The 50 cal's getting to be cover your ear muffs. It's like some sort of double cover. And then when it goes, like, there's a shock wave. Like, when I shoot a 50 cal, it's on a bipod in the grass. I've done it a couple times. It's always been that. There's a shock wave, and the grass like all folds over in front of the gun and stands up again. So
cool.
I feel like there's a spectrum of rifles too.
No, there
brother's
is.
got
I just-
my brother's got a 50 cal muzzle loader, black powder rifle that we shoot sometimes, like when we're on the farm, and it's such a bitch to get that thing down in there, because like it's so tight when you're trying to pack it in that it's like, this can't be how tight it's meant to be. And it's like, yeah, just put it in there. You just have to cram it down. And when you shoot, like they make the smokeless powder, but if you actually put the real black powder in there, it just a newfound appreciation for that all the wars where that was used, where it was just bang and then just a cloud of thick smoke that you cannot see through at all.
It's so awesome.
What is that, Kyle?
So
the
this is
LCR?
no.
This
is the opposite end of the spectrum to the LCR. This is a Rousey 357 Magnum snub nose. So it's very heavy, much heavier than it looks. This gun is it's much heavier than my Glock. It's heavier than my 9mm 1911 here. It's heavier than my HK45 here.
Is that because it's just like solid?
It's
metal?
solid. I feel like I could hammer nails with this, but I feel like if I hit someone with it, I would completely incapacitate them. And I'd like to have that option because I don't want to fucking shoot you. I would love to be able to just bash you and get this thing over with. But if you did have to shoot somebody, you could shoot some nice 38s in here. Like, I don't know, I'm shooting 357s in there. I guess I'm at business this day. And it'd be the recoil would be real controllable. Wouldn't be much at all. But even with a 357, it's going to, something like that. And I like 357. It's super powerful. It's not a 44 Magnum or something like that, but I like the idea of a pretty heavy caliber.
I like
carrying
that round
a 44
too.
is a little much. It seems like chill out. Like you don't need that.
Like maybe in your car. Like I got no problem with carrying one in your car.
That's what my
It's a
grandpa
car
would
gun.
keep in his truck when he was a trucker. 6-shot 44 Magnum revolver when he was driving around in the.
Shit.
I made a video with a 44. We played Russian roulette with a watermelon, and if people want to know what a 44 is like, that was one, and the watermelon just blew up all over us. Yeah, it's the 44 is a business gun, but they're fun. I don't have one. I would like to have a comically big pistol. Like I don't have any use for it.
Deagle.
I got my 50 cal gold Deagle upstairs. I've got a 357 chrome Deagle I like too.
You could get one of those like Ruger Red Hawk hunting that's like 12-inch barrel.
Yeah, I know.
And so it's like to aim it, you're like steadying your hand.
Is it 50 cal?
44 or 45 Colt or
maybe it's
So
a Smith & Wesson 500 I'm seeing, which is 50 cal, but they have that at my local gun store, and you see it in the display case, and it's bigger than my penis. It's like really big.
Well, there's a couple.
Swear to God.
There's a couple 50 caliber rounds. There's the 50 Action Express, and then there's the 500 Smith & Wesson.
That's
Magnum.
the one it is. Yeah. Oh, I'm just you're right. I should clarify.
Quite a big difference.
And they're like $6 a shot. They're pretty expensive.
the Express is bigger, right?
The
500.
500.
Smith & Wesson 500 is bigger.
Well, the BMG is a rifle cartridge.
That's
and
the
it's,
rifle cartridge. It's all the same
it's what
size
that
and
gun
bullet,
shoots.
right?
Kind of see the.
It's all the same
Yeah.
diameter.
Right there. That's my
Is
50
it,
cal.
Yeah. Is it shaped the same, like the pistol and the rifle one? The rifle. I've never shot a 50 caliber rifle other than the ball bearing one that you shoot out of a black musket rifle. But
Do you have a round for that around? I do. If you don't, probably everyone's seen a 50 cal round. They're
But the standard, like, big-ass fucking...
yeah.
Google image!
There's this.
Those things are like... When I saw that for the first time, when somebody, like, showed me, like, this is what a 50 caliber round is, and, like, how sizable it is, you just look at it and like, how can any living creature get hit with this in center mass and do anything other than die? Like, the sheer... Like, isn't it true if it goes even by your head, you could die just from the shockwave of it?
I think that was
untrue.
disproved.
Yeah.
But I will
Fuck.
say this: I wonder what would happen. You said any living thing, right? Like,
Right.
what happens
Like,
if you
look
shoot
at
a
that
blue
thing.
whale? Like,
Okay, you're right. But like,
Blue
look
whale,
at
it's
the
gonna
size
shrug it
of
off.
that.
would it? I don't know.
Is it though?
I think it would get stuck in like the 5 feet of blubber.
You're probably right because they don't go very far through water.
All right, well, let's take the blue whale out, and you're just shooting.
Yeah, but a killer whale, I think you might kill with it.
Kyle.
No.
Orca?
Shooting,
You don't think so?
What living animal could take a 50 caliber round to center mass and live?
50 BMG.
None of
Yeah,
them.
BMP.
Now
No,
wait,
but-
have you considered blue whale?
Yeah.
That's like a 200-foot
Well, all
animal,
right.
though.
So once, as it's jumping out of the water, you
You shoot it.
Yeah, I could kill a blue whale, I guess. I
No.
don't think it wouldn't insta die, but
I don't
I
know.
really don't think
so
so. I
you've
think that it
seen
would get caught in the the blubber.
Have you seen the Mythbusters where they shoot into the water?
Yeah,
I've
it only
shot one
goes
in
like
water.
2 inches.
Yeah. So what they do is for people who haven't seen it, they shoot different rounds into the water, like 9mm, 45, this, maybe a shotgun slug, etc. And none of them go quite as far. The movie myth they were testing is the people who swim away from bullets. And most of the bullets stopped in a, to me, surprisingly small amount, like 18 inches was a long one. And then they shot the 50 cal, and I want to say it went less than a foot. Like it didn't travel far, and then everyone
It had
was
so
like,
much mass that it just exploded on impact.
and I think the faster it went, like the bigger issue it had, right? Because water doesn't compress; it has to move out of the way. So the faster the bullet traveled, the less distance it went through the water. And 50 cal, and everyone was like, "Well, this is the one that's gonna go 12 feet through the water. Like this is ridiculous. Wait till you see it." And it went the other direction.
I feel like they could have tinkered with the ammo a little bit and gotten better results.
Sure, but it's still, I mean,
Those
it's not going to
henchmen
go
are shooting
20 feet
carefully
down there.
tinkered ammo at James Bond.
I wonder what the Mythbusters guys are gonna do next. You know, it's their last season.
Retire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're going on tour. Adam and Jamie, they're going on tour.
Are they?
I'm pretty sure they're done with Mythbusters, and they're going on like a country tour.
Mythbusters got canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they gave them a year notice, and they're very excited about that. I keep reading over and over how happy they were. Most shows don't get noticed that they're getting canceled like that. They got a whole farewell season, so very cool.
They've been around for like how
Yeah,
long?
Sons of Guns didn't get quite the exit. That's what you get for molesting your daughters, man.
You know, everyone's anti-pedo. No one takes the pro-pedo stance in these things.
I know, you're a lone wolf, Woody. A real pariah.
Jesus.
That's going to catch up with me someday, too.
Yeah,
Taking the
what do you
pro-pedo
think?
stance all the time. Be right there with the Rape Squad killer thing.
Oh, but back to what we're talking. The LCR I like a lot. I've got my sister's carrying that right now. I'd like to get it back from her, to be honest. But she went on a trip one time to like Panama City or something, and I was like, "Here, if you want a gun, take this one. This seems right for you." It's hammerless, which I like. The hammer's not gonna get caught on your purse pulling it out. It's not gonna get caught on your pocket, your waistband, any of that shit. It's nice and smooth, so you can jerk it out and use it. It's light. It's really light, and
It's got a good trigger break. Like
I don't remember. I
Is
haven't
it?
shot it in a while.
A lot of times carry pistols have lousy triggers. It's like a thing. Like you don't want to accidentally shoot. So it's competition guns and stuff like that. Things that you don't carry that have the better triggers as a rule of thumb.
Makes sense.
So I don't
like
know what the
double action.
LCR has.
I like double action weapons because I like both most of the time. Like the Glock is, it's cocked and locked right now. It's ready to roll. There's nothing to cock. There's no safety.
I'll have you know, I play Counter
It's ready
Strike,
to
and I
roll.
like the USPS. I like that silenced USP, man. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
That would surprise me. So before I ever shot a gun, I had watched decades of television about guns, and every time the woman on the helicopter has the gun, they're like, "Do you know how to use that thing?" And it's always like, "Do you know how to operate the safety and stuff like that?" And then early on, I had an interest in Glocks because I knew the name. I was very surprised to learn that whole safety thing is bullshit for a large swath of pistols out there. There's things they call safeties so that if it drops, it doesn't shoot.
That's what this is. Like
The-
if you see
So the
that
Glock
part
has
that pokes out there.
4 things they call safeties. But go on.
Well, I only
like
know of the one.
Yeah.
It's this little thing right here. Like I'm trying to pull the trigger right now. I'm pulling it with a lot of force, but my finger's not square onto that little nub that's sticking out. So only when I depress that nub will it actually go off. So
So there's not like a safety switch like I have on my airsoft rifle.
you can get a safety on these. I know aftermarket. For all I know, maybe they've come up with a new model recently that does. But as far as I know, it's kind of an aftermarket thing that you can apply to these and get a thumb. A
Now
safety
I
here.
understand why people can accidentally shoot themselves if they don't have like a safety switch. But I also understand the kind of ass backwardsness that a safety switch would have in a dangerous situation.
And then on a gun like 1911, you've got a couple of them. So this one's not ambidextrous. And my safety's over here, and it sort of.
That's what I'm thinking of when I think of a safety.
Mm-hmm.
that.
But it's also got my little palm safety back here. So right now, we are clear. I'm trying to pull the trigger, and the safety is off. Like any other pistol would fire right now, but not unless I'm gripping the gun and wanting to shoot it. You know, if you were fighting for my gun or we were doing this, the gun can't go off. It's only when the palm safety is depressed back here that it'll shoot. And then with something like the HK, it's got an ambidextrous safety there that flips up, flips down. And like I said, ambidextrous means both sides. Actually, no, this one is not it. I took it off. And
I wish.
And you got to. When this one, the feature is if I pull down on the safety, the hammer will drop, and I can decock it. So it's got a decocking thing.
You have one of these, right, Kyle? The SIG P226.
That's one of the ones that I don't have. I never got one of those. I like them a lot, though.
So the Glock,
Yeah,
they have.
It's got only like a decocker. There's no safety at all. It's just
Nice.
which I don't know if I like that much.
There's a
after
firing
having it for a
pin
while.
safety. I'm trying to get this out. There's a trigger safety and then 2 internal safeties, a firing pin safety and a drop safety on the Glock. Neither of which fit what I always called safeties.
Just the flick of the switch on the
Yeah,
side.
the thing that stops
Yeah.
the trigger from pulling. you
Right.
know,
In my head, the idiot-proof one.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about.
That's
I don't
fine.
mind not having a safety on a Glock. I like knowing that, like, if I grab a Glock, it's hot. You know, it's ready to go. I've never had an accidental discharge, so like, you know, stuff that works for me maybe doesn't work for the general population and other people. I'm just super, super serious about not pulling the trigger unless, you know, I want to.
It's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
I don't
And then,
trust other people as much as I trust you, though, so I'm happy to have that.
But then with something that's a double action, which means that I can either make it complete the hammer pull and the cylinder rotation with just the trigger, or I can if you notice the trigger's position now,
Uh-huh.
as I cock it, all of that slack is taken up. So now I have a much hairier trigger, a much more sensitive trigger. So now it's a very light squeeze to drop the hammer, whereas when it was down, it's I like
makes
that
sense.
because, you know, if it's sitting on a nightstand, I'd keep it like this. But if it's all right, where's this fucking bad guy at? You know, I think I'd want it like this.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Pistol talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
should come up with a gun talk song.
I was excited about the local gun show that's like this weekend maybe. But I'm reading more and more, not a good place to get deals.
What, gun shows in general?
Yeah. Unless it's some, you know, used thing where maybe you find a bargain, but
You should buy a used gun anyway. Like, what's the difference?
probably right.
I bought that one's used. That one's used. Yeah, about half my guns were used. I like used guns. Like, if there aren't any scratches on it that I don't like, then it's good. Like you know, there's no. You can shoot the barrel out of a gun, but it takes thousands of rounds in a lot of cases. In a handgun or something, you know, with a competition rifle, they talk about really short barrel lives and stuff like that. You're shooting high velocity ammunition or what have you. But with a handgun, like the odds that some guy who had this pistol with no scratches on it before me put 10,000 rounds through it seems a little low. So I'm always happy to get a used gun.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Fast break.
Smart purchases.
Well, I think that's a show.
Okay then. Tucker, pimp something. Twitch,
Yeah, dudes.
YouTube.
Follow me on Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, Facebook. All the same link.
Tinder.
IIJER. No, I don't have a Tinder. IIJER. IICHO.
He's a
Jericho.
grinder guy.
I am a grinder guy. I love it. But it's been fun. What is this, the third time I've been on?
Sounds like
Yeah.
sounds about
No.
right.
Yeah.
Always welcome.
Always fun to watch people
Woody.
die.
If people want to play Minecraft, where would they go?
Woodycraft.net.
Taylor, if we wanted to see you play some video games with your girlfriend, where would we go for that?
My channel.
Which
Link
is
below. Ex Capone.
Capone. And if you want to come see me blow up a house, uploaded the video last week. I drove through the house with an armored personnel carrier, blew it up with a lot of high explosive and low explosive, had a big firing line, had a real good time. We blew up the house with me inside of a fucking tank. Check that out on FPS Russia.
Yeah.
I didn't
might
know we
have
were
been-
out about FPS Russia.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Okay. I know. I just always thought it was kind of like a courtesy thing.
like I was a chameleon or something. Like
Maybe.
I took his face.
Yeah, it might have been your best video ever.
I
You,
really
you said it
enjoyed
was
making it.
beforehand, and I was like, all right, expectations are high. And then it's like, it might have set a new high.
I really enjoyed making it. I
it's
had a
very-
great time.
Yeah. So, all right, sponsors Casper and MeUndies. If you're interested in mattresses or underwear, and who isn't, then check out the annotations and links and such. Painkiller already, episode 257. Bye.